up a bit, looking at the flag on the pavilion. I'm Dave Fletcher, and Frank Watson from BBC Herald and Worcester is alongside as ever. And it's just me and thee and nobody else.
It is. Yeah, good morning, Fletch. Morning, everybody. Yeah, just the two of us today. So it'll be a long day. I hope it'll be a long day.
For everybody.
I say, from a Worcestershire point of view. You're right, they've just got to bat, haven't they, Worcestershire? And Derbyshire have got to be patient, I think. And it's a bit less chilly than it was the last 2 days. We've seen a few catches go down from both sides, and probably Derbyshire will feel that's where it got away from them a little bit yesterday, because they've dropped both openers fairly early on. If they'd have picked those up, Worcestershire might be in a far more perilous situation than they actually are. But it's bright and sunny, it's still chilly, but it's a bit better than it has been. And if they can pick up a couple of early ones this morning, Derbyshire, they'll feel that they're right on course. That said, if Worcestershire can occupy the crease basically stubbornly throughout the day, they'll be almost where they were a year ago at Taunton when they had to bat on the last day to save the game. That'll be the aim, I would imagine, but it's going to be hard work.
Good effort from Dan Latigan yesterday. I wasn't eavesdropping. I just caught one of your questions saying how well he'd put the drop behind him and just basically cracked on and batted really nicely after that. He did slow down a bit as Derbyshire's bowling improved, but I mean that's what red ball cricket's about, isn't it?
Yeah. It was a good effort from a young man, but he's got to start again this morning, hasn't he?
It's Mohammed Abbas, and he bowls to Adam Hose, who leaves the first ball of the day alone outside the off stump to go through 101 overs today. I'll get Frank to explain why it's. It's fairly straightforward, actually, because the players went off yesterday at 20-6. You only get the overs up until 6 o'clock back, because that's the official close of play, even though we would have gone on possibly until 6:30. So they've got 5 extra overs today. 101 overs in the day's play. Lunch is still at 1 o'clock as Mohammed Abbas comes in, and that one's wide of the off stump as well. And tea is at 20-4, and it's fixed at 20-4. So if you're planning anything, if you want 20 minutes off in mid-afternoon, early evening, I should suggest you don't take it between 20-4 and 4 o'clock, otherwise you'll have to carry on listening to us. But yeah, fixed. Did I miss a ball then? I don't think so. If I did,
let one go.
Oh, he's let another one go, has he? Nothing's happened yet. I think I've got an 11 o'clock, but I have no cue. So I'll have to. This one is pushed backward square on the offside, fielded there by Matthew Montgomery, and there's no run. They might suddenly surprise me, which would be slightly alarming. I might have to just put my arm out in the time-honoured Dave Callaghan fashion. I learnt this art, if it is an art, from doing T20 cricket. You get the big arm across the shoulder. It was excellent. They might have decided they can't be bothered. Abbas. Fourth ball of the over, and that one just by the way Hose played it.
A little bit low.
Yeah, just a touch low. He made a step towards Abbas. We have a substitute fielder out there at the moment. It's Rory Hayden. I can't see him, but I've just been told he's on. I think he's down at a long leg, and Anuj Dal is off the field this morning. Thank you, Griff. So I just got the weather forecast there, but nothing else. Here's Mohammed Abbas in and bowls. That's left alone by Hose outside the off stump. And it goes through to the keeper. So they've got 3 slips. I'm clearly not going to get
called.
No, the weather forecast is always after me.
And does it say it's going to be dry?
I didn't hear enough of it.
Okay. I think it is going to be dry.
Well, behind us to the north, I don't know if you had a little sneak look out that way. It looks horrible. So anybody in the north of the county, good luck. Here is Abbas, bowls, strikes the pad, possibly off the inside edge of Adam Hose's bat. And Mohammed Abbas starts with what we expected to see yesterday, a maiden over. Anashdal is now back on the field and Rory Hayden has left, so that is no alarms there. He obviously, if you've got to tie his shoelaces or something, nudge. And the first over comes to an end. Only 100 left today now, 113 for 2.
Yeah, good tidy start from Mohammed Abbas, but also competently played by Adam Hose. Big first half hour, I think, for these two.
Always.
I think just change them, not change, but set the mood, if you like, by continuing where they left off last night. But both of them have got to get themselves in again. It's going to be Ben Aitchison from the racecourse end to bowl to the left-handed Latigan. 3 slips in place. Man back on the boundary at wide third man and long leg. He's in, he bowls, and that's a good one. Goes right through Latigan's forward push. First ball, good start for Aitchison, who almost had the perfect start yesterday when he had a catch dropped off the very first ball that he bowled. And Jake Libby was put down. But thereafter, it was Zach Chappell that got the 2 wickets that have fallen. Aitchison as yet wicketless, but he bowled pretty tidily yesterday. Comes in again now. Bowls, and first run of the day as Latigan chops this one down to that man at deep third man, Derbyshire, whose throw is over the head of keeper Brooke Guest. Backed up by the fielder at cover. 114 for 2 then. Latigan goes to 78. And Hose takes guard for the first time at the city end. Taking his guard from the umpire, Tom Lungley, who's standing here at Derby 5 minutes from where he lives, apparently. He told me in the car park the other day.
For tax purposes, 35
Yeah.
miles.
I shouldn't say. Aitchison in and defended off the back foot by Adam Hose. Good morning to Joe Leach, former Worcestershire skipper and batter, shall I say, all-rounder.
Thorn in the side, I would describe him as personally.
For Derby. He's told me this morning he's watching for the first time. First cricket he's watched. He's probably been away half term with the family. Good morning to him. Hope he's well. Adam Hose falls over this one a little bit. Outside edge squirts out along the ground to Anaj at cover. And there's no run.
Were those raindrops on the window before we started, or have they just appeared? I just had a message from Gary, who's in Loscow, which is north of here, up towards Hena, about 8 miles away, he reckons. Heavy rain.
Really?
Yeah, he says the sunshine you've got is 8 miles away.
But the wind is in the right direction
Yes.
from our point of view, I think, isn't it? Aitchison in, bowls, and Hose is forward, and again, Dahl is the fielder, moving to his left at backward point to do the fielding, and there's no run. So just the one added this morning. Yeah, we've had a pretty stiff breeze blowing throughout this game, stiffer than that at certain times. And the flag on the end of the old Players' Pavilion indicates to us that it's blowing again today, and it's blowing in the same direction, which means that as we look out, the blue sky we can see in the distance is probably coming our way. Aitchison bowls, and Hose is forward again, pushing out on the offside. There is no run, the end of a tidy over. 2 overs gone this morning, just 1 run added. Worcestershire 114 for 2.
Steady as she goes. I was just reading there, you'll have seen pictures by now of the damage done to the riverside up at Durham. BBC Sport website reporting that if you're planning on a trip to the riverside for day 3 of Durham against Kent, I'm afraid you'll need to make other plans. Battered by Storm Dave, also known as Rodney, in the early hours of this morning, causing damage within the ground to the extent that no spectators will be permitted entry until further notice. The club released a statement saying the safety of all in attendance is our number 1 priority in any decisions we make. Delayed start to the action with no play before lunch at least. So no play before lunch at Chesterless Street in Durham, in a decent position. Here's Mohammed Abbas in from the city end, bowling to Latigan, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Slightly more alarming, perhaps, is that I've just tried to check Joe Leach's record against Derbyshire, and when I click on his name on Cricket Archive, I get a bizarre message, which no, if I do it a different way, I can get there. So we're all right. I'll be able to find it, and we'll. Oh no, I get error in your requested page address. So his career has been wiped off Cricket Archive, which seems a bit harsh. As a pass bowls to Latigan, and he pushes it up to Kame at mid-off. I mean, he's probably got a very good record against everybody. So 477 first-class wickets at 26 and a batting average of just under 23 throughout his career. A couple of hundreds and 18-5 wicket hauls. Not bad for a bloke from Staffordshire. In comes Abbas, and that one is played off the back foot nicely by Latigan out into the offside towards Anuj Dal, who comes racing in and is chucking it down. I can confirm.
Yeah.
It is absolutely, with Adam Hose out there,
Bizarre.
hosing it down. People in the stand at the far end of the ground, which is an open stand, the Seat Unique Falcon stand, is they're not heading for cover. I think it's a passing shower.
Yeah, it's a score, is probably the word, isn't it?
Yeah. We are still have bright sunshine, and the umpires just haven't even looked at the skies. I'm not sure how. I'm sure Mohammed Abbas has bowled in the rain before, but
it won't be for long.
he's certainly bowling in it now as he bowls to Hose, who plays it up to mid-off. And there's no run. So 2 runs added this morning. Started the day on 113 for 2, 115 for 2. Umpire Chris Watts now, and Tom Lungley follows suit. Looks to the skies and basically sees some white fluffy clouds and lots of blue, and it would appear that shower is just about past. The students who are on filming duties on the far side of the ground on the balcony, as the Bass comes in again and bowls to Hose, who pushes it out to the offside. Shoaib Bashir, it's like a puppy, and he races in, picks the ball up, throws it to Brooke Guest. There's no run. They're probably getting drenched because they're to the left as we look of the members' pavilion on the balcony. Good luck to them today. That's all I can say. Freddie's back, and he's on. Is he on camera now? I can't tell. Yes, he is. So if it's any poor camera work, it's down to Freddie. And we will remind him this one is guided down to into the vacant third man area. Matthew Montgomery gives chase. They come back for a second. And 2 is what they'll get. His throw back in, which was into the wind, died on Brooke Guest. So it's still having an effect, the wind, I think it's fair to say, but certainly not as much as yesterday. End of the over. 117 for 2 with 79 to Latigan and 4 to Hose.
Yeah, so a solid start for these two. Still early days. But another thing I asked Dan Latigan last night, pretty obvious I suppose really, but I said, did you go out there at the beginning with sort of small, short-term goals in mind, like let's get through the first 10, let's get to tea, etc. And he said, well, not really, just one ball at a time, really, which I suppose is as simple as you can make it. As a batter, not a bad philosophy to have. Aitchison in with the next ball, bowls down the leg side. Latigan moves inside it, tries to just get a bat on it, run it down to long leg, but too far inside it, missed it, taken by Brooke Guest. Bright sunshine now, the rain has stopped, and looks fairly set now, doesn't it? A bit of white cloud around, but lots of blue sky.
I was surprised by that rain. I thought all of it was to the north of us, but which is behind where we're sitting.
Aitchison in again, bowls, and Latigan is forward, pushes out on the offside. Shouts no as Hose interest in a single, because they won't have batted together. I doubt, actually. I don't know if they've ever batted together, these two. I'm pretty sure they haven't, because They might have done in pre-season, but Hose obviously was injured when Latigan came through at the end of last season. So I doubt they've ever batted together. And it does take a while before chemistry develops between batters in terms of the room between the wickets. But there's no need, as Latigan pushes this one up to mid-off, there's no need today for them to be thinking about doing anything risky. I mean, they want to keep the scoreboard ticking over and keep alternating the strike, etc. But there's no need to do anything daft, given that the numbers don't matter. Time is what matters for Worcestershire. Batting and batting and batting. Aitchison in again, bowls, and Latigan edges. The ball is caught at slip, and there's a kind of muted celebration. I think it might have bounced in front. There's no. Well, the umpires are going to consult here. I mean, you'd have thought.
Do you not take the? Well, they don't anymore.
I don't know. But he didn't throw it up, did he? He sort of. He's caught it. Yeah, he's not sure, is he? And I think the umpires have said no.
The bowler being back at his mark is a bit of a clue, because I don't think Ben Aitchison would turn down a complimentary catch.
Caleb Jewell took the catch at second slip. But I think it bounced in front of him, and he didn't. He picked it up, and it was almost apologetic, wasn't it? He didn't throw it up and celebrate. So there was a little bit of confusion. Anyway, umpires have said no. We're not sure it carried, so we can't give it out. So here we go again. Aitchison in, bowls, and Latigan is pushing this one back to the bowler. Doesn't appear to be too much disappointment.
No.
From the fielding side out there, or as you say, from the bowler.
I'm sure Henry in the stream room will be analysing it, and might even send me a message.
Yeah.
If he's
but
listening.
it was one of the. I mean, he didn't really sell it. It was almost as though I'm not sure when he took it. I thought Aitchison in again, bowl short and smashed away on the leg. So well, I say smashed away. He attempted to smash it away, but he's actually clothed it really, hit the bat quite high up and. Trickled out on the leg side. They get a single as the fielder comes off the boundary, which means Latigan will keep the strike. He's gone to 80, to 118 for 2, and the first scare really in that over as that edge dropped fractionally short of Jewell at second slip.
Do you want the very definition of a thorn in the side?
Yeah, go on.
We played 10 matches against Derbyshire. Joe Leach.
Yeah, go on.
42 wickets at 24.88. 296 runs at 24.66. So he's 0.22 or 0.23 technically away from being classed as an all-rounder. High score of 107 not out. Mohamed Abbas begins a new over from the City end. I knew
not bad, really.
I knew I hadn't enjoyed watching him. That's pushed out into the offside where Montgomery does. The fielding, yeah. 0.23 away from being an all-rounder, Joe, I'm afraid. So we can't class you as that. It's remarkable. I think there were only 3 counties he took more wickets against over the course of his career. Mohamed Abbas looking for his first Derbyshire wicket. He's taken plenty throughout the course of his career, 860 odd. But not this time as Latigan pushes the ball up towards Lewis Rees, who gave a very interesting interview last night. At the close of play, some desperate news for him and his partner. His recently born son has a heart issue and will, he said, require an operation at some point in the future. But that was why he was he celebrated the way that he did when he got his century. He found out the news early last week. He's now looking at the ball. He's shown it to Mohamed Abbas, who's said, well, take it to Harry Kame. He's the captain. And now it's being brought to Chris Watts. Frank gets another of those many messages that he gets.
No, that's Bradders, actually, believe it or not.
Come on, Bradders, you know better than we're working here, mate. You're not commentating on the Sir Frank Whittle Road now. Which we did here, another rendition of just before the start of play. If you don't know, well, you probably don't know, but if you do know, my word, do you know? Chris Watts brings the ball to show to Tom Lungley now. I don't know whether Tom's got the thing that the ball goes through, but having a look at it. It's 40 overs and 2 balls old, and Mohamed Abbas hasn't got a wicket with it yet, so you probably have every right to show it to Harry Kane, to show to the umpires, which is exactly what he's done. So I already told you there's no play at Durham. It's the delayed at Taunton. They're going to change the ball. Delay at Taunton as well, but in all other games, play is underway, which is good news on this Easter Sunday as Zach Chappell brings on the attaché case of balls.
I read something overnight about county cricket, which might interest people. We've got a break if I can find it. Which I think would, and it. Do
you pay for that?
Yeah,
well,
I do, but only not much.
More fool you.
But I read something, and it said. And I was thinking about the conversations that we were having this morning in the press box.
Really?
But Dan Mousley got 100 yesterday, didn't he? And the gist of what George Abell was writing about him last night was that he could have played a lot more franchise cricket than he has. And these things always can be sort of taken out of context and sound a bit grand and a bit romantic, but Dan Mousley's a Warwickshire boy through and through. He's come through the age groups and so on, and he just said basically, he just wants to. All he wants to do is play cricket, and the red ball game gives him the chance to bat for a long time. And what he likes doing the most is batting. It's my favourite thing to do. And I want to, you bat at 3, you don't have to worry about decoration, just focus on the ball. What's more fun than that? And I thought, I know it sounds a bit grand and a bit romantic, but if you're a cricketer and you're a batter and you like batting, and you just like, your favourite thing to do is to bat, then, white ball cricket can be a bit frustrating because you've got to take risks and you've got to, look at targets and you only got a certain number of deliveries to face. But if you just want to get out there and bat, like when you're a kid and you get the bat on the beach and you don't want to be out, you just want to stay in. And he's taken that to almost to the ultimate level, really. Playing county cricket, batting at 3. And, it just reminded me that sometimes we forget why people even play the game.
Yes, quite.
Anyway, we've got a new ball.
Mohamed Abbas bowls.
Well, not new.
To Latigan. Hopefully it's a 40 overs and 3 balls old ball. Turned into the leg side by Latigan, and there is no run.
I wonder how they do that. They've got that little box of balls. I wonder how they sort of...
They write on them, don't they?
But how do they know that it's been used for 10 or 20 or 30 or 40? Or do they take balls that people have used for practice or what? I don't know.
I think they do. They write on them and say this is a
20 over old.
Yeah. As far as I'm aware, this one's been played out towards backward point. It's actually fielded by Anuj Dal. Shoaib Bashir was in the vicinity. You get 2 there, I think.
Yeah, good running.
I'm just getting to the point of the. I just want to have another look at that catch. Not to say that we've been robbed. We can't tell from that because they switched away immediately from the head-on camera.
Umps are in discussion again now about something.
Yeah. What would they be discussing now?
No idea. They lost count of the number of balls.
They've called Harry Kane over. Is it the way the ball was thrown in?
He's put his hands behind his back like a naughty schoolboy, Harry Kane, hasn't he?
Harry
called in front of the headmaster. Now they're having a look at this ball.
Well, no, they pointed to Anuj Dal. They're pointing around all over, and it's like it's happened once, it's happened twice on his fingers there, umpire Watts. This will help us finish early tonight, won't it?
Yeah, there's other factors, aren't there, other than play about. I don't know what's
now
going
they've
on.
called Latigan over. They're having a word with him. Perhaps they're just telling him we've had a word with them to say this is what would it look like. It bounced, by the way, on the angle that I've seen. And now they're calling Shoaib Bashir. Now I said before when the
5-run penalty.
5-run penalty for, has he said something? It was definitely Bashir who they called in, but they didn't actually speak to him. They just sort of pointed to him.
They're telling the scorers now, I think. You might have to nip next door and find out, Fletch. Looks like a 5-run penalty.
Yes.
I saw the signal,
Yeah.
and it looked as though Shoaib Bashir was somehow culpable, doesn't it, by the way they called him up. Scorers are in radio communication with the umpires. And we've had quite a lengthy hold up here, one way and another, with changing the ball as well.
Both umpires are on the radios now. I'm going to go next door, Frank.
Yeah, no worries. I'll
You do
I'll try and
Mohammed Abbas.
carry on. Yeah.
You do your best, I know.
Rest of the over. Yeah. And Harry Kane is receiving further instruction or chastisement from umpire Chris Watts, who's making a note of what's happened. Fletcher's gone to find out, having seen the scorers in communication. And 5 penalty runs have been added to the Worcestershire total. So it's 125 for 2 now. Latigan is 82. Hose is 4. Been slow progress this morning. Here's Mohammed Abbas round the wicket to the left-handed Latigan. We're underway again. He bowls, and that's beautifully driven by Latigan. Best shot of the day. Doesn't get any runs at all because picked out Matthew Montgomery at cover, and he made a good diving stop, diving away to his right. Saved 4. Best shot of the day, as I say, from Latigan. Won't worry him too much. Nice to feel one in the middle of the bat. Career best for him. 82 not out. 143 balls he's faced. Mohammed Abbas, who had him dropped very early on, is round the wicket again and bowls, and Latigan picks out the same fielder, this time with a defensive push on the offside. Fletcher's back, and we have news.
Deception. They're not at liberty to tell us the incident, but because they called Shoaib Bashir up, and at the time when the fielding took place, I said Anuj Dal has fielded and Shoaib Bashir is in the vicinity. He faked picking the ball up and throwing it, and that is not allowed, of course, in cricket. You can't deceive the batters. Now, interestingly, or otherwise,
Abbas again is in and bowls. Latigan doesn't time this one off the back foot, looking to crack it through the covers, mistimed it really. Same fielder does the fielding. Matthew Montgomery, a dot ball, end of the over, 125 for 2.
Interestingly, and I didn't know this part of the regulation or law, whichever one it is that they said who's facing the next delivery after the 5-point penalty had been given, and it was Latigan who had been facing the previous time and he'd run to this end, and he has the option to swap ends if he wants because he's been deceived. But the 5-run penalty goes, I don't know who he goes against, I think it just goes into extras, does it?
I think it does, yeah.
But yeah, Shoaib Bashir, they wouldn't tell me that it was Shoaib Bashir, but
well, it was pretty obvious it was.
I think it was him, yeah. Aitchison begins a new over now, and that one is played off the back foot nicely. They had a backward point. I think fake about Mohammed Abbas's fielding down there in the distance. I think that's the first time I've seen it. I've seen players sliding and... It was to stop that, wasn't it, essentially? The 1 run to the score, incidentally, 126 for 2, that players who go around the boundary and slide and then go to throw, even though they don't have the ball, because they haven't reached it or whatever. But yeah.
I've seen wicket keepers pretend to gather a throw,
yes,
when batsmen are running.
I wonder if you'd probably get done for that.
Yeah.
This next delivery is cracked away beautifully. That's 4 runs to Latigan, out to the point boundary. It was a poor delivery, really, from Ben Aitchison. Bit short, bit wide, and absolutely hammered away, and Latigan moves up to 86. Nicely played. But we've solved the issue. It's always good to solve an issue.
They don't. They're pretty hot, aren't they, on things like that?
Yeah.
These days, the
It was
umpires.
just that it took 5 minutes to solve
Yeah.
it, but
Yeah.
on the pitch, I mean, not for us. There was a whole group of people wanting answers as Aitchison bowls, and that one he gets a little bit tied up by that. And the ball dribbles out into the onside. No one's shown the fielding. It is Shoaib Bashir. He runs in, and well, I'm not sure he was ever in a position to pick the ball up. In all honesty, he sort of put his foot towards it. It was picked up. He was in the vicinity, which is what.
But I suppose from his point of view, if the batter was looking at that moment when he shaped
to throw it, yeah. Anyway, we all move on. 130 for 2. In comes Aitchison to Latigan.
Tell you what, it's a good spot though, isn't it, from the umpires?
That was a pretty good spot by me, Frank, to be
Yeah.
perfectly honest with
Yeah,
you. I don't
absolutely.
I don't want to crow about it.
Yeah.
It's not my style. No run. 130 for 2.
Brad has just put on a message after you said we're working. He put working ?
Well, this is a man who's never done a day's work in his life.
Well, he said the same about you, funnily enough.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Aitchison is in. Bowls. That one is pushed into the offside. It'll get another single here, and there's one ball to go in the over. Shoaib Bashir picks this one up and throws it in. It was all cricket ball there from Shoaib Bashir. 131 for 2. So a nice steady start for Worcestershire at the start of day 3, which is exactly what they would have wanted. We've had half an hour's play now. We're fairly sure that Derbyshire would have wanted a wicket by now, but it hasn't come, and it hasn't really looked like coming, in all honesty.
Aitchison again. Is it me? Yeah, it should
Well,
be. shouldn't
it was me, but you carry on. It was a no ball.
No, sorry, because we swapped
when I
next door.
when I did my investigative
I'll do the
stuff.
next one. You finish this one. I'll do the next one.
Well, I don't want to do it now because you've spoiled it.
Because you don't like working.
Yeah. Good morning to Sports Extra listeners.
Brothers, what have you started?
Oh man, I'm used to getting battered. It's quite a hard school, the Derbyshire press box.
He says he did 2 days' work in 1986.
Just after he retired. Here's I tell you what, I wasn't ready for it at all. The next delivery from Ben Aitchison. He went for an expansive drive. There did Latigan. Was it Latigan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was. Got an inside edge onto his pad. That's why I went ooh, which isn't much use to anybody listening on the BBC Sport website and app, of course. They need slightly more description than that. There was no damage done in the end. Now the umpires are talking again. Come on, don't turn the lights on, for goodness sake.
We've had half an hour without them.
If you look to the west, and the weather is coming predominantly from the south, as Storm Dave continues to lash the United Kingdom. I think they've asked for the lights to come on, and you look to the west, where the weather generally comes from, it's filled right in. We weren't expecting any rain, but it's just sort of drifting towards us slowly, so they might have put the ground staff on notice.
Here's Mohammed Abbas from the city end, moves in bowls outside the off stump to Hose. Nicely played by Adam Hose. It was a little bit short, a little bit wide, and he didn't miss out. Cracked it square of the wicket for 4. Good shot. His best shot of the day, probably. It's been watchful from Hose. 39 deliveries he's faced, and he's only got 10, but that won't worry him. Had a message from Steve Price, scorer for Rothesay Cricket Club. He said, 5 penalty runs count as extras.
Thank you.
And he says at county level, the on-field umpires aren't usually in direct contact with the scorers. All comms at that level go through the third umpire. Well, yeah, I think...
No, Jane definitely spoke to them.
I think they were, because
Yeah.
the scorer's sitting next to us. There's glass between us, but I think they were. And at Worcester sometimes they are, but I'm sure the third umpire was involved as well. Thanks, Steve. Good to hear from you. As Abbas bowls and Hose pushes up to mid-on. And although not much has happened in terms of out there wickets and catches, opportunities and everything, it feels like quite an eventful 35 minutes or so that we've had. There was the one that bounced just in front of Caleb Jewell, and the umpires had to consult about that. And there was the ball change, and then there was the Shoaib Bashir penalty runs, and that squally shower with rain falling in bright sunshine.
What a time to be alive.
Yeah, always something to interest us. Bass bowls again, and Hose turns this on the leg side.
The glass that Frank mentioned that is between us and the scorers is soundproof glass. You would be delighted to know because
we couldn't tell what was being said, but
well, no, I'm just thinking that sometimes Jane can be a little loud,
which is why she does the public address at the same time.
but without a microphone. It is raining again, by the way. There is rain.
Mohamed Abbas comes in again from the city, and 3 slips. All waiting as he bowls, and Adam Hose is forward, pushes this back up the pitch. Abbas gets a finger on it, the ball deflects onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Dan Latigan wasn't even thinking about going for a run. And the score remains 138 for 2. This partnership has reached 45.
Here come the ground staff out of their hut.
Yeah, getting ready with the covers. Yeah. It does look a bit grey across to the right as we look at it.
Definitely water on them. There'll be raindrops, that's why there's water.
Abbas is in again and bowls, and Hose is turning this one off his pads down to fine leg, and they pick up 1, come back for 2, as the fielding is done by Zach Chappell, whose throw into Brooke Guest is gathered by the keeper, who then turns and shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end as Latigan makes his way back for his second run, but I think he was going to be in even if the throw had hit the stumps. But Guest just alert to the possibility of a run out. Ground staff walking round now towards the big hover cover.
I don't think they like the look of those clouds. Dave Jepson
Lights are on.
Darley Abbey, which isn't very far away from here at all, is chucking it down, by the way, and they're going off.
Yeah, they're going off. It's dark, actually. It's raining. The lights have just come on, and they're going off, and the ground staff are coming around to get the hover cover ready. It doesn't look as though it's going to be much. The forecast said we wouldn't get any rain, but as we all know, the forecast is not always correct, and on this occasion it is not correct. You can probably hear the hover cover starting up down below us.
No,
so there we are. 140 for 2, Worcestershire, who resumed on 113 for 2. So they've added 27 runs this morning without loss. Latigan is 87, Hose is 12.
And we will be back when it stops raining. We will get more play, I don't think there's any doubt about that. There's just a heavy cloud coming over, so they're going to take the hover cover on. It didn't take them 2 seconds to pop it on. The hardest work is when they have to bring more sawdust out, because they take it straight across that pile of sawdust, and there it goes. It just disappears into the air. But the ground staff are doing their bit. Players back in the pavilion. We'll go get a cup of tea. I suggest you do the same.
play will resume at 12 o'clock with 4 overs of 3 overs of the day. Lunch still to be taken at 1 o'clock.
I told you we'd be back, and we are. Welcome back to the Central Co-op County Ground. Well, we've had a brief delay of around about 25 minutes, during which we've lost 4 of the 5 overs that we gained due to the ones that we lost yesterday. Do keep up at the back. So we're now going to have a 97 over day. Lunch remains at 1 o'clock and tea remains at 3:50. So nothing's changed really, apart from the fact we went off for a bit. They have run a rope around the outfield, so everything's fine. Mohamed Abbas is going to continue his 13th over, but he's only got 1 ball left of it. I think that pretty much sums it up, Frank. Really.
Yeah, very good. Very good. 1 ball left, and he'll be bowling it to Adam Hose. A few spectators have retaken their seats in the stand at the far end of the ground. We were talking about where people sit in this ground yesterday and why they would choose to be where they are. That Monarch stand down to, well, it's deep extra cover as Adam Hose faces this last ball from Mohamed Abbas. I walked past it this morning. Abbas is in and bowls, and Hose pushes up to mid-off, no run. End of the over, 140 for 2. I walked round a few times this morning, did a few laps, And I walked past that stand and I stood there and looked across, and I thought, I'll just reiterate what I said yesterday. Why on earth you would choose to sit there when you can go anywhere in the ground? I cannot imagine, because it's a long, long way out to the middle from there. It really is. I know it's covered and there's a bit of rain around, but it is a ground. I think you can sit anywhere, can't you?
Yes,
More or less.
I believe so.
Best place, best view, I guess, would be on the balcony on the All Players Pavilion with the pitch where it is.
Yeah.
But it's a long way over there, and you're low down.
So the central co-op stand to our left is a pretty good place as well, the one that we can't see. Ben Aitchison from the racecourse end into bowl to Latigan, who turns this one nicely into the leg side. It's raining, by the way. In fact, it's raining quite heavily, and I wouldn't be surprised if we only see 2 deliveries. It's chucking it down again. A single was taken. Latigan moves to 88. It's all his powers of concentration, I would think.
It's
bless
hard.
him down,
It is
Latigan.
tough.
On, off. He was dropped early, but he's still there at 88, no doubt. And it says a lot about the young man that he's been able to hold on or maintain that concentration. I'm looking away to the west. It's just a sort of rogue cloud that's slightly, it's less high than the others. And now the umpires are conferring. We did come back on. We had 1 over from Mohammed Abbas. We've had 1 over. 1 ball from Mohammed Abbas and 1 ball from Ben Aitchison. And we're staying out there. So there we are, which is amusing because Adam
Ose isn't impressed.
No.
So he says it's dripping off the peak of my cap,
Yeah,
my helmet.
he actually made a move towards the pavilion, but didn't go any further. I still don't have any cue
Chucking it
for
down
the
there.
12
They are
o'clock, and they're
go,
going
aren't
off. We have 2 balls. Well, when we have 2 more balls, we'll be back. I'll have to turn that off again because the hover cover makes quite the noise. Frank, it's been a pleasure working with you for those 2 deliveries.
Yeah.
2 of the best deliveries I think we've done all match so far, so you never know. We'll be back for 1 more ball in 25 minutes. Lunch remains at 1 as far as we know, but if you look at social media, certainly the club's social media will keep everybody informed. And we're going to say goodbye again. We'll be back probably at some point, but it is chucking it down again, and there are people leaving the what's it called? The Seat Unique Falcon stand, that's what it's called. The old permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground. We'll see you soon. I don't know if you heard in the background there, but the hover cover is coming off. It is so loud. Right, news. We're going to... No. Yeah, no, you're right. I thought you'd done the other one. The news is that we're restarting. All the players are out there now. The lights are on. The sun is shining. There's no rain, and we've lost another 4 overs. So of the additional 5 overs that we had at the start of the day due to the overs that we lost yesterday, we've now lost 8. So we're having 3 overs fewer than we would have had today anyway, if that all makes sense. Lunch is now at 1:10 and don't take your tea break at 10 to 4 because it's now moved to 4 o'clock. All that could change again. Worcestershire, 141 for 2. With Dan Latigan on 88 and Adam Hose on 12. The partnership's worth 48 off 100 deliveries. Now we're just waiting for the ground staff to move away, having parked the hover cover down below us, which is where it lives. He's got a big smile on his face, as Ben Aitchison often has, as he looks around to see the ground staff moving away. And they've moved away, and we're ready again, would you believe it, for another ball. And it's defended by Hose into the offside. Harry Kane, the skipper, who's been a busy man this morning, making not only he hasn't made any bowling changes yet, has he? We've seen Abbas and Aitchison, but he has been spoken to by the umpires due to the fake fielding. I don't think it's called fake fielding, but that's what I'm calling it, of Shoaib Bashir. 5 penalty runs. We haven't had that many runs in total, but 5 of them are penalties. Here comes Aitchison again, past umpire Lungley now on balls. That's driven very pleasantly, but straight to Harry Kane again. And there's no run. So 12-16 restart. That was very cricket, wasn't it? Not 12-15. 12-16. I assume that's to do with the loss of overs. You can't. If you start at 12-15, we'd have to bowl half an over. Who's down there? That's somebody with a camera. As in goes Aitchison again, and that one's pushed into the offside again. This time to Zach Chappell.
I asked Steve O'Shaughnessy when I mentioned earlier that he spoke to us at the Worcestershire Cricket Society a few weeks ago, and I asked him about the calculations, and all the sort of shenanigans that go on.
2 minutes 45 and over.
And he said, I said, is it complicated? He said, yeah, it's really complicated. He said, and some of the umpires are very good at it, and some not so good.
Aitchison bowls. It's gone past the edge. There we go. It had to happen sooner or later. Hose just pushing the bat gently towards the ball there, but not far enough towards it to take the edge. Goes through to Brooke Guest.
And I said, so do you hope that you're always standing with one of the ones who is good at it? And he said, well, I'm good at it. He said, so I'm okay. But he said, some of the others probably. But you need a certain type of mind to get around those sort of calculations, I suppose.
Short delivery from Aitchison this time. Hose ducks down and lets it go through to the keeper. End of Aitchison's 13th over, 0 for 37. 141 for 2. Latigan 88. Hose 12. That might have been a made over, possibly, was it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
No, 1 run about 4 hours ago.
Was that? Did you? Oh, right. Okay.
So we saw 2 deliveries, in case you don't know what we're talking about. The first one was bowled by Mohamed Abbas to complete an over, and the second one was bowled by Ben Aitchison to start an over. But he's just bowled 5 dot balls in a row, but unfortunately I'd forgotten the first ball.
It'd already gone for a run.
Which had already gone for a run.
Latigan on strike. Mohamed Abbas from the city end is into him. Round the wicket, bowls, and Latigan drives into the covers, but Matthew Montgomery slides to his left on a pretty greasy surface. You can actually see a bit of moisture glistening on the outfield in the floodlight and the sunshine now. The light is very good. The clouds still a bit threatening and grey away to our right as we look. And the wind has veered round, so it is coming from that direction a little bit. We were told there wouldn't be any rain today. We've had a couple of interruptions already. Here's Abbas again into Latigan, bowls, and Latigan drives nicely. Lovely shot, actually. But he's only going to get 1 row. I said they didn't. Oh, he's run himself out. Oh, my goodness. Well, I kind of said earlier that this could happen. Latigan plays a lovely shot, square of the wicket on the offside, and goes for one, turns for two, hesitation, both batsmen stop, both then carry on. Latigan dives. It must have been really close. Brookguest took the throw, demolished the stumps with a dive, and from nowhere, Worcestershire have lost a wicket, and poor old Dan Latigan, having played so beautifully, he's run out. I think he's going to end up with 89 because he'll get his first run credited for that. And just when you didn't want it, and as I said earlier, these two probably haven't batted together before. It was a good one, never going to be two, I didn't think, as the fielder came in to pick the ball up 10 yards inside the rope, and poor old Dan Latigan misses out on what would have been a maiden 100. He's out for 89.
You could hear the hesitation concerning you as you were commentating
Yeah,
on that. They can
as
show
it happened.
Yes,
Yeah,
they can
yeah.
show a replay now because the fielder has left. Oh, the batter has left the field. I know the regulations say they're not allowed to show replays. They might already have shown one. I apologise if you have.
No, I haven't seen one.
Would like to see.
Yeah, how close it was.
Yes.
It must have been close.
Well,
But I don't know if they'll show that, will they?
Well, they ought to, if they're allowed. The throw was from Zach Chappell from the boundary, pretty much. It was a little bit above Brookguest's head by the time it reached him, but he got down well, removed the bails, and Tom Lungley, the umpire, said, "Yep, that's out." 142 for 3 because they get the one run. Derbyshire now have 6 bonus points for what it's worth because they've picked up their first bowling bonus point of the day. Well done to everybody who got that camera to refocus there. It might almost be the moment that sparks Derbyshire into life as well, and it could be important from that aspect. I'm not blaming Dan Latigan as Brett Oliveira as the new batter necessarily.
It's cruel. It's cruel, isn't it? It's a cruel game.
It's tough.
Played so well, but just a momentary error as Abbas bowls. Oliveira leaves alone his first ball outside the off stump. I would like to see a replay. It must have been close. He dived. I thought he'd got in. That was my initial thought.
I think
but
the problem will be that the angle we get will be that one.
Yeah, right.
Will probably be the best angle.
So we won't see it. But
we
anyway,
won't really see
umpire Lungley had no doubt, gave it straight away, and he had a good view. And Brookguest wasn't even obscuring him because he'd taken the ball on the opposite side of the stumps, if that makes sense. Here's Mohammed Abbas again bowls. Oliveira's taken on the pad. There's a shout for LBW. A fairly confident shout as Oliveira moved across his stumps, but umpire Chris Watts says no.
It's the first time I've seen Mohammed Abbas appeal. Because there were a couple of shouts yesterday, weren't there, when the slips went up and he just kept his hands by his side. But
so Worcestershire have lost a wicket this morning, and here, we're going to see a replay of the shout. Here we go. But Chris Watts' head is in the way, really. Yeah, maybe just looked fairly good. Might have just been sliding down. But Latigan has gone. A really good knock from him. Cruelly dismissed for 89. As Abbas bowls and Oliveira plays defensively up to mid-on. He drove the ball out square of the wicket on the offside. Zach Chappell ran round from behind square, fielded it just inside the boundary. They ran one. Latigan didn't want to. Hose did. And then Latigan decided to respond. Once you've not... When it's a tight one like that, if you don't run the first one quickly and turn and come back, I think you might as well forget to. But it's easy from here. And there's a little bit of hesitation. They both stopped. Then they both carried on, and recipe for disaster. Oliveira gets one down the leg side from Abbas, taken by Guest. End of the over. So the wicket has come in an unlikely fashion. It's been a funny old day so far, on and off. Penalty runs. All sorts of odd things happening. And finally, a wicket goes down, and when it does, it's a run out. 142 for 3. Oliveira not yet off the mark. Hose on 12. Worcestershire still trail by the small matter of 483 runs.
Yes, still quite a long way to go. It's going to be Ben Aitchison to continue. From the racecourse end, he's going to be bowling to not Brett D'Oliveira, is it? It's Adam Hose. Well, yeah, Brett D'Oliveira is still highlighted on there. We got.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah. There was a slight height difference between the two, and Hose picks up a single down towards third man when Mohammed Abbas does the fielding. 143 for 3 brings D'Oliveira on to strike. Yet to get off the mark. He's only faced 4 deliveries, but we saw Lewis Rees take a wee while. Yesterday he admitted he was scratching about a little bit at the start of his innings. And he finished it terrifically with a century, of course. As D'Oliveira waits, 3 slips, crouch down. Aitchison bowls to him, and he defends it out into the offside where Anoj Dal, the innocent party in the deception fielding gate. It's not. Does the fielding this time with nobody near him. Shoaib Bashir, not even in the vicinity. He's down at long leg out of the way where he can't do any trouble, when he can't cause any harm in the boundary bar. In comes Aitchison and bowls. Oh, that goes an inside edge, and it's not held on to by Brooke Guest, diving away to his left-hand side. An inside edge from Brett D'Oliveira is put down by Brooke Guest. A really tough chance, but he would expect to hold on to it. I know he's not expecting the ball to go that way, but he got there. He got a paw on it as well. But unfortunately for Derbyshire, he couldn't hold on. It does have to go down as a drop because he got a hand to it. Dropped on naught. It's the second drop off Aitchison, who bowls again, and Hose pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run. So he'll be feeling slightly aggrieved, Ben Aitchison, I would have thought, yesterday. Jake Libby was dropped off his bowling, went on 10. Libby went on to make 24. And Latigan was dropped on 10 by Brooke Guest. It was Caleb Jewell who dropped Libby. Latigan dropped by Guest off the bowling of Mohammed Abbas, also on 10, as Aitchison comes in and bowls. That's an inside edge along the ground, this time to backward square leg, where it's actually fielded by Shoaib Bashir with Zach Chappell in the vicinity. They want to stay away from each other, these fielders, because you never know. I think you probably do. There was no attempt there from Zach Chappell to make it look like he was throwing the ball. The thing about the deception was, having seen it a number of times now, is he never at any stage bent down and looked like he was picking the ball up. So it was a foolish thing to do, really. Pretend to throw a ball that he didn't have. As Aitchison bowls, that's driven by D'Oliveira out into the offside. They'll run 2. They might even come back for a third. Harry Kane slides. They won't come back for a third because he slid and got the ball, even though the throw-in was a bit short of Brooke Guest, and he couldn't quite take it on the half volley. End of the over then. A decent one, bowled by Aitchison, but no reward for him. 4 runs, 5 runs coming off it, I think, in the end, which seems a bit harsh. 147 for 3. Hose has 14, D'Oliveira has 3.
Yeah, Brooke Guest puts down his second catch of the innings. Probably definitely more difficult than the first, but he still probably feel that he should have taken it. He's a good keeper, doesn't drop many, and it wasn't a bad height. Inside edge, they're never that easy, but got both hands to it. But, you know, when you talk about a stop-start morning, and we've had that for various reasons, not just the rain, it affects the batsman's concentration, affects the bowlers, of course. Break off as Abbas bowls and Hose defends. Probably you think about the batters being affected more than anybody else. But as a keeper, I think it probably affects you as well. You know, you've got to just constantly readjust and maybe get used to the ball moving a little bit more, being a bit damp maybe as it comes. I don't know. There are lots of factors out there. And
What did you used to be, Frank?
Yeah, I do have sympathy. I mean, he gathered that throw, you know, really good bit of work. Let's be honest, good bit of work. Gathered the throw, dived and got to the stumps. Great bit of work for the run out. But couldn't hold on to that one. Hose drives this next one. That is as good a shot as Adam Hose has played, actually. It wasn't a half volley. It was a little bit wide. He had room, but it was on the up, and he drove it beautifully. He didn't try and hit it too hard. Good shape through the covers for 4. Good effort by Hose. Goes to 18 off 54.
I think it's too cold for Mohammed Abbas. He's got his,
Do you?
he's got his hands in his pockets walking back to his mark now. He's not. He doesn't look particularly happy.
No.
Lewis Reese is having a word with him.
Well, funnily enough, I was talking to one of the stewards as I was walking around this morning, and he was saying how cold he'd been. And I said, yeah, you know, it affects the game more than you might think. And that first day, when Derbyshire batted so well, and yesterday, of course, but, you know, it was bitter, wasn't it? And fielders, the wind's dropped. I noticed that, because the trousers aren't flapping around as much as they were.
I think it's more gusty today than anything else.
But you'd rather bat, wouldn't you, than bowl? You'd rather bat than field. You'd rather field than be a steward.
I'd rather be in here than anywhere.
I'd rather be in here. But it affects the game more than you might think. Brooke Guest standing up now, gone to get his helmet from the side of the ground, just brought on by the fielder. He's decided to stand up to stop Hose using his feet. The slips have gone a bit closer. Mohammed Abbas with his hands out of his pockets, he's in and bowls, and Hose cuts. And that's going to be 4 more. Yes, it is. I was going to say no, it's not, because there was a sliding attempt to stop it by Anuj Dal. But
I think he's been done by the outfield there.
Yeah,
because
he got there,
and
didn't
it
he?
bounced up on him just as he put his arm out to claw it back in.
Yeah, it was a good effort.
He's a really good fielder.
Yeah, and it was a great effort, actually. He got a hand on it, got a real good hand on it, but as Fletch said, it bounced up and hit his wrist, really, and rolled into the rope. So successive boundaries for Adam Hose.
It's going to hail in a minute.
Do you think so?
Mick, he's in the university, at the university area of town.
Mohammed Abbas bowls again, and Hose moves across his stumps and pushes defensively out on the onside. Bashir comes in from mid-wicket to field. 155 for 3.
We haven't had any hailstones yet, have we, in this match? So that'd be nice.
Yeah. Dear me, what a funny old day. April showers, I suppose. But, yeah, as I say, in fact, but they're going off. Goodness me, has it started already then?
Yes, it's chucking it down.
Crikey, well, off they go. So there we are. Another little session we've had. We'll have a few more minutes off. Maybe even if this one lasts for a bit, we might have an early lunch. 155 for 3, Worcestershire, trailing by 470. 1 wicket's gone down today. Latigan run out for 89. D'Oliveira has 3. Hose has 22. And the hover cover's coming on again. We'll be back as soon as play resumes. Until then, thanks for being with us.
Please welcome back the officials and the players for the next session.
Hello. We're back at the Central Co-op County Ground. I understand we've lost another 2 overs. The over rate's -2, but I'm not sure how it can be because we haven't had hardly any play. 10 overs and 4 balls this morning. And now I think we'll get a full afternoon session. And I assume that I should have asked. I assume that tea will be. Oh, there we go. See, 3:45 tea. It's set in stone at 3:45, having previously been set in stone at 3:50.
And then 4 o'clock.
And then set in stone at 4 o'clock, and now it's been set in further stone at 3. So I think
Goodness
we can.
me.
What's
going
what
on?
we've seen today is remarkable, really, because we've seen 2 bowlers.
Yeah.
Because Mohammed Abbas has got 2 balls of his current over left to bowl. Ben Aitchison has bowled from the other end. He's bowled 5 overs for 17. Mohammed Abbas 5.4 overs for 20. And he bowls to Adam Hose, who pushes this one out into the offside. It's fielded by Anuj Dal with Shoaib Bashir not in the vicinity. What I can tell you is I can see to our left, snoodless, is Zach Chappell, whose throw led to the only wicket of the morning, which was a very, 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 very tight run out of Dan Latigan. He is stretching his muscles. Now, they are considerable, but he's stretching them. As Abbas comes in and bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. They go through for a quick single, picked up by Dal, who throws at the non-striker's end and misses by a yard. The batters get through okay. Hose moves on to 23 and pinches the strike. Oliveira has 3, 156 for 3 now. Worcestershire, and we're going to see Anuj Dal for the first time today from the racecourse end, so presumably Zach Chappell, who took both of his wickets last night from the City end, will replace Mohammed Abbas. But we'll wait and see.
Yeah, so the 1 wicket to go down. Latigan's run out this morning after they added 49 for that third wicket, Hose and Latigan. And they'd look pretty untroubled, to be fair, either side of various breaks and showers and whatever, but he drove the ball out square on the offside, and Zach Chappell fielding almost on the boundary, picked it up, got the throw back in. And when you look back at the replay, even from the end, Latigan turned for the second, and if he'd have gone straight away, he'd have got him pretty easily, I think. But he stopped for, considerable time, split second, and hesitated, then went and he dived full length. Brooke Guest dived as well, stumps everywhere. And umpire Lungley decided in the fielding team's favour. It was close. Here's Anuj Dal from the racecourse end bowls to Hose outside the off stump, and Hose, that's easily the loosest shot that he's played. Fell away from it, giving himself room, looking to cut. He was off balance and he missed it. And it went through to Brooke Guest. Bright sunshine now. Looks pretty set, fair, the weather. Looking away to our right, which is where it's been coming from. Lots of blue sky, the cloud quite high, but we've said that before. And we've had a few showers. Darlin again bowls, and Hose this time does get a bat on it. Gets the ball away behind square. Bashir fields, and they go through for a single.
I was pleased to hear that Jane didn't tell us the futile close of play time, because we never.
No.
They always tell us what the close of play is now, and you're thinking, yeah, but it won't be, will it?
Well, the main thing is, I suppose, that we know we've got 79 overs left in the day after this, light permitting. Plenty of cricket, plenty of time for Derbyshire to make inroads. But Worcestershire have lost only 1 wicket so far today. And as Darley's in, bowls almost 2 as D'Oliveira who was dropped before he'd scored by Brooke Guest. Off an inside edge, plays and misses again outside the off stump. I think it was before he'd scored.
Yes, it was.
Wasn't it? Yeah. Guest moving to his left to take one off the inside edge from Aitchison, who's had 2 put down there. Probably feel a bit unlucky. Anna Jadal again bustles in, bowls, and Dolliver's taken on the pad, and there's a shout for LBW. Tom Lungley is unmoved. He was forward. Looked as though it might have nipped back a bit. Looked a decent shout though. Didn't hit him very high. He's not the tallest. Just watching a replay now. And yeah, maybe just sliding down, I think. But encouragement for Dahl. He's gone past the edge and had a shout for LBW in this over. 2 balls left. Just aborts his approach this time. Turns now. Still a stiff breeze that he's running into. And he bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward and pushes this one out on the onside. And it's fielded by Zach Chappell at short mid-wicket. As Dave was saying, Chappell yet to have a bowl today. Picked up both the wickets that have fallen to bowlers. Yesterday, Libby out for 24 and Kashif Ali for 5. But the 1 wicket that's gone today was that run out. Latigan 11 short of what would have been a maiden first class 100. Dahl in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira is taken on the pad again as he prods forward. This time a strangled appeal only from the slips as the ball drops down on the onside. End of the over. Chappell's going to have a bowl now. 157 for 3.
I thought he would. Might be a little inside edge in that last one by the sound of the effects microphone, but either way, the appeal almost finished before it had started. More people going in the tiny stand away to our right-hand side. Rather strangely.
I don't get it.
Zach Chappell currently with figures of 2 for 21 from his 6 overs. Mohammed Abbas not had the Derbyshire debut he would have hoped for. 15 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 54. Just 7 maidens bowled in the innings so far. But Zach Chappell with the wind behind him, who was the 6th bowler used by Derbyshire yesterday. Shoaib Bashir had a couple. Abbas and Rees opened the bowling. Rees has only bowled 2, interestingly. He's got a couple of slips and quite a deep gully. Martin Anderson is at deep gully. He's also got a backward point on the boundary. That's Montgomery. Dahl is out at cover. Came at mid-off. Abbas at mid-on and Rees at mid-wicket as Chappell bowls to Hose, who pushes this one out into the offside. The missing fielder is down at long leg away to our left-hand side. So lean forward to see Shoaib Bashir. Hands thrust deep into his pockets. Unsurprisingly, it's still chilly out there, despite the fact that from where we are with the heating on, it looks quite nice. I'd rather be in here than out there, I have to say. Well done to everybody who's turned up today. Here's Chappell in and bowls, and it's driven hard but nicely fielded by Dahl. Hose got hold of that one. Dahl diving away to his left-hand side. And Martin Anderson has spotted something, I think, because he's racing towards the skipper, Harry Kame, to offer a little bit of advice. And now he's coming back. So whatever that advice was, it's been delivered, and there's no discernible change to the field. And Harry Kame's not bowling anyway. So here comes Chappell in and bowls to Hose, who drives, and this time it's to the left of Anuj Dal, to the right of Montgomery, who hurls himself around the boundary and picks up, but not before the batters have come back for a second, and Hose moves on to 26, 159 for 3 now. Worcestershire trailing by 466.
What do you think of Anderson's position?
It's strange, isn't it? It's very deep for a gully compared to the slip, certainly.
It's very fine for a gully as well, isn't it? I don't even know how you describe it.
It's a deep fourth slip.
Fly gully, or Very odd. He'll get a catch.
Well, the ball does seem to be attracted to him in those kind of positions as Hose defends this next one from Zach Chappell. Quite often he'll field at leg gully, and I've seen him take a couple of catches at leg gully. Or I think I have. I've certainly seen him take one, but I'm fairly sure I've seen him take two. They're at lunch at Northampton, where Lancashire are 18 for 3 in their second innings. That's a lead of just 144. Chappell bowls, that was chopped into the ground, and Martin Anderson comes around to do the fielding at backward point.
They're Northampton are a county kind of reborn under Darren Lehman, aren't they? They're just it's odd how a new coach who is well known for his sort of pugnacious attitude and approach, that bit kind of transforms itself into a pugnacious approach and purpose from the team. Really, they just seem more threatening than they were before.
Some good players. This next one from Chappell is turned down the leg side, very fine off the pad for 4 leg byes. Signalled now by the umpire. 163 for 3. That was the final ball of the over as well. 7 overs, 2 for 23. Zach Chappell's figures 3 to D'Oliveira and 26 to Hose. When you've got Ben Sanderson, you've always got a chance, I always think.
Yeah,
and I know he's been there throughout all the various coaches.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I just think that sometimes a new coach and a new approach can just translate into, I don't know, they just seem like a more threatening, purposeful outfit than they were before. Well, and they made some good signings as well.
They lost 2 wickets in the 2 balls immediately before lunch, it would appear from this. Well, then they went off halfway through the 8th over, despite losing 2 wickets in 2. Cricket never ceases to baffle me.
Anaj Dahl bowls. D'Oliveira drives up to mid-on. There's no run. Calvin Harrison's been a good pickup, hasn't he, for Northampton? I think good cricketer. Apart from being a good batter and a decent wrist spinner, he's a brilliant slip catcher, isn't he? One of the best I've seen in recent years.
Safe Zabe's always been good, hasn't he?
Yeah, Zabe had a great season last season, didn't he? I just think they're a county that we maybe underestimate sometimes. Anaj Dahl bowls. D'Oliveira on the back foot, plays this one defensively out on the offside. Brookgas standing up to the stumps now for Dahl. Bowling to D'Oliveira, try and keep him in his crease. We've seen keepers on both sides standing up to some of the lively seamers on this pitch, which suggests it isn't particularly quick. Dahl in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward and steers this off the face, but all along the ground to gully. It's smartly fielded by Anderson. 2 slips and that gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. The field, fairly conventional for Dahl. Fairly conventional sort of bowler, medium pace. Looks to nag away around about off stump most of the time, nip it either way. He's in once more now and bowls, and that one is slightly over-pitched and driven by D'Oliveira, but not timed, straight to mid-off. Most of the players, if you look at them, even though it's a bit warmer, considerably warmer than it was for the first 2 days, most of the players, as you look round, hands in pockets or blowing on their hands or rubbing their hands together, no doubt it's still pretty chilly out there, as Dave was saying. Darwin again, bowls. D'Oliveira works it away on the onside, but straight to Chappell at mid-wicket. Somebody put a message out on a Worcestershire site recently that said, question, would you rather watch games at New Road, where, let's face it, last year, batting was very, very difficult, where something's always liable to happen, or would you rather watch a game on a pitch like this at Derby, where the batsmen are on top? Dahl bowls again. D'Oliveira squeezes this one up to mid-on, end of the over. A maiden from Anaj Dahl, 163 for 3 it remains. And the first response I loved because it just said, I'd rather watch a game that lasts 4 days than one that lasts 2 days. And I thought that was a really good response because, you might argue that this pitch hasn't offered enough. The Worcestershire players, certainly on the first couple of days, would argue that it was a good pitch. They didn't bowl well enough. But I think, whilst we had cricket at New Road last year, it was results driven. Certainly, there were results in virtually every game. But you don't want to watch a 4-day game that's over in 2 days. It's not meant to be like that, is it?
Unless you're getting paid for 4. Here comes Chappell and Bowles. That one is chopped away into the offside by Hose. He'll get a single out to Montgomery.
Even if you are, Fletch. No, but genuinely, I mean, if it's a 4-day game, it's meant to go 4 days, isn't it? It's a bit like Test matches. You can say, it's thrilling watching England play Test cricket, but if it's over in 3 days, or 2.5, or whatever.
3's a bonus, isn't it, with England at the moment?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not meant to be, is it? Single to Hose there, by the way. Sorry, you said that, did you? Yeah, I'm sure you did.
I done. Here's Chappell again in Bowles. That one is cut away, and that'll be 4 because Montgomery's no longer out on the boundary. And that was a very nice shot. Rory Hayden, in fact, does the fielding with his big coat on. He's walking around with Yusuf bin Naim.
They look like football subs, don't they, with those coats on?
Yeah, Yusuf bin Naim is walking with him.
D'Oliveira's best shot, I think, by some margin, that one.
Nice, wasn't it? Moves on to 7. 168 for 3. Chappell is in again. There are 3 slips still. That one is pushed to the man at backward point. It was Montgomery. And there's no run. Gloucestershire struggling at Lords at 214 for 9. Still 231 behind. Gabe Bell, which is a new name on me, is 9 not out. And Will Williams, so good they named him twice, is on 2. And guess who's got 5 wickets for Middlesex? The 104-year-old Toby Rowland-Jones. 5 for 37. In comes Chappell again and Bowles. That's driven. That's 4 out to the cover boundary. Beautiful shot from Brett D'Oliveira, and it raced away to the boundary. Despite the fact we've had rain on a number of occasions today, that one was always going to get to the rope. It does. He moves into double figures very excitingly. He's on 11. Worcestershire 174 for 3. So how old? He's not in his hundreds yet, Toby Rowland-Jones. 38. 38 years of age, Toby Rowland-Jones. Absolutely remarkable. 624 wickets at 24 and a half. It's like an English Mohammed Abbas. This next one is striking the pad. There's an appeal mainly from the slip cordon. Not too much from Zach Chappell, it has to be said. He sort of put his arms up and then decided that he shouldn't lunch, incidentally. They delayed lunch because they were 9 down, Gloucestershire, but they've survived until the lunch interval.
It's probably surprising when you read those numbers out that he's had such little international recognition, isn't it?
Kevin Hand's got a story, I think. He's got a number of stories. In comes Chappell and Bowles. That one's turned into the leg side by D'Oliveira. There's a single on offer because there's nobody fielding at mid-wicket. D'Oliveira moves to 12, 175 for 3. Did he not get? He got into an England squad and then got injured.
He might have played one. Yeah, but it's a really, really good record, isn't it?
Well, I think the main problem is that you tend not to play for England if you're a good county cricketer. You're going to be an internet sensation. We'll play golf. Here comes Chappell and Bowles. A full delivery, well dug out there by Hose. Clips it into the leg side. There'll be 2 here as Lewis Rees runs around to do the fielding. And Hose will move on to 29, 177 for 3 at the end of the over. D'Oliveira at the other end on 12. Although he won't be at the other end now, he'll be at the end. And Worcestershire now trail by having broken the psychological 450-run barrier by 448.
If you're just joining us, we had a stop-start morning for various reasons, mainly to do with showers, players on and off the field, and various interruptions, 1 or 2 other interruptions as well. 5 penalty runs awarded when Shoaib Bashir was adjudged guilty of deception when he pretended to throw the ball in when he didn't have it in his hands. And the one man out, Dan Latigan, run out for 89, having added 49 for the third wicket with Adam Hose. And Ajdal into D'Oliveira, short of a length. D'Oliveira on the back foot pushes out into the covers. There's no run.
Roland Jones has played 4 tests.
Yeah.
17 wickets at 19.64, so clearly not good enough to play for England.
I think he played against Ireland, didn't he?
And he got 8 for 129 in that game, I think.
Yeah.
In the match of 5 for 57 in an innings. He's played one day international.
Not a bad county cricketer. Ajdal in bowls. D'Oliveira very, very watchfully forward. Head right down over the ball. Plays that one under his nose out into the covers. And again, Matthew Montgomery is the fielder.
He's also got 334 runs in 8 innings in test matches, which is not bad for somebody who's in the match to bowl. Simply not good enough.
Ajdal turns again. Bowls. And D'Oliveira's taken on the pad, and there's a very, very confident shout from both wicket-keeper slips. Sorry, not both. All wicket-keeper slips and bowler, but umpire Lungley is unmoved. Just having a look at the replay. Looked a good one to me. That.
Decent shout, wasn't it?
Maybe he got a nick on it. I don't know.
Decent shout.
Did look a good shout, didn't it? Looked a better shout than
Yes,
the one before,
yeah.
that's for sure.
It's a louder one.
Not given. Ajdal in bowls. D'Oliveira drives. Thinks about a run, but good athletic bit of work from Montgomery at short extra. Means that having set off for the run, D'Oliveira says no, and both batsmen scamper back into the ground. Had one run out, don't want another one.
Has to be careful there for potential deception against injury, because he looked like for a minute that he wasn't going to get back up, and with Wayne Madsen out for a piece of fielding very similar to that for Italy.
Dahl bowls. D'Oliveira beaten. Brooke Guest takes the ball outside the off stump. Good over this from Dahl, asking a few questions. Yeah, when Wayne Madsen was with us yesterday and he was talking about his injury, it made me think about Brett D'Oliveira, because he had a very similar injury and it bugged him for 18 months or so. And it was that diving business that Wayne was talking about that kept causing the problem, because he'd come back and then you can't get away with not diving these days. They all do it, don't they?
And it's instinct as well, isn't it?
And he'd dive and land on it and be back where he started. He just plays this one defensively off the back foot. Another good over from Ajdal. 177 for 3 at the end of it. D'Oliveira has 12. Hose has 29. And Worcestershire still trailing by 448. More importantly, they have to bat 52 more overs today, light permitting, and then all of tomorrow, if they're going to save the game. Can't win it, can draw it.
Wayne said he'd been diving. Wayne Madsen's been diving on some crash mats in the gym, and that's the one thing that it probably prevented him from playing in this game. It was the shoulder injury suffered in the very first game that Italy played in the World Cup, the T20 World Cup in India. Zach Chappell begins a new over from the City end, and Adam Hose crashes him away down to backward point. Matthew Montgomery just puts his body in the way eventually. It struck him sort of on the shoulder area, I think. He's got a big smile on his face there. A victim of the outfield, which is being replaced next autumn/winter/spring here at the Central Co-op County Ground. I believe that was certainly the last I heard, the last plan that I heard. Like a carpet out there. As Chappell is in, that one's clipped nicely into the leg side this time, down towards Lewis Rees at long leg. And D'Oliveira picks up another run. He moves to 13. 179 for 3. Come on, Zacco, is the cry. I've never called him Zacco, I have to say. Chapo as well, and Chappy, and he's probably got more nicknames than anybody, all name related. He's in again now to bowl to Hose, who's thinking about. Yeah, and he's right to point this
Yeah,
out.
he is.
Matthew Montgomery was walking back. In fact, he was jogging backwards.
Well, he forgot, didn't he?
Well, yes, he did, but
yeah.
you can't move. Once the bowler's into his delivery stride, really, he was still moving backwards. You can walk in, but I don't think you can jog out.
Yeah.
And Adam Hose pulled out of an attempted cut shot from a ball that bounced, I don't know, about shoulder high, and was probably right to do so, but pointed at Montgomery almost immediately. Chappell's in again, and this one's too short for him to be bothered about as he ducks underneath it.
There'd have been all sorts of ructions if he'd have
hit it and got out.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
We'd have had fake batting, fake fielding, fake bowling.
He wouldn't, and he would, as you say, he would have been quite right to
think he
say
would have been.
something about it. And he wouldn't be shy about mentioning it.
No,
either.
nor should he have been. They mentioned it to both umpires who decided not to take any further action. Probably said, well, he didn't hit it anyway. This next delivery is defended by Hose. Into the offside. Dal is the fielder. Derbyshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Should you wish to get in touch with us, there are other ways as well. You know what they are. I can't tell you what they are. I have no idea why. But well, Twitter's almost pointless because
I'm not bothering with it anymore.
well, I got suspended. So here is Chappell left alone outside the off stump by Hose, and the over comes to an end. 9 overs, 2 for 39. Zach Chappell now 179 for 3. Worcestershire with D'Oliveira on 13. Hose on 30.
Yeah, I'm still on X, and people do occasionally message me, but I can't reply on my phone for some reason. It just says not sent, gone to drafts. I can reply if I do it on an iPad. I can't be bothered. It's too messy. It's just we haven't got a dedicated email like you have, like some of the radio stations.
Well, they set
At least
it up,
I don't think we have.
They
Anyway.
set it up last season specifically because we're not allowed to give our own out anymore.
Here's Anajdal in, bowls, and D'Oliveira on the back foot plays defensively out on the offside. Bashir fields and there's no run. It's a game of patience now, I think, out there. Worcestershire need to concentrate and focus and make sure they don't lose concentration. Derbyshire need to be patient, to believe that chances are going to come along and to make sure they take them when they do come along. What have we got? 73 overs left after this one. Today, D'Oliveira drives nicely through the covers, finds the gap, and that has gone all the way for 4. It was a half volley, to be fair, from Doll. He doesn't bowl many. And D'Oliveira didn't miss out. It's gone to 17. They've added 41 now, these two, for the 4th wicket. But, it's patience is the key for both sides. In Derbyshire's case, just that it's got to maintain that focus and make sure that if chances come, you take them. And Ajdal is in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira's forward, pushing out on the offside. Bashir again fields, and there's no run. And from a Worcestershire point of view, as I say, just stay calm. Don't worry about the scoreboard, I would say, and just keep batting. Keep batting. That's all they've got to do. Easier said than done. Keep each other going out there, I think. Hose and D'Oliveira, experienced pair. Dal bowls. D'Oliveira in behind this one. Pushes out on the offside. The ball trickles up towards mid-off so slowly that he even thinks about a run, but Adam Hose had already turned and started to go back to the non-striker's end. As I said a few minutes ago, from a Worcestershire point of view, they've already had 1 run out. Don't need another one. Dahl in once more, bowls. D'Oliveira in behind this one, turns it away on the leg side. And there's no run. 1 ball left then in this over. Dahl's 12th, he's gone for 20. It's the 54th over of the innings, which means that we've still only had 18 overs today.
Yeah.
We are at 10 minutes to 2. We've only had 18 overs.
53 overs left. Tea at what did we say? 350.
It's going to be
So
a long,
2
a
hours
long
till
day.
tea.
Yeah.
And they're only going to bowl 28 overs.
And Ajdal bowls again, and D'Oliveira defends into the offside. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. 183 for 3. Give you all the bowling figures while we're at it. Mohamed Abbas, 15 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 54. Lewis Rees only bowled 2 overs, hasn't he? 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 13. Ben Aitchison, pretty unlucky to be wicketless, I think. 14 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 42. Shoaib Bashir, 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 3. Zach Chappell, 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 39. And Anuj Dal, 12 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 20.
Repton School represented on the field by Yusuf bin Naeem away to our right-hand side now in place of Matthew Montgomery as Zach Chappell comes in and bowls down the leg side. Hose rather misses out there as he tried to flick it away fine. And it goes through to Brooke Guest. Youngster signed a 1-year contract. I've got it written down here. I shouldn't just say things off the top of my head that I don't know. 1-year contract, yeah. Just 19 years of age. The man who made my pizza last night knows his dad. In comes Chappell and bowls from Long Eaton. As that one is clipped into the leg side by Hose. Around gets Bashir. And they come back for 2. Hose moves to 32, 185 for 3. Always asks how Yusuf's doing. His dad played a lot of local cricket as well. Coaches cricket, as I understand it. Chappell once again. He's only got 2 slips now. Caleb Jewell and Ben Aitchison. And he bowls to Hose, who crashes this away. And here is bin Naeem doing the fielding. Throw it in his own strength. Throws it way over Brooke Guest.
Probably the first one he's thrown this year.
Yes, it certainly is. Well, yes, I didn't see him in either of the friendlies. Martin Anderson was backing up. Saved him from further embarrassment, although behind him Shoaib Bashir was waiting as well. Who would have loved to get his hands on the cricket ball once again. He's walking in at mid-wicket, and there's now 3 slips for D'Oliveira, who gets one down the leg side. And it's well taken, tumbling away to his left-hand side by Brooke Guest on this occasion. 186 for 3, 439 the deficit. 17 to D'Oliveira, 33 to Hose. This is the beauty of red ball cricket. Derbyshire went along at 5s. The situation that Worcestershire find themselves in, they're going at 3.5, just below, but that's more than adequate. As this next delivery is turned into the leg side, stretching for it, D'Oliveira. Bashir does do the fielding on this occasion. Mohamed Abbas standing at mid-on with Harry Kame at mid-off. bin Naeem is a little bit closer now at backward point. Still a fair distance away, but sort of halfway back to the boundary. I assume there's somebody down at long leg. It's Lewis Rees, and he's just doing stretching his knees, or flexing his knees at least, as that ball is pushed by D'Oliveira up towards mid-off. Final ball of the over. 186 for 3. Hose 33. D'Oliveira has 17. And now it's Dahl to continue. But Lewis Rees is definitely starting to warm up now down below us. And Yusuf bin Naeem leaves the field following the return of Matthew Montgomery.
Yeah, are you surprised that Rees hasn't bowled more?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
50
He said
wickets
he
last year.
talked about it last night and said that he didn't think he'd helped in setting the tone in that first session yesterday. Just bowled the 2 overs for 13.
Yeah.
And went off, was taken off.
Here's Anuj Dal bowling to Adam Hose, who pushes this on the onside.
The second division's leading wicket taker from last season with 50.
Yeah.
You'd perhaps
think he'd
think
have
he'd
had a
bowl
bowl.
more than 2, wouldn't you?
But then I suppose, you know, we've also said that Chappell might have bowled sooner and he didn't, and we've also said that, Bashir be keen to bowl. I mean, there's an embarrassment of resources almost for Harry Kane to work with, if you can have such a thing. And Ajdal bowls. Hose again defends up to mid-on.
Martin Anderson, who would be the seventh bowler.
Proper bowler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Matthew Montgomery with his spin as well. So you're right, there were so many options. But I'd be surprised watching Rees down there if he didn't come on very soon.
Yeah. And Ajdal again, he's in and bowls. Ooh, Hose is slightly turned round by this. We saw that happen a lot on day one. Batter looking to play it on the leg side, gets a leading edge, goes out on the offside. He gets a single, rather fortunately. 187 for 3. But having said all of that, and I don't want to tempt fate either way really, but I think we're both quite surprised, well, not just us, all of us here watching this game, by the fact that the bat hasn't been passed more, there haven't been more edges, there haven't been more shouts. Batting has been as comfortable as it seemed for most of the players.
Whenever it's taken the edge, both sides have put the chances down, haven't they?
And Ajdal in bowls, D'Oliveira is forward, pushes out on the offside. So it's a good surface to bat on, possibly lacking a tiny bit of pace. It's offered a little bit of sideways movement, nothing extravagant. The odd one's bounced, but it has been the odd one. Generally speaking, well, I suppose it speaks for itself, the fact that only 11 wickets have fallen. And it's 2 o'clock on day 3, even though we've had a few breaks. And Ajdal looking for the 12th, moves in, bowls, D'Oliveira is forward, pushing out to mid-wicket. Chapel Fields. And going back to that comment that poster made on Facebook about pitches at Worcester, 11 in a day at Worcester would be very small beer last season. There weren't many days when you didn't get 15 or 16. And Ajdal bowls. D'Oliveira turns this on the leg side, takes one, and thought about a second. Just as well he changed his mind, because they'd have struggled, I think, if they'd have come back for that second one. As fielder came in from long leg to pick it up, and it is going to be Lewis Rees. That was the end of the over. So Zach Chappell withdrawn from the attack, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 42. And Ajdal after that over, 13 overs, 5 maidens, none for 22. And Lewis Rees will come into the attack at the City end, 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 13 yesterday. But 50-odd wickets last year in the Derbyshire season, which ended with them finishing just short of Glamorgan in second place. Otherwise, they'd be playing in Division 1 this season. That's how close they were. 5 points?
5 points.
From promotion. So, a good effort. And Lewis Rees was a big part of it with bat and ball.
Rory Hayden's back on. He's at mid-wicket at the moment. He's come on in place of Martin Anderson, who's left the field.
They're just taking it in turns to go have a cup of soup, I think. Hot water bottle.
D'Oliveira waits as Rees bowls to, and he pushes this out into the offside, where it'll be fielded by Montgomery. And there's no run. Got to get used to Montgomery's number 21 until I get used to his running style.
Mohammed Abbas got the snood on now.
Well, Zach Chappell's got similar away to our left. He's pulled it up right over the back of his head and then put his cap on. So he had hand warmers on his ears in the student game. As Rees bowls, and rather uppishly it's driven down the ground. It'll be 4. Will it? Harry Kane's giving chase. No, it won't be 4. They'll come back for a second after a brief hesitation. If that one had hit, D'Oliveira might have been regretting taking the second, but really it was Hose who hesitated. D'Oliveira was very keen to get back down the non-striker's end for the second.
Just looking around the ground, you know, with the binoculars, just scanning the stands and looking at
They look miserable.
so many cold people. They really are. Especially if they're not in the sun, they are really wrapped up. We think it's better than it was. Well, it is better than it was, but goodness me, it's still chilly.
Still unpleasant, isn't it? Reese around the wicket, bowls to Hose, who pushes this one out to Dahl at backward point. Lancashire have lost a 4th wicket in their second innings. They're 21 for 4 and lead by just 147. The Australian Harry Conway, 4.1 overs, 3 for 6, which are decent figures. Former, certainly Adelaide strikers. Who else has he played for? Sydney Sixers. He's a New South Walian. And an former Australia under-19 player, 33 years of age. That one is driven really by Hose, straight at Shoaib Bashir, who's feeling at extra cover. I can't help but feel that isn't his natural habitat. But long may it continue that he feels at extra cover, because that could be very exciting. Raining at Southampton. No play yet at Durham, where they had that storm damage to the ground overnight. Here comes Reese around the wicket, bowls to Hose, who leaves this one alone. Durham in a very handy position as well, leading by 221, just 2 down in their second innings. I can't imagine how the moaning is being ramped up.
One of the ordinary covers, I understand, was actually turned upside down.
The last report I saw from Emerson M on the BBC Sport website was that it was the pitch that was the issue now, because of course they can play without a crowd.
Yeah.
We've done it before. As this one from Reese, beats the edge of Hose's bat. Perhaps just held it back a touch as well, and he was through the shot. Rory Hayden departs. Martin Anderson, possibly with bowling boots on, who knows, returns. That was the end of the over, and we're going to see. I thought we were going to see Shoaib Bashir then. He's just handed. We are going to see Shoaib Bashir. He handed his sweater to the umpire, and then it looked like Anuj Dahl was removing his cap. The reason he was removing his cap is he wants his sweater off umpire Tom Lungley. So we're going to see some Test match off spin from Shoaib Bashir. 2 overs for 3 runs. I think he bowled an over either side of tee yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
From memory. So Derbyshire's one of 2 headline-grabbing winter signings. He and Mohammed Abbas. With the greatest of respect to Matthew Montgomery, he didn't grab the headlines, but could be equally, or will be equally useful over the course of the season. So far, the contribution from the 3 signings has been 11 runs from Montgomery and no wickets from either Bashir or Abbas in 17 overs between them. So
-5 runs.
And -5 runs from Bashir. Absolutely correct to point that out.
Anyway, he's coming on at the racecourse end. Little skip, in he comes and bowls. His first ball is driven by D'Oliveira out into the offside, and it's gone all the way for 4. It was wide outside the off stump. He's hitting against the spin, but not much danger. It was very full as well. D'Oliveira moves to 23, 195 for 3. The old wisdom is always to play with the spin, isn't it? And I don't think many people would say that isn't the way to play spin generally. Bashir is in again and bowls, and D'Oliveira pushes this out on the offside against the spin again, gets a single. Remember Dave Houghton coming to Repton when I was there and doing a session with the boys about playing spin, and we were going on tour to Sri Lanka, and he'd got a double 100 in a test match against Sri Lanka, so I thought probably got some idea about how to play. And he said to the boys, well, one thing I would say before you start, generally speaking, play with the spin, and that is the received wisdom. I read an interview just the other day, actually. I can't remember why I was looking at that particular topic, and it was Rahul Dravid talking about batting against spin. Bashir in, bowls, Hose with the spin this time. clips up to long on for a single. And Rahul Dravid said, when I face off spinners particularly, they have all their fielders on the leg side and only 2 or 3 on the off side. So I think, well, I've got more chance of scoring runs on the off side. So I tend to go the other way.
Yes, the modern way.
Bashir bowls. Gives D'Oliveira a little bit of room here because he dropped it a little bit short. So he goes back and just steers it nicely down to third man. They pick up a couple.
Ben Aitchison chasing that lost his cap. Look where it landed, finished
Yes,
up due
yes.
to the wind largely.
30 yards away.
Yeah, remarkable.
199 for 3 with that 2. The 50 partnership came up, by the way. 57 they've added since Latigan was run out. Oliver has 26 of those. Hose has been very, very watchful. 37 to him. He's faced 85 deliveries. There's Bashir into D'Oliveira again. Short, wide, cut away by D'Oliveira. And it's going to get a couple of runs. Well fielded out there. And 2 more. So Bashir struggling a little bit in this over.
It's a very strange place to see Caleb Jewell fielding.
Yeah, I was thinking that. But he probably just wants to get warm, I suppose. Cover some ground. 200's up. 201 for 3. Bashir bowls. D'Oliveira turns this on the leg side for a single.
Well, it's not because he can't field out there, but normally he's in the slip cord, only one slip, and that's Ben Aitchison, who's probably the best slipper, I would suggest.
So end of the over, 202 for 3. 11 runs coming from that over, I think. 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11 runs, yeah. Well, with only one boundary, they scored off every ball. Cold to be a spinner, isn't it? I think that's the other thing. It's all very well saying he's test match spinner and everything else, but let's give him a break because he's got to warm up a bit and he's got to get his hands warm. It's really difficult to bowl when your hands are cold, especially if you're a spinner, I think. So he's got to get warm and get loose and get a bit of rhythm, and it's early season. For all of them. 202 for 3. Here's Reese.
And does. From the city end, around the wicket to D'Oliveira, who pushes it out to Bashir. Picks up at extra cover. There is no run. Chris Wright, who's a man who can't sit still, is on the boundary's edge over on the far side in front of the car park. He has a very, he won't thank me for this, I don't think. He has a similar gait to Mickey Arthur. But it is Chris Wright, the Derbyshire bowling coach. As in comes Reese again and bowls. That again is pushed by D'Oliveira. Out into the offside. Once again, it's Shoaib Bashir who does the fielding. Anderson's in at slip. No, he isn't. Aitchison's in at slip. Anderson's in at a more conventional gully position than he was slightly earlier, with Anish Dal at backward point. Matthew Montgomery out on the offside boundary sweeping. Bashir, as I said, at extra cover. Harry Kane at mid-off. Mohammed Abbas at mid-on. Caleb Jewell at mid-wicket. As Reese bowls, and that's turned towards Jewell. They go through for another single. D'Oliveira moves to 30, 203 for 3. And the invisible man with all the snood wrapped around his neck and the bottom half of his head. Zach Chappell away to our left-hand side at deep backward square leg. Lights remain on, dark cloud up above, but plenty of blue sky in evidence. As Adam Hose takes a fresh guard off umpire Watts. Pops his gloves back on. Crucial. Brooke Guest points out to Tom Longley that he's dropped a sweater. And Reese bowls to Hose, who plays it straight back to him.
Is it a no ball?
No, 2 for the over, 2 left in the over. I think it was one of those signals. Doing a lot of signalling today has Chris Watts, including the 5 penalty runs signalled to the scorers in the box to our right. Not at liberty to tell us who the culprit was, but the fact that Shoaib Bashir was called towards the umpire at one point rather gave it away. And Reese is in again. That one's defended once more by Hose. Reese fields off his own bowling. The first pied wagtail that I've seen of the season on the outfield now, just landed in between us and the stumps. I'd imagine the grubs that they eat will have come to the surface following the rain and the hail. We had a hailstorm. I say storm, it hailed for a bit. There's Reese in again, and that one is played quite late by Hose and just kept a touch low possibly as he plays it up to Mohammed Abbas at mid-on, and it's the end of the Lewis Reese over, just one run from it. Reese has now bowled 4 overs for 17, and Worcestershire are 203 for 3, trailing by 422.
Scores elsewhere. Yorkshire 131 for 5, trailing Glamorgan by 171 runs with 5 wickets remaining.
Yeah, we shouldn't laugh.
Hampshire, Essex. Hampshire are in trouble, aren't they? Essex got 461 for 7, Hampshire 140 for 9 in reply. So looks like a follow-on situation there. Leicestershire, Sussex. Sussex are right on top, aren't they? Leicestershire having been promoted. Sussex are 378 runs ahead with 4 wickets remaining in their second innings. Bashir starts a new over, bowls short to D'Oliveira, and he's slapped it away on the onside, and he's got a top edge, got into a right pickle. I think it bounced a bit more than he thought it would, and it dropped safely in the outfield. But an unfortunate delivery from Bashir's point of view. D'Oliveira got into a bit of a mess with that one. It bounced on him, I think. Took him by surprise. They got a single anyway as Bashir bowls to Hose. Normal services resumes as he pushes out on the offside. Not Somerset. Notts 305 for 7, trailing Somerset by 40 with 3 wickets remaining, so pretty tight there. Warwickshire going well against Surrey, in a good position. Surrey got 328, Warwickshire 450 for 5 as Hose drives off the back foot for a single. So Warwickshire leads Surrey by 122 with 5 wickets remaining. Dan Mousley got 144, Sam Hain 94, Bo Webster is 37 not out, and good strong position there. Warwickshire. Durham Kent, as we said, no play there. Bashir bowls, D'Oliveira drives, good diving stop in the covers by Harry Kane.
They're inspecting at Chester Street at 3:40.
Right. Middlesex got that big score, 445 for 9. Gloucestershire 214 for 9 in reply. They're in trouble. Lancashire, as Fletcher's been saying, also in trouble against Northants. Bashir bowls, left alone by D'Oliveira. Northants 258, Lancashire 384 all out, but 30 for 4 in their second innings. They lead by 156. That could be a good finish there if it goes all the way. That one looks a kind of the most jeopardy, if that makes sense, as D'Oliveira plays a beautiful cut, late cut. Now this time the bounce that Bashir gets because of his height works in the batter's favour, and he went back, given a bit of room, and he played a lovely, just late cut down exactly where he wanted it, through the gap between slip and backward point down to the boundary. He goes to 35, D'Oliveira, a bit of fluency coming now for the Worcestershire skipper. Hayes has 38, it's 209 for 3, and the partnership 67. And for what it's worth, Worcestershire still trail by 416 runs. But yeah, what I meant by that was either team could win, couldn't it? Which
No, absolutely.
doesn't look the case in many of the games around the country.
I was surprised if Lancashire didn't win it. Lewis Reese to continue from the city end, only his 5th over of the innings, bowls to Adam Hose, who drives for 4 out towards the long off boundary. Harry Kane no more than jogging towards the ball to retrieve it. Not the best first delivery of an over Lewis Reese has ever bowled. Pays quite the ultimate price, but a very high price of a boundary. 21 runs he's conceded in the 25 balls he's bowled. And he comes in again around the wicket. Hose just waits and then goes for the big cut shot. And it goes under his bat, I think.
Lost balance
Yeah,
completely.
under his bat. through to Brooke Guest. So if it had got a bottom edge on it, it wouldn't have been a catch, clearly. Yusuf bin Naeem on again. Trying to work out who's got, I think it's Caleb Jewell who's walking down the steps to come back on. You're right, they're taking it in turns.
They are.
Very much taking it in turns to go off for an over. Put their hands on the radiator and come back.
Yeah.
They'll get chilblains. As Reese is in again, and he goes for a big expansive cut shot, and he's caught behind by Brooke Guest. Well, it was an unnecessary shot, really, from Adam Hose. Derbyshire delighted. A first wicket of the season for last season's leading wicket taker in the second division, Lewis Reese. And Worcestershire are now 213 for 4. Derbyshire's patience starting to pay off, possibly.
Yeah, it was funny, isn't it? You look at this over so far. First ball, wide half volley, beautifully driven, Hose, perfect balance, good shape, absolutely no problem. 4 off the first ball. Next ball, I think he threw everything at it, fell backwards, was off balance, lost his shape, and he shook his head. He was annoyed with himself, and it looks as though it kind of got to him a little bit. And that one, he's done almost exactly the same.
Very similar shot,
Chased
wasn't
it and got the nick. And having played so well, and he really did play well, I thought, particularly given that there was all that shenanigans this morning on and off and everything else. He played so well, hardly put a foot wrong, really, Adam Hose.
Huge.
And just in the space of a couple of deliveries,
Huge
just
deflection.
lost focus. Yeah.
Oh dear.
And he's annoyed with himself, not surprisingly. Good partnership,
As he should
213
be.
for 4. What did they add? 71 for that.
That's a lot of very difficult maths.
I think it was 71. Anyway.
I'll leave that to the
Yeah.
former school teacher.
Yeah, former English teacher. Yeah.
You were in
I
a
passed
school
my O
teaching
level.
it, though.
Did pass my O level.
You were in a school teaching English, though, so some of the maths must have rubbed off on you somewhere. Surely to goodness, Frank. Come on.
No, it didn't.
I was quite good at maths at O level.
I was hopeless until the 5th year, as we used to call it, didn't we? 5th year.
absolutely.
And I had everybody in my school, everybody apart from one set, did it in the 4th year, and then did further maths or whatever. And I was in the set that didn't. And then in the 5th year, I had a really good teacher. And he said, I'm not going to teach you maths, I'm going to teach you how to pass the exam.
Yes.
And that's what he did.
New batter is Gareth Roderick, whose first delivery faced from Lewis Reese is pushed up very straight onto the onside of the stumps at the far end. It's picked up by bin Naeem. And there's no run.
Yes, 71, I think, the partnership. Anyway.
He's still doing that song.
He plays, yeah, exactly. There you go. I had to get the log tables out.
Yeah,
Remember them?
I remember them. I'll tell you what else I
Gosh.
remember is those
Slide rules.
Slide rules.
Yeah.
Dear, oh dear,
Yeah.
they were
I
complicated.
never understood them. Never.
Reese bowls, Roderick defends, back to the bowler. They were useful for if you wanted a straight line on anything, because you could
Yeah.
put the.
Yeah.
But they were hopeless for everything else. It
No,
made
I never
it made
understood
maths so complicated.
I remember this. I mean, this is how long ago it was. Goodness me, people will be listening, thinking, "What are they talking about?" I did physics O level as well. There's another subject that I struggled with. I managed to get through it, but we had a physics teacher who was, a real enthusiast.
Reese into Roderick, who defends Roderick, who defends it up to bin Naeem, who tries to do that thing where you dive forward, pick up the ball and throw it at the stumps, and he dived forward and over the ball and left it behind. So they get through for the single, 214 for 4 at the end of the over, trailing by 411 now, Worcestershire.
And one day we went into physics and he said, gather around the bench at the front, everybody. I've got something to show you. This is amazing. And this boy in the 6th form, who's an absolute genius apparently, created a calculator, a very, very basic calculator. And it was huge. It was about 3 foot square, and it had this display at the front. And he said, "Now, tell me a sum." And somebody said 4 times 5, and he put it all in, and it came up with 20. And we all thought it was incredible. And both before I left school, probably 2 years later, everybody had one in their bag. Incredible how quickly they came on the scene.
Witchcraft.
And now people just, you imagine telling people there was a world before calculators. But yeah, it was. Everybody was just astonished. You know, goodness me, how can that possibly be?
Come on, Grandad, we've got to appeal to the younger audience here.
Yeah. Okay. Ben Aitchison has replaced Bashir. So the Bashir experiment again lasted only 2 overs. He's bowled 4 overs for 20, and he's been replaced by Ben Aitchison, who for me is the unluckiest bowler in this Derbyshire side so far. He's had 2 catches dropped, none for 42, and he's bowled pretty well. A bit like Matthew Waite.
Yeah.
Currently waiting with his pads on, I should think. Next but one to come in. As Aitchison comes in and bowls now to Roderick, who is taken on the pad and is out. So Aitchison's got his wicket. Roderick's gone for 1. Worcestershire now, having been in a really good place about 10 minutes ago, are 214 for 5. Roderick gone for 1. They still trail by 411, and 1 brings 2, as they so often say. That is the case. You can't say that Ben Aitchison doesn't deserve a wicket, as I was saying he does. And that looked a pretty good shout to me. Roderick hit on the pad, not very far forward, and Tom Lungley's turned quite a few down, but he wasn't turning that one down, and Gareth Roderick has gone for 1. Worcestershire 214 for 5.
Well, he did the opposite of what he's been doing, and he gave it immediately rather than turning it down straight away. Looks a little unhappy as he holds the bat by the blade, walking up the steps. Gareth Roderick, as we watch a replay, he's out.
Yeah, dead.
One of the easier decisions I would have thought that Tom Lungley will have to make.
Absolutely, no argument about
Definitely out. The big screen showing the slips celebrating. And then rushing towards Ben Aitchison, who gets his first wicket, 1 for 42. He's bowled better than that.
Yeah.
And everybody's starting to chip in now. Lewis Rees with 1, Chappell with a couple, Aitchison's got 1. Those Dahl bowled nicely, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 22 at a time when Worcestershire had a couple of set batters in. Dan Latigan was in with Adam Hose, and it didn't look like a breakthrough. So Derbyshire did what Worcestershire probably should have done on day 1. Put Dano's Dahl on. He basically bunged up one end.
Yeah.
Because he only went at less than 2 runs and over, and let them operate. And that was bowling into the wind as well, which is what Aitchison's doing.
Yeah. Just underlines that they didn't bowl very well that first day. Ethan Brooks is off the mark, first ball, turning on the leg side for a single. And I was going to say, actually, you know, thinking back, you look at the Derbyshire first innings, they were 181 for 4. Worcestershire were 213 for 4. But we forget that brilliant partnership, huge partnership, which just transformed the game, played such a part. And they, you know, just when we thought Worcestershire were kind of getting back into it, as Derbyshire have here, Aitchison bowls, and in behind this one is D'Oliveira pushing out on the offside. But they've got to start again now. These two.
That was when Lewis Rees and Martin Anderson came in, 273 for the 5th wicket, new Derbyshire record.
They've got to regroup, having lost that 5th wicket. So the men out today, Latigan run out for 89, and then since lunch, Hose for 42 and Roderick for 1 in quick succession. Aitchison bowls, D'Oliveira drives up to mid-off, and there's no running. We were talking, Fletcher and I, just after the restart, after lunch, about the respective approaches and saying that Worcestershire needed to stay focused and play basically time. And Derbyshire needed to be patient and wait and make sure when the chances came along they take them. That's exactly what they've done. And you'd rather be Derbyshire than Worcestershire now, as Aitchison bowls, and D'Oliveira plays this back up the pitch. So well bowled, Ben Aitchison. Good over. Got your reward that you probably deserved earlier. And it's 215 for 5 at the end of that over. 65 overs left in the day. Goodness me. Don't know whether I can last.
Another 96 tomorrow as well. So there's plenty of time for Derbyshire to get 15 more wickets. I think the only way that they can win this game is to enforce the follow-on. You don't really want to take any more time out, but the good thing is, and we've talked about this, they've already used 6 bowlers, and haven't used Martin Anderson. So it's not as if they're going to get through a mountain of work, the bowlers individually. And they could always put Bashir on at one end, I suppose, and just let the seamers operate with the wind behind them, which is what Lewis Rees is doing at the moment. From the city end, bowls, and that goes past the edge of Brooks's bat. Ethan's brother was here on loan briefly. I'm not sure if it was last season or the season before, probably the season before. I can't remember his first name.
Henry.
Now. Henry Brooks. Is he now at Middlesex?
Yeah.
Yeah. He came here briefly on loan and picked up a fifer in his first match, which loanies can do. You all go, ooh, why don't they sign him? Yeah, doesn't happen like that. Rees in and bowls. Oh, and that one is looping into the leg side. It probably hit his pad after it hit his inside edge of his bat. He picks up a single, does Brooks, but fortuitous possibly. Moves on to 216 for 5. If it gets any more exciting, I fully expect Kevin Howells to turn to us again. On Sports Extra 12. I came across for the double century for Martin Anderson yesterday. As in comes Rees and bowls to D'Oliveira, who pushes it out into the offside to Caleb Jewell. You know it's Caleb Jewell because there's only 2 players throw it in left-handed and the other one's bowling. Tasmanian. Who thinks this is peak summer for a Tasmanian, isn't it? We'd be loving it.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire have been bowled out by Middlesex now for 216. As Rees is in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who edges it into the ground and it drops short of. It's hit his wrist. Ben Aitchison at slip and gone away for 4. We'd have to see that again as well, really. I don't think it carried all the way through to Ben Aitchison. That's my initial feeling. But I think it's bounced. Yeah. He's bringing out his left hand, but it was his wrist that he held initially. It was quite an expansive looking drive from D'Oliveira. Rees takes the edge. Not long after you said nobody's taken the edge, I'm loving your work. Rees is in, and that one is pushed to backward point by D'Oliveira.
But I mean,
not many have.
We expected more. That's
yes,
what
of course we did. Of course we did. It is a hybrid pitch, which you'd know now on day 3 that it was a hybrid pitch because there isn't a single foot mark on it anywhere. When you go close up and talking to Neil Godrich about it before the match started, he said you can't tell now. The 1-2 to the left is also hybrid as we look. As Rees is on his way in and bowls, and that's pushed into the offside by D'Oliveira.
You can see the sort of crisscross of the.
You could when it was certainly when they were put in. I'm not sure if the one immediately in front of us is. I think there were 4 out there from what I recall him telling us when they were put in. That was the last ball of the over, incidentally. 220 for 5 now, Worcestershire. 5 runs off the over, but 4 of them off the edge.
There have been a few experiments with pitches. Do you remember when they glued them for a while?
Yeah.
We tried that at Repton when Mike Kettle, who's still around, still looks after 1 or 2 grounds up here, Etwall, I think, and maybe 1 or 2 bowling greens in the area. Ben Aitchison bowls, and Brooks turns this on the leg side for 1. And we tried it for a couple of pitches. Spray sort of PVA mixture onto the surface, and it worked. Yeah, held the pitches together. It probably lasted 2 or 3 times as long as they would have done normally. There's all sorts of little bits of technology that have been tried over the years. Aitchison bowls, D'Oliveira drives, no run up to mid-off. And I think the hybrid pitch scenario is quite a successful one, although if there is a criticism, it is perhaps that they don't wear in the way that a pitch ought to, shall we say, and then spinners will come into effect in the second innings and so on. Aitchison in again bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward and pushes up to mid-off. But I suppose ground staff all over the place are searching for the perfect way to produce the perfect pitch. What is the perfect pitch? Well, it probably does a bit early on, flattens out, and then offers a little bit of help to the spinners on the last day and a half. So you need a balance in your side and all the rest of it. Easier said than done. Aitchison in again, bowls. D'Oliveira on the back foot, steers square on the offside. Anna Jadal fields, and there's no run. But if you had pitches like that throughout the country, you'd have every team would try to have a spinner, would try to have all options covered, and you wouldn't get these all seam attacks, and you get more overs in the day, and many of the other things that people complain about might be sorted out as well. Aitchison in, bowls. D'Oliveira drives nicely, but straight to Lewis Rees at mid-on. 221 for 5. 63 overs left in the day. Tea is set at 3:45.
Well, until it rains and then it'll move.
It's not going to rain again.
No, I don't think it is actually. But,
Hour and a quarter away.
It's already moved.
There's going to be an awful lot of overs in the last session, is what I was going to say.
Well, I think you're right.
A heck of a lot of overs in the last session.
Yeah.
As Aitchison bowls and D'Oliveira defends, and that's the end of the over. So just to put that into context, 221 for 5, 63 overs left in the day. I would guess that we'll have, if we're lucky, we'll have 20 of them before tea, maybe fewer, 17.
The 44 over.
Yeah, we're looking at a very long evening session, I think.
So make some sandwiches, everybody, and gather round.
And if there's anybody in the ground listening who fancies a bit of commentary, you can find us on the second floor.
Don't tell them where we are. They've been looking for me for years. Gloucestershire have been asked to follow on by Middlesex, 229 runs behind at Lords. And the shambles that is Lancashire's second innings continues. They're 43 for 5 now as Rees comes in and bowls to Brooks, who lets that one go outside the off stump. George Balderson has joined Luke Wells, who's on 23 not out. Harry Conway, the Australian, 8 overs, 4 for 12 now, at an economy rate of 1.5. He's bowled 8 overs, which is, you'll tell me immediately, is 48 deliveries, 36 dot balls. That is magnificent bowling. I don't know what the pitch is like, but it's magnificent bowling. Here comes Rees, not a hybrid, I would suggest, as that one is turned by Brooks into the leg side. And there is no run. I say they're going to inspect at Chesterler Street at 20 to 4 after the storm damage overnight. It's not the structural issue anymore. It's more to do with one of the covers, as Frank said earlier, lifting up, flipping over and dumping whatever water was on top of it all over the pitch, which is exceptionally unfortunate. I'm sure Victor Main is beside himself up there as this one is, an inside edge. He went for the drive, a long way from his body did Brooks. Got an inside edge into the ground. Brooke Guest was already going to his right, had to adjust his body position and couldn't get back to his left in time, and Brooks picks up a boundary. He moves on to 7, 225 for 5.
Yeah.
That was a weary sight.
You can't quite... I don't know, occasionally things happened. Hose appeared to be playing so well and then hit that drive, and then two balls later, he's gone, and then Brooks comes in and just not quite sure why he's been so loose early on, really.
He's bowls to him, and that's better because he leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Ethan Brooks allows it to go through.
Don't get me wrong, I think I really like watching Ethan Brooks play. He's a really, really exciting cricketer. Mercurial is a word I sometimes use when I describe him, but just want to see a little bit of patience at the moment. Just got to rebuild a little bit, I think. No more wickets before tea would suit me.
Rees is in again, bowls around the wicket to Brooks, and it's turned into the leg side where Derbyshire does the fielding.
He's gone for a little walk. I think he's probably just trying to settle his mind down a little bit, Ethan Brooks. D'Oliveira came down and had a word with him, didn't he, after that one as well?
Quite
I
right.
noticed. Yeah.
Just no need to calm down. We've got the rest of the day and all of tomorrow.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
no hurry.
Yeah. Probably something like that. I don't know.
There is Reese again around the wicket. Brooks drives, sort of checks the drive though, and it just goes straight up to Harry Kame, who is fielding mid-off. The Derbyshire stand-in skipper for this match. First match he's skippered in first-class cricket. He'll be hoping he's 1 out of 1. Derbyshire need 15 more wickets. They've got a lot of time to do them, more than 150 overs in which to do it. 225 for 5. Worcestershire still trailing by exactly 400. 400.
Yeah.
So another 250 or so.
Aitchison starts a new over from the racecourse end bowls, and D'Oliveira pushes up to mid-on. He's faced 67 deliveries now, D'Oliveira, for his 39. Dropped on naught. Seems a while ago.
Tough chance.
Aitchison was the bowler, I think, wasn't he?
He was.
Comes in there again and bowls, and D'Oliveira is working this one away off his pads down to behind square on the leg side for a single. I was going to say down to Hamid Abbas at long leg, but Brooke Guest runs across and saves Abbas. The snooded Abbas saves him the trouble of coming in any further.
I think he's got a thick black undergarment as well. If you look at the around the neck of his Derbyshire top, and the 7th bowler is warming up as we speak. Martin Anderson.
Here comes Aitchison again and bowls, and that one is short and wide, and Brooks gives it the kitchen sink but misses it. Through it goes to Guest. Remember when before players all wore, sort of lots of different layers and everything else, they used to just basically wear sweaters, didn't they? And the colder it got, the more sweaters they put on.
Yeah.
And I can remember some of the West Indian fast bowlers, and they used to open their tours at New Road just with about 5 big cable knit woolly sweaters, one on top of the other. Brooks lets this one go outside the off stump. Guest doesn't take it cleanly, and there's no run.
You could almost see where they'd been on tour, because they'd probably leave one at Worcester because they know they'd only need 5 for the next match, and then leave one wherever they went next because they only needed 3 for the one after that. Yeah, that was great, wasn't it? And you used to see, because they were all different lengths as well, weren't they? And you saw sweater after sweater like a Russian doll.
Yeah, exactly. There's Aitchison again, bowls down the leg side. Brooks gone for a little flick down the leg side, and there's obviously a noise. It's flicked off his pad or his thigh pad, and there was an appeal from keeper, particularly supported a little bit by the bowler. Umpire Lungley says, "No, I am unmoved," and Brooks gets away with it. Well, he doesn't get away with it because he didn't hit it. Man gone out to deep backward square now, deep square. As Aitchison comes in and bowls to Brooks, who drives off the back foot nicely out into the covers. Diving to his left by Harry Kame, but he doesn't hold on to it. Brooks is then tempted into a run, but sent back by his captain. End of the over from Ben Aitchison. 226 for 5, Worcestershire. And we have 61 overs left in the day. And an hour and 5 minutes until tea. It's going to be a 40 over last session, I think.
What I like about Harry Kame is the way he's captaining this side. His fielding has been exceptional. And he batted well as well. As Reese is in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who drives potentially for 4 to extra cover. Montgomery chases, but the ball will win the race to the rope in front of the Monarch stand. And it's 4 more to met with almost complete silence. 43 to D'Oliveira now, 230.
Yeah, it's even too cold for the Worcestershire supporters to clap. I can see that there's a knot of Worcestershire supporters directly in front of us. That sort of group gathered around the aisle there. And they all have got their hands deeply buried in their coats and gloves.
No point taking them out. This next delivery from Reese Just bounces a bit. Reese is limping, as he so often does. He's actually got his hands on his knees at the moment. He grimaced at the end of his follow. There's the limp. It won't stop him bowling, I don't think. It generally doesn't. He'll walk back to his mark. There was no run from that last delivery, but I like the way Harry Kane's going about his business here. He's consulting there with Caleb Jewell, senior overseas pro. Perhaps Abbas would be more senior than him. He'd already spoken to Abbas, though, who was just lifting his legs a bit to try and stay warm, I think, as much as anything. And here comes Reese once more. Around the wicket, pushed into the offside by D'Oliveira. Field by Caleb Jewell, bends down and picks it up with his right hand. The lights remain on at the Central Co-op County Ground. The over rate says -1. It's been worse than that. But it was -3 at one point, I think. Well, -1 the over rate, which is nothing to worry about at all, I'm sure. We can soon find that one. As Reese halfway through his 8th over bowls to Brett D'Oliveira,
No ball.
then limps away. No, 2 left in the over.
Oh, I beg your pardon. He's done it. Yeah.
Come on.
Well, yeah, but he doesn't. He just holds his arm a long way out, doesn't he?
Yeah,
It's the fact that he does it after the 3rd ball, after the 4th ball of every over is a clue.
If only you'd listened in maths.
If he does bowl a no ball when it's the 4th ball of the over, then we're really scuppered.
They usually hold their arm out a bit longer, don't they? Because
Yeah.
they have to get an acknowledgement from the scorers. So,
That's right.
but yeah, it is confusing. I will agree with you there. That one is driven by D'Oliveira, fielded by Kane. Was quickly around to his left to pick up. Good over this. Apart from that boundary off the first ball, which is slightly annoying. If you concede 4 off the first ball of the over, there's no compunction for the batters really to score any more runs in the
Although
over.
that's what happened in the over when Hose was out, isn't it? He conceded 4 off the first
Yes.
ball and then he had a go at the next 2.
Yes, which he probably shouldn't have done.
No.
He might still have been there.
Yeah.
Aitchison bowled 3 overs in his current spell. This is the 6th in the current spell for Reese, who is driven unconvincingly up to mid-on by D'Oliveira. He's got 43 on, isn't the end of the over, so don't get overexcited.
6 balls in an over.
Well, even though I knew that he'd signalled 2 more left, I still went too early, which is pathetic. And after our discussion about it, it won't be the last time that happens this season, as people who listen regularly know. Here comes Reese again to complete his over. Bowls to D'Oliveira, pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by Caleb Jewell. He's got 43, D'Oliveira, 7 to Ethan Brooks. At 232 for 5. Worcestershire trail by 393. Derbyshire still need a lot of wickets. A couple more before tea would be handy, as Martin Anderson removes his cap and replaces Ben Aitchison. I like this as well. I mean, it might be something that I'd be surprised if it wasn't something that he's clearly discussed with. That's the end of Lewis Reese's spell as well. I think he's hobbling off to be replaced by Rory Hayden. Rotate the bowlers.
Yeah.
Because you've got enough of them.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Just keep moving them around. This will be the first time we've seen Martin Anderson this season with the ball. He did arrive. Well, when he came on loan a few years ago, he was a bowler, essentially. And now he's clearly a very fine, high-class batter. He's got almost 1,000 runs for Derbyshire at just shy of 50 his average.
Yeah, well, he's replaced Ben Aitchison. Similar pace,
Yeah.
similar length of run-up, similar bowler, I suppose, in many ways. But I agree. But if you've got bowlers and you've got a lot of bowling to do, and you haven't got people running through a side, then rotate them, change them, keep the batsman thinking.
It just gives them something slightly different to look at, doesn't it? Different action, different release point.
Yeah, and here he comes. And his first ball to Brooks is defended off the back foot. Ethan Brooks is a batsman who prefers, I would suggest, to be playing shots, and he might be a batsman who is probably better off playing shots than trying to play defensively, but at the same time, he's got that much experience in red ball cricket, so he's just break off as Anderson bowls, and he gets a single out on the leg side. He's yet to play many innings where he's come in and he's had a long time to bat, if that makes sense, because last year he made his way in the red ball side, having left Edgbaston, Warwickshire, because he wasn't getting red ball opportunities. He's a tremendous white ball striker, and has occasionally played in that sort of vein in red ball cricket. Break off as Anderson bowls to D'Oliveira, who clips this one away on the leg side, and he'll get 4 just behind square, slightly over pitched on leg stump, and the Worcestershire skipper capitalises, goes to 47, 237 for 5. But Brooks, you know, if you're going to bat 6, 7, then there are going to be times where you come in and just get on with it and keep the momentum going. But there are also going to be times like this, and you need to go through those before it can be decided by someone like me or you who has to watch these guys that you're capable of doing that. Anderson bowls and D'Oliveira steers it down on the offside. And we know he's capable of playing attacking innings. Whether he's capable of playing a rear guard in this way, we'll have to wait and see. He nearly won the game at Chelmsford on his own last year almost, when Worcestershire were 9 down, still needed about 60. And he got them to within about 20 before he was out controversially caught and bowled by Jamie Porter, and the ball didn't look as though it carried, but he was given out. And comes Anderson again and bowls, and D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside.
Let it go, Frank.
Yeah, well, no, I couldn't say. I honestly couldn't say. That's the point, really. You couldn't say. But the reason you remember it is because it would have been incredible had he done it, because it was literally, you know, the man at the other end didn't score any runs. It was 60 needed, and he was clearing the ropes. Really, it was remarkable. There's Anderson again, bowls. D'Oliveira clips away on the leg side. Not a bad over from Anderson, just a 1 ball over pitched on the leg stump, which D'Oliveira scored a boundary from. But 5 from it. 237 for 5. We've got 55 minutes left till tea, 59 overs nominally left in the day, and Worcestershire still trail by 388 runs. The mood of the day hasn't really changed, has it? Zach Chappell's going to come back into attack. It's been attritional. Batters occupying the crease, bowlers being patient. They bowl pretty well, I think, if to be fair. There haven't been many bad balls, have there? Been quite, a few half volleys, but not many bad balls. Neither side has taken a step back, and it's been quite competitive. You just need Derbyshire need a little burst again. If they get a couple more before tea, like you said, then I think the game will really tilt in their favour. If Worcester got to tea without losing another one, then they'd feel they'd done really well, I think. 2 down in the afternoon session. Hose for 42 and Roderick for 1 in quick succession.
Deep short legging.
He is deep, isn't he? That's interesting, isn't it?
Matthew Montgomery is the man under the helmet. You wouldn't call him a short leg where he's fielding, but he's close enough to have to wear the helmet. He's also got other protection, which he's just donned. And here is Zach Chappell, who's going to bowl a short delivery. You could have guessed that, and it's been pulled down to long leg, where it's fielded by Martin Anderson. He is regarded pretty much, Zach Chappell, as the enforcer. So I think we can see we'll probably see a succession of shortish deliveries.
Yeah. And they're looking not for one that just pops up, but for one that goes a long way.
Yeah.
He's round the wicket as well. That's the other thing, isn't it? So it's he's not looking for a conventional pop up to short leg.
Again,
he's targeting the ribs.
Short delivery. D'Oliveira doesn't have far to duck, but ducks underneath it.
But worth a try.
Yeah. Hayden is fielding down below us at third man for the top edge. There are two men backward of square on the leg side, out on the boundary. Yes, it's Anoj Dal and Martin Anderson. Shoaib Bashir's at deep square leg. In front of square, though, there's another short delivery, and it bounces over D'Oliveira. Haven't quite reverted to having a backstop yet. We've seen that a few times over the years here at Derby. It's soul-destroying watching that. Then the long, deep short leg, mid-on, mid-off, and a 1, 2, 3, 4th slip, Ben Aitchison. That kind of area, but it's not quite a gully, but comes over the wicket. Chappell bangs it in short. And there's one or, yeah, whatever.
5 for the over.
For the over. Every ball's been the same, and yet that one's been called from point, where Tom Lungley is standing, and he's largely standing there because he wants to make sure that there aren't too many men behind square on the leg side. We've now got a leg gully. Martin Anderson, I've seen. Yeah, leg gully. It's an interesting field. He's about equidistant from Brookguest as to Aitchison. So one either side. Harry Kane's gone to a straightish mid-wicket. There is still a field down below us to the left at long leg, as this one is banged in, and that's over the head of. That's the second for the over the head of Brett D'Oliveira. He's only got one more ball left. He can't bowl it short or too short because it'll be no ball. So he'll have to think about this, Zach Chappell. Mohamed Abbas, just an innocent bystander really at mid-off. If the ball goes anywhere near him, I'd be surprised. In comes Chappell. That's a decent looking ball. It was quite quick as well. Well taken by Brooke Guest. It went down the leg side. And Guest tumbles away to his left-hand side. I can't tell you how good it is to be commentating again on Derbyshire's short ball tactics. At 2:38 for 5 at the end of the over. Very seldom works, Frank. Very seldom works. But they do go to it on occasion.
Worcestershire occasionally did it last year as well. I just can't.
I don't understand.
You know, if you haven't taken a wicket for 2 days and it's the flattest pitch in the world,
yes,
but aimed for the top of off and have a couple of slips in, and you're more likely to get people out, in my opinion. I don't know. Anyway, here's Martin Anderson with a more conventional field and a more conventional approach. He bowls, and there you go. Beaten outside the off stump is Ethan Brooks. Could easily have got a nick on it. Didn't. Guest took it. No, I'm not a fan. 2:38 for 5. I mean, it's a waste of an over, really, as much as anything, wasn't it?
Yeah.
D'Oliveira stays on 47. Brooks is on 9. Men out today. Latigan run out for 89. Really good knock from the youngster. Faced 153 balls and hit 12 fours. And there you go again, as Brooks is beaten outside the off stump by a good delivery from Martin Anderson. Left him off the pitch. And then after lunch, Hose caught behind by Guest off Reese for 42. Slashing at a wide one, and Roderick LBW half forward to Ben Aitchison looked to be smack in front for 1. Wickets falling at 142 and then 213 and 214. Anderson bowls, Brooks edges down to third man for 4 through second slip. It wasn't a catchable height, but it could have been, and it just backs up what we were saying about the more likely way to dismiss a batter. Brooks and D'Oliveira just discussing the bounce, I think, the level of bounce of the ball. But Brooks, it's been a tentative start from Ethan Brooks. He's on 13. Been fortunate a couple of times as he was there. Waits again now as Anderson bowls to him. And he's forward and beaten for the 3rd time in the over. This time by a ball that did keep low, and Brooks, Brooke Guest had to tumble forward and take it on the second bounce. Not easy. So he's been asking some questions, as Martin Anderson. He's had to wait a fair while to get a bowl. But he'll be a confident cricketer, even though he hasn't been bowling. When you've got a double 100, I think you probably fancy you can do anything
Yes,
for the next game or two. And he'll probably fancy that he can pick up a wicket or two here. I'm sure he will.
Gap between the slips has been closed.
Yeah. Comes in again now and bowls, and Brooks is working this one away on the onside to mid-wicket, and there's no run. The other thing is about how you would be going about it if you were out there. And I think, generally speaking, we would say nipping around, top of off stump, 2 or 3 slips. If you're nearly 400 runs ahead, you could surely have 3 or 4 slips, can't you?
Yeah.
Shouldn't be anything going through there. Anderson bowls down the leg side. Brooks looks to turn it on the leg side, misses it, taken on the pad. Brooks dives, 4 leg byes. 246 for 5. Worcestershire trail by 379 at the end of the over. That would be my philosophy, and I don't know whether Mickey Arthur will be sitting watching this and thinking, well, got to let the captain do what he wants to do, whether they've discussed it or whether it was one of those things where, when Caleb Jewell went up to Harry Kane, or maybe Zach Chappell went up and said, why don't we try this for a while, then maybe. And maybe he'll come on now and he'll bounce a couple out. But the law of averages tells us
It's not going to be deep
you're
short
more
leg.
likely to get people out in a conventional way, doesn't it?
Yeah, the deep short leg has handed his helmet, Matthew Montgomery, to Brooke Guest to put on the pitch.
it's
Rory
the
Hayden's coming up from third
Experiment
man.
abandoned, I
Yeah,
think.
looks like it. Just seen 2 greyhounds. I do like a greyhound. Leave the ground. One had a very fine coat on. The other one, the brindle one, was coatless, which is quite brave in these conditions because there's not a lot on them.
My first dog was a rescue, was a cross greyhound lab.
Do like a greyhound.
Wonderful dog.
Back to normal bowling now for Zach Chappell. First delivery is pushed into the onside. The latest of the Derbyshire stream of players leaving the field is Ben Aitchison. Yusuf bin Naeem has replaced him, but they've got 2 subs on because Lewis Rees is also off the field at the moment. He was hobbling after he finished during his bowling spell. And Rory Hayden on in his place. Jewell and Anderson are the slip fielders, therefore, as this one is an inside edge into the leg side of D'Oliveira's bat. Bin Naeem comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. And they go through for a single. Perhaps they're only going to bounce Brooks because they're now donning helmets and moving towards the boundary. They've got the 2 players backward of square on the leg side on the boundary. Anuj Dahl is out at mid-wicket. Montgomery is in at deep short leg. Anderson's gone into that gully position and Rory Hayden's down at third man as Anderson is in, Chappell is in and bowls short. Tries to pull it away, Brooks, and it's not taken cleanly by Guest.
He'll take it on, I reckon. I don't think he'll...
That's what they want, isn't it?
Yeah. They do this to Jake Libby, quite often. It started at Notts a few years ago where he used to play, and maybe there's a perception that he doesn't quite like it up him. And they do it quite often to him, not just Notts, because people watch, don't they, and see what other counties do. And I've asked him about it. He said, I'm not going to allow it. I'm just going to take it on. I think I can play the short ball. I'm going to do it. And that's probably the best way, rather than to get caught between the 2 sort of ideas, really.
Deep short leg's gone a bit deeper and removed his helmet as Brooks gets another short ball and just dabs it where Montgomery had been pretty much.
Played that quite well.
Yeah, because he's not there anymore. They go through for a single. 248 for 5. Brooks on to 14. Worcestershire on the brink of their 2nd bonus point of the match.
There's 2 ways to do it, aren't there, if you're a batter? You either think, right, I'm going to take it on, or I'm not going to do it at all. What you don't want to do is get stuck in the middle.
Chapel into D'Oliveira pushes this one out into the offside. And there's no run. Lancashire staging something of a fight back, a 70 for 5 now, a lead of 196 at Northampton. Gloucestershire have already lost a wicket following on, 13 for 1, still 216 behind Middlesex at Lords.
So Middlesex and Sussex, the two teams that have been in trouble, as it were, off the field, are both doing pretty well, aren't they, in this round of games?
Yeah. In comes Chapel and Bowles, defended again by D'Oliveira. Sussex's lead is now, well, they must be thinking about pulling out 432.
How many do you need?
316 for 7 in their second innings. Yorkshire 6 down for 177, trailing by 125 at Sophia Gardens, but there's been a lot of overs lost in that game to the weather. Warwickshire are now 500 for 7, leading Surrey by 172 at Edgbaston. Hampshire have been asked to follow on by Essex. They're already 13 for 1, still trailing by 292. And Nottinghamshire have just been bowled out for 338.9 behind Somerset.
Martin Anderson in bright sunshine comes in and bowls short outside the off stump to Ethan Brooks, who cracks it away through the covers to show Bashir out on the cover boundary, and they go through for a single. Worcestershire 249 for 5, which ordinarily you would think, oh, a pretty good score that, they could get 400 here, but when you're chasing 625 for 8, it doesn't look quite so impressive.
400 would do them though.
Anderson in bowls, and I'm not going to get them like that. D'Oliveira goes for a big, expansive drive, collapses his back leg and misses it. Through it goes to Guest. Yeah.
Get to 400, there'd only be 120, no, 225, wouldn't they? Now they need more than that. Forget what I said.
Follow on was 476, was it?
Something like that. Yeah, 400's neither use nor ornament.
Is Anderson bowls. D'Oliveira plays back up the pitch.
I missed the lesson when we were doing hundreds.
With 70 or 71 overs left in the day after this one, they could easily get to 400 before the end of the day, couldn't they?
Only 55, 71 have gone.
Oh, I beg your pardon, 55.
But
yeah,
it's
but
still
could get 400,
absolutely.
yeah,
It's still a lot of overs,
yeah.
but don't
don't prolong the day
suggest to me
anymore
I've got to
than
be
we
here for
need
another
to.
71 overs.
We'll be here for breakfast. Anderson in, taking on the pad, D'Oliveira. Half an appeal from behind. Not given. Bright sunshine now, really nice. And away to the right, from where the weather is coming, it does look set fair. So I think we'll get most of those 55 overs in. Whether it will get a bit gloomy around about 6:30, not too sure, but we'll be here for a while on this Easter Sunday. Here comes Martin Anderson again outside the off stump, left alone by Brett D'Oliveira, and Brooke Guest takes and offloads the ball to one of his slips, hands still in pockets generally around the ground for the fielders, but I'd say it's 3 or 4 degrees warmer than it was yesterday and 5 or 6 degrees warmer than it was on day one. Anderson in bowls. D'Oliveira drives nicely into the covers, but straight to the man at extra cover. There's no run at the end of the over. He has 48, the Worcestershire captain. Ethan Brooks has 15. And Worcestershire are 249 for 5. It's coming up to 3:05. Tea will be at 3:45. And we have 55 overs left in the day, so it's going to be a 45 over plus last session, I think.
8 overs till the second new ball, which I'd be fairly sure they'd take straight away.
Be surprised if they didn't.
Broadcast. Harry Kane has a word with his bowler, Zach Chappell, because he's bowling to Ethan Brooks. Matthew Montgomery dons the helmet and goes in a deep short leg. The 2 men are out on the boundary backward of square, and Martin Anderson has now taken up the third man duties. He's getting closer and closer to being a backstop though, and that is lifted into the leg side. It's in the air momentarily and beats Shoaib Bashir to the boundary and goes for 4. Played it reasonably well. Brooks, the 250's up for Worcestershire, 253 for 5, so they're now 2 bonus points to the good. Derbyshire currently have 6. One more wicket would take them to 7, and 8 points for a win. Even if you take 15 points out of a game, it's the reward for winning isn't strong enough for me on top of what you'd get for a draw. But Chappell bowls another short one that's kept down nicely as he plays it round the corner. Brooks down towards Bashir again.
Bonus points not on the board, are they?
Yes.
Are they?
Oh, well, they're on this board.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
And
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
they're on that board.
Oh, they are, of course they are.
They're on
yeah,
all the boards,
I see them
in
now.
fact.
I see them now. Yeah. It's a brilliant scoreboard.
The bit at the top's the total.
That's the team there,
That's
isn't it?
the team and the
Yeah,
total.
where it
yeah.
says Worcestershire.
That's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one. It's a better
No,
scoreboard.
it is. It's a good
It's
series.
a better scoreboard because the word Derbyshire fits on it. It didn't fit on the other scoreboard, which is why would you buy a scoreboard where you couldn't fit your own name on it? In comes Chappell and bowls. Is driven by D'Oliveira up to Abbas, fielding at mid-off.
They're repurposing the famous old scoreboard at New Road. You know, the old green one that's at the
yes.
back. It's been a sort of groundsman's shed for the last few years, but they've decided, because it is quite a famous old building and a lot of people hold it in high esteem, they're repurposing it as a club shop this year. The work is ongoing, I think, which is nice to see.
Chappell bowls, and that one is driven, but he's unfortunate there,
very
D'Oliveira, because he
very
drove it
good
very
shot.
crisply, and it's knocked out the stump
Very
at the
good shot.
far end. He gets nothing for it. You should get a 4 for that.
Yeah, you should. You'd have his 50.
Never mind abolishing leg buys.
Yeah.
Well, the Derbyshire mega store used to be in the porter the porter cabin over there.
Do you know what I miss here in terms of stores? That book stand, that old little bookshop that used to be here. Is it still there?
No, it moved into there. Then they did
Yeah.
away with it.
Brilliant. I used to love going in there.
Chappell bowls to D'Oliveira. I only just noticed, but they put a shed up there last season. I think they were going to store the books in it, but that's gone now, unless the shed and the books have been lifted
So
all
really
in one
like
go.
going in there. And there used to be 2 or 3 of the best food outlets on the circuit on this ground as well.
Really?
Yeah, really, proper old-fashioned,
You used to be able to get
very
get a full English in the boundary bar.
very affordable. Can
Before
you?
it became
Yeah.
no,
Yeah,
not any longer.
not
When it was a
anymore.
bar, when it
Yeah.
was a cafe. Around the wicket comes Chappell to Brooks, who gets on top of this one and turns it round the corner. This isn't working, by the way. Turns it round the corner, and Brooks picks up a single. He moves to 21, 256. 4-5. It was also the last ball of the over, which was fairly soul-destroying for Zach Chappell, in all honesty. Zach, you're the quickest. Just bang a few in short, will you? Knowing that you're not probably going to get a wicket.
Unless it's his idea, I suppose. I don't know.
He's always the one who seems to be asked to do it. I don't
Adam
think
Finch had that.
I don't think it's his
Got that
idea.
duty last year a few times, and his figures suffered as a result of it
Exactly.
sometimes. Yeah. 256 for 5 then. Martin Anderson to continue from the racecourse end. 2 slips in place. I still think we might have 3 or 4 with a lead of 369. He comes in now and bowls, and that's left alone by Ethan Brooks outside the off stump. And having passed the stumps, it continues on and comes back in quite sharply. And Brookgast is moving to his left to take it, which always causes everybody on the stumps to go ooh like that. But it was safe when it went past the stumps. It was a decent leave.
As we were discussing before the start of play this morning in the written media box, they've got a long leg. He was there for the ball that strays down the leg side, but you don't need him there.
Anderson in bowls.
Well,
That's
you do
why.
need a
That's
third
why.
man.
There you go. Couldn't have come at a more perfect time to illustrate your point, Fletch. He's aiming at off stump. He's come forward. He's played defensively. He's got an edge, and it's run all the way along the ground, and it's gone down to third man for 4. Now, okay, I've just said 360 odd ahead. It doesn't matter about runs. Well, that's true, but it indicates to me that the more likely way to get somebody out is caught in the slips. So
Bowl it off
3 or
stump.
4 slips, bowl it off stump, do away with the long leg, have him at third man. Well, what do we know? In he comes. Anderson again, bowls shorter, quicker, and on the back foot Brooks plays defensively out on the offside. Generally speaking, I think the Aitchison particularly bowled well from this end. Anaj bowled pretty well. Perhaps surprised we haven't seen more of Mohammed Abbas, even though it's cold. Zach Chappell, 2 wickets last night. Hasn't added to that today. Ben Aitchison's been the best, I think, probably, in my opinion. There's Anderson in. Bowls, and Brooks is pushing this up towards mid-on. And there's no addition to the score. But it's been hard work for the bowlers. It's a good pitch. I think the first night the Worcestershire players said to me they thought it was a good pitch with a bit in it for the bowler, and they hadn't bowled well. They knew they hadn't bowled well on that first day. Derbyshire have been better, much better with their bowling, but batters apply themselves. It's not easy for the bowlers. Anderson in again, bowls, and Brooks is pushing this one out on the offside. Slides off the edge really to manage Dahl at backward point. 260 for 5. But yeah, the fact that we've had 885 runs for the loss of 13 wickets probably tells you that it's you'd rather bat on it than bowl on it.
Yeah, well, there's much doubt about that.
Anderson in again, bowls, and Brooks is turning this on the leg side. And it probably means that Kashif Ali and Gareth Roderick, the only 2 batsmen who've been dismissed in single figures, feel that they've missed out a bit. End of the over. 53 left in the day. 260 for 5. D'Oliveira has 49. Brooks has 25. And they've added 46 so far since Gareth Roderick was LBW to Ben Aitchison for 1. And now we're going to have Shoaib Bashir from the City end.
He'll bowl 3 overs, will he, to get us to the second new ball, I would think. Surprised if he bowled anything else.
And then we'll see Mohammed Abbas.
Indeed. Hopefully we'll see the real Mohammed Abbas from a Derbyshire perspective. Bashir then, first time I've commentated on him, I'm very excited. Anuj Dahl has popped off this time. Naeem is now fielding on the extra cover boundary. Still don't see Lewis Rees, so that must be Rory Hayden away to our far side. It's the first time he's bowled with the wind at his back, showing Bashir. The first ball he bowls is defended by D'Oliveira, who's on 49 out into the offside. Lancashire lost a 6th wicket as Bashir comes in. That's quite a quick, flat delivery, and it's guided comfortably by D'Oliveira down to backward point, and he moves to 50 off 98 deliveries. Just acknowledges the applause and from the supporters and the applause from his teammates. 8 fours in his 50. 261 for 5 as Ethan Brooks takes guard. Bashir with that hop at the start of his approach. A reverse sweep comes out from Ethan Brooks. Nicely played. It's racing away down to what is third man. Around the boundary comes Bin Naeem. He keeps it in play. Gets the applause. He saves 1 run there because they've gone through for 3. Brooks moves to 28. Worcestershire to 264 for 5. D'Oliveira just waits to see exactly where Bin Naeem was going to stand. He's going to go back to deep backward point on the boundary. And he Pushes this out into the offside. Cry of no from one or other of the batters. I think Brooks quite fancied one there. Wants to bring out the reverse sweep again. It's the
He plays it a lot.
First one we've seen in the match, I reckon.
Yeah, he plays it a lot. Drove Simon Harmer mad last year.
Excellent. Bashir bowls edged and caught. He's got D'Oliveira. It's his first wicket for Derbyshire. Shoaib Bashir. He leaps in the air. Simple catch for Ben Aitchison. D'Oliveira goes for 50. And Worcestershire are 264 for 6.
Good bit of bowling. Quicker. Might have been the arm ball. And D'Oliveira pushed at it. Sharp catch, I thought. Actually, it was. You're right. I mean, it was pretty straightforward in terms of height.
It was quickish. Yes.
Yeah,
no, you're right. You're right.
He took it nicely. 50 added by those two, but that's not really the issue because it's about time. Worcestershire still got 52 overs left in the day after this, and they are now 6 down. So the follow-on starts to look like a real possibility. Still Waite and Taylor to come, who are perfectly capable all-rounders, and Finch, who is not a bunny by any means, but that's a big wicket. That is a big, big wicket. And the third man to be out this afternoon, Brett D'Oliveira, out for 50. And we saw a couple of players get out, having
Kane
just gone to 50, didn't we? Harry Kane, Caleb Jewell, and Anuj Dar. I'm sure that they would say that, you know, it's nothing to do with lapse of concentration, etc. But it's just always that tiny little thing when a milestone has been reached. And Brett D'Oliveira had played really well, really watchfully. Gone to 50 and almost straight away Shoaib Bashir gets his man with a good delivery, good bit of bowling. Bit quicker, I thought. Bounced maybe. He does get bounced. He's a very, very tall man. Which is one of the reasons that England quite liked him, I think, when they first saw him, was to do with the bounce that he might get, because they were thinking about Australia, weren't they? I think.
And didn't play him there.
And that one bounced a bit, and yeah, exactly. And Aitchison took a pretty sharp catch, I thought. So, but he saw it all the way. That was the good thing, because he was kind of played quite. It wasn't hidden behind the keeper, is what I mean, which it can be when you slip for a spinner.
Bashir bowls to Matthew Waite, who's the new batter. He turns that one into the leg side, and there's no run. It ends a successful over for Bashir. 5 overs, 1 for 24. That'll settle him right down as well. First wicket for his new county in April, and he was at great pains to point, well, not great pains, but at pains to point out that, yeah, he wanted to impress, but it is April. Pitches are a bit softer. On a bouncy pitch that's breaking up, it could be lethal in the second division of the County Championship. And I'm almost certain, although clearly I have no way of finding this out for definite, that he was basically brought on because we're so close to the second new ball. He just acknowledges the crowd who applaud him as he goes out to the boundary.
Martin Anderson starts a new over. Bowling to Ethan Brooks, who was edging this one, and it bounced in front of slip, parried by Aitchison at first slip, and runs down towards third man, and they get a couple of runs. But once again, the outside edge is found, and it definitely, I mean, we've just seen a slip catch off a spinner. We've seen a caught behind. We've seen a couple of drop catches. You've got to say that the most likely way that you're going to get somebody out is via the outside edge. Well, that's the way it looks as in comes Anderson again and bowls, and Brooks drives into the offside. I mean, I say that as though it's some sort of great reveal, but all the top catches in history have been slippers, so you know where the catches are generally going to go, don't you? Which is why, again, that Zach Chappell experiment that we saw for a few overs before just defies logic, really, doesn't it? Martin Anderson again is in and bowls, and Brooks is uncertain again as he moves across the crease. combination of bat and pad, I think, as it runs out on the offside. Mang sent out now on the leg side, so whether that's going to, because we're going to get a short one or it's a bluff, I don't know. Brooks will probably take it on.
For most of his first-class career, Wayne Madsen has fielded at slip. 253 matches, he's got 304 catches.
Anderson is in again and bowls, and Brooks dabs down on the onside. Thinks about a single, but decides against it as Anderson follows through. 266 for 6 then. Worcestershire still trailing by 359. And they've played pretty well. But when you're chasing 628, you've got to do a bit more than play pretty well to stay in it. You've got to play very well. There's a bit of work still to do. Anderson bowls, Brooks drives off the back foot. Bashir will field out in the covers and they'll take a single. Not settled yet, I don't think, Ethan Brooks. I say that, it's strange to say when he's just gone to 31 or 41, but he hasn't. There's been a few edges and he's just been a little bit sort of, I don't know, just unsettled. Played and missed a few times, just hasn't quite been convincing yet. Matthew Waite, new to the crease, faces Anderson for the first time and gets his first run down to long leg.
And has it cruelly taken away from him by Tom Lungley, who
does he?
signals leg back.
Oh, there you go. I'll tell you what, he's got a brand new bat as well.
Has
Looking
he?
at Matthew Waite, yeah. It looks very much to me like a brand new bat, and it looks like one of those, I say this at the end of the over, by the way, 268.6. One of those, they used to say when you're looking for bats, you want one with lots of grains and darker wood down the inside edge. That's the sort of perfect blade. And that looks like exactly what he's got from his bat supplier.
So no pressure. In comes Bashir to bowl Two-Way, who defends the first ball he faces. From the off-spinner into the onside.
Yeah, exactly that. Sticks with a northern bat supplier, does Matthew from his Yorkshire days.
Bashir bowls. Wade just guides this out backward and square on the offside, where it's fielded by Bin Naeem. From a famous West Yorkshire town. Latigan X.
Yes, correct.
Bashir is in again and bowls. That one is defended. You can do with a thicker sweater. I can see the number 6 on his back there. We know who he is because he's batting, but you don't be fielding in a thin sweater like that. You'd be helping the crowd. Here is Bashir again. Waite pushes this one out towards Caleb Jewell at extra cover.
He's one of the easier ones to see in the field, Matthew Waite, because he walks like a penguin, hence his nickname Pingu.
He walks like a Yorkshireman. Here's Bashir. Bowls, and again it's guided into the offside. Bin Naeem picks up. Mohamed Abbas warms up. We are 3 overs and 1 ball away from the second new ball. Sun shining brightly in Derby as Bashir bowls, and that one is defended into the onside this time and made over for Bashir, his first for Derbyshire. We'll just tick off all the firsts. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. He'll be very pleased. He has been called into action to get Derbyshire closer to the second new ball, but even more pleased that he's picked up his first wicket for the county.
So 3 overs to the second new ball and 20 minutes before tea. So we'll probably have a couple of overs with the new ball before tea, won't we? And Worcestershire will be desperately hoping not to lose another wicket as Anderson bowls and Brooks pulls away on the leg side for a single. Waite will be on strike with his new piece of willow. It looks new, anyway. I'm pretty sure it is.
Let's have a close look at this bat. He's very excited by this bat.
Yeah, you'll see. I'm sure you'll see exactly what I mean by the darker wood down the inside edge. Exactly what Certainly what Duncan Fernie always used to say was the perfect blade. As Anderson is in and bowls and waits forward, and this time he does get his first run. Clearly off the bat, pushed away on the onside for a single.
I'm afraid to my untutored eye, it looks like a bat.
Oh no, seriously, have a...
I have, no, I have. It
No.
just looks like a bat.
Yeah, well, it is that. It is that. But,
Lots of blue stickers all over it.
Ethan Brooks.
A big K.
Shh. On strike. As Anderson comes in and bowls, and that one kept a little bit low. Brooks watched it, played it defensively, back up the pitch to the bowler.
So now you have the first letter and the last letter. You should be able to fill in the rest for yourselves.
Yeah. And think about Manchester City, Main Road.
Yeah.
There's a further clue.
Yeah. Don't think we need any more.
Cryptic enough. 270 for 6. Cryptic enough for us to get away with it. We're not advertising. Here comes Anderson again. And bowls, and Brooks is forward. And that one maybe nipped back a little bit. Thickish inside edge down to fine leg where Mohammed Abbas fields. Brooks quite watchful. 33 off 44. Men out since lunch. Hose 42. Roderick soon after that 1, and Oliveira a few minutes ago for 50. After adding exactly 50 for the 6th wicket with Brooks. Anderson bowls to Waite, who's played defensively to mid-off. And there's no addition. 1 ball left in the 78th over of the innings. Still 49 left in the day after this. And tea will be in 17, 18 minutes time. Anderson in, bowls. Waite punches it away on the onside for a single, keeps the strike, goes to 2. 272 for 6 at the end of the over.
Lancashire lost a 6th wicket. They're 101 for 6 now, leading Northamptonshire by 227. That's bubbling up nicely at Wantage Road. Gloucestershire are still 201 runs behind, following on 28 for 1 in their second innings. Shoaib Bashir removes his cap and waits for umpire Watts to take it from him. We have 2 overs until the second new ball is available, and Mohammed Abbas has been stretching. Matthew Montgomery has left the field of play. So too has Rory Hayden. As Abbas bowls, turns into the leg side. Throw comes in from Martin Anderson to the bowler's end. But they've gone through comfortably, and Waite moves on to 3. 273 for 6. So Lewis Rees is back out there. I spot that familiar figure. He arrived in the same season, or the season after I arrived. Lewis Rees is 10 years a Derbyshire player.
Who's made the biggest impact, do you think?
Not for me to say, Frank, not for me to say. I think we can at times be as miserable as each other, in fairness. Bashir bowls, turned into the leg side by Brooks.
You'll be on that timeline that's going around the wall over there.
I should be on the honours board. I haven't dropped a catch. But Lou hasn't dropped many, I don't think.
No.
Bashir in and ball sweep in the air over the head of Martin
Top
Anderson.
edge, I think. He's
Yeah.
lucky with that, isn't
Just cleared Martin Anderson, who keeps it inside the boundary. They think about a third, but decide against it. And Brooks moves on to 35, 275 for 6. If it had been 2 yards further back, possibly that was all it is. I mean, he's quite a long way back anyway, and he has stayed slightly further back than he was. The horse, of course, has already bolted. Bashir, 5th ball of the over, defended by Brooks. No hint of a sweep shot there. But it's been good stuff from Shoaib Bashir with the wind behind him. First time he's bowled with the wind behind him in this match. Or just coming in from the side, possibly. Bowls, that's quick. And it's defended by Brooks into the offside. Over comes to an end. 1 over to go until the second new ball becomes available. 350, isn't it, T? Yeah.
3:45 I've written down.
You got 3 4. Oh, yeah, you might be right.
But I said we'd have 2 or 3 overs. It's going to be more like 3 or 4 overs with the new ball, isn't it? If Anderson gets through this one in about 3
2
minutes.
new balls.
Yeah, well, yeah. In a way.
Well,
They'll get, if they get through till 2, they've got to come out and go through the same ordeal again. But it's all just about survival, isn't it, really? As I say, these two, both of them, actually. Well, Waite has been known to play a sort of rear guard. He did it on that last day at Taunton, that first game last year that I was talking about. But both of them happier when playing shots. Anderson into Waite, who just turns this one on the leg side. No run. 275 for 6. Both I think probably by nature quite aggressive batters, these two. In different ways. Brooks is quite sort of inventive and Waite likes to give it a bash. Anderson bowls. Waite just gets in behind this and pushes up to Lewis Rees at mid-on. He's on 3, Matthew Waite. Martin Anderson tidy, 6.2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21 so far. Still think Ben Aitchison's been the best of the bowlers personally, but
it's like he's going to take the new ball by the look of it because of the way he's warming up at first slip.
Yeah, I think he's earned that probably. As Anderson bowls, and that's a typical Waite shot, punched away off the back foot, only for a single because Bashir is out on the boundary.
It's an interesting little battle between the seam bowlers, because you'd think Mohamed Abbas will play at Old Trafford in game 2, but if Wayne Madson's fit,
somebody's going to go, aren't they?
you'd think it will be one of the seamers who makes way. Surely can't be Anderson anymore.
No, and Dahl made 50 as well. As Anderson bowls and Brooks is forward, pushing back up the pitch. So yeah, well, if Rees has got an injury, then I suppose that might.
Well, he's back out there now.
The issue. Yeah,
he's back out there now. But I think it would be a shootout between Chappell and Aitchison, really. Aitchison will be desperate to play back at Old Trafford, having come from there.
Anderson in again, bowls. Brooks again is forward. Pushes out on the onside. So there'll be 3 overs with the new ball, I reckon, before tea. The lights are on. The sun is shining. Brooks just wasting a bit of time, coming to remove something.
Did well to spot that 20 yards away.
Remove something that's on the pitch. Having said that, you can get distracted by foreign object on the pitch. That one keeps low, and he's got him. Brooks can't believe it. Kept low, didn't it, that one? And Anderson picks up a wicket. LBW hit him on the shin. He looked very disappointed. Almost got through to the new ball, but the second LBW in succession, this time for Anderson, and Ethan Brooks has gone for 35. Haven't seen a replay yet. Sure we will in a minute, but Worcestershire now in a bit of trouble with the new ball. Imminent 276 for 7.
Yeah, they tend not to show them until he's left the bound, or gone over the boundary, which he has now. Here is the replay. It's a decent shout.
It's a decent shout.
It's sort of
fair way forward, wasn't he? But it didn't get up much, did it? So
front of middle stump. I'd have given him.
Yeah.
Yes, having seen no leg before wicket given out on day 1, we've now seen 2 of the last 3 wickets, because there was the Bashir wicket in between. But from this end, 2 in a row given by umpire Tom Lungley. Still the deficit 349. But we all know what. I assume it's Tom Taylor.
Yeah.
We all know what Tom Taylor can do. He's a very fine cricketer. Left Derbyshire to go to Northamptonshire. And then moved across to Worcestershire.
Went to Leicester. Did you go to Leicestershire?
It could have been
first?
Leicestershire
Yeah.
first.
And then Northamptonshire.
Northamptonshire.
Done the full East Midlands
Yeah.
set, I think.
And his brother, I think he's still at Surrey.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Yeah.
Rarely plays.
No. Very good cricketer.
Yeah. Oh,
Very
yeah.
good cricketer.
Played together, I want to say against the West Indies in a tour match. Might have been the pink ball tour match, which was a complete waste of time. New ball taken at 276 for 7, and it's in the hands of Mohammed Abbas. The first ball that he bowls is pushed out into the offside by Matthew Waite. And there's no run. 15 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 54, Mohammed Abbas. A little expensive. Few of those runs came off edges down to third man where there wasn't a third man, so he's only got himself to blame for that. Unless the captain refused to allow him one. He doesn't have one now either, but he does have a fine leg, and he bowls, and that's defended again by Waite. Straight into the ground. As Frank pointed out, he's setting his own fields, so as you would expect, somebody who's as experienced as he is, he probably knows where he's going to bowl. If he doesn't, then something strange is going on. Just the 868 first-class wickets. And he comes again. Oh, and he's edged it behind, has he? Yes, he has. No, I thought he was walking there. He hasn't. The finger stays firmly down. I was convinced he was walking. He certainly made steps towards the pavilion, which is away to our left. I think even Abbas appealed on that occasion. He's only appealed twice, to my certain knowledge. Bat was a long way from the body when he played this shot. It wasn't ideal. And Abbas comes in again towards us from the city end. That one's gone past the edge as well. The only man to appeal this time with his arms in the air, showing Bashir at extra cover. I can see him appealing a lot this season. Wait on 4, Taylor yet to face a ball. 276 for 7, 349 runs behind. Now, Worcestershire. And Abbas comes in again. Back foot drive, punched into the offside by Waite, straight to Bashir. Ben Aitchison wants something. I think they're asking bowling coach Chris Wright. They're looking for the matchup with Tom Taylor, I think. Just asking. It was the response came from Alex Hughes, who's the analyst. They like matchups, don't they? It's Abbas bowls and it's defended by Matthew Waite. Aitchison has removed his sweater. And Abbas gets his 4th maiden. 16 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 44. The score remains 276 for 7. Taylor about to face his first delivery. Really strong position, Derbyshire. Can they force it home, though? We'll find out in the next 140 overs or so.
They'll be following on tonight, you expect, wouldn't you?
And I don't think that we'll be leaving before 5 o'clock tomorrow night. I don't think the players will leave the pitch before then, because Worcestershire have battled hard here. They've done it before. And they are battling hard.
So, Tom Taylor, first ball for him. Ben Aitchison to bowl it from the racecourse end, bowls, and Taylor is pushing it out into the offside. Asked him how he was this morning, Tom Taylor, and he said, just a little bit sore.
Yeah.
I said, well, you did more than your fair share. And he's had a chance to put his feet up for a session and a half, hasn't he?
He just picked something up and handed it to the umpire there. Some
spike or
has
something.
come out of somebody's boots. Mohammed Abbas's, possibly.
Aitchison bowls to Taylor, taken on the pad. Ball runs out on the leg side.
We did have Mohammed Amir here for a brief spell in the T20. Not a big fan of the post-match interview by all accounts. In fact, he wasn't a big fan of signing autographs. Slightly disappointing, really, all round.
Aitchison moves away from us again in the sunshine and bowls down the leg side to Taylor. Brookguest skips across to his left, makes a neat take. One more over after this before the tea interval, I would suggest, if I've got my timings right, and then it'll be a 44 over last session.
Well, I'll bowl with the wind behind me if you don't mind.
You've had the wind all day. Aitchison bowls and Taylor pushes out on the offside.
It's just the yoghurt.
I like the way that Aitchison and Anderson have bowled, particularly today, and Dahl as well, but I like the fact that for most of the time from this end, we've had somebody just running in and targeting the stumps, making the batsman play. 3 slips in now, he's got the new ball, he bowls, and that's nicely driven by Taylor through the covers for 4. I think it'll go all the way, indeed it will, so he's off the mark. 280 for 7. And if you look at those bowlers that I'm talking about, so particularly Aitchison and Anderson, Aitchison's gone for 2.5 and over, Anderson just over 3, and Dahl 1.69. That's exactly the sort of bowling that we were talking about that lacked
It's proper, isn't it?
in the Worcestershire bowling effort. Exactly the sort of thing. Anderson in again then. Last ball of the over to Taylor. Bowls and Taylor edges. It bounced just short of first step, but further evidence of what we've been saying throughout the day that that looks like the most likely way through. And it landed just short of first slip. End of the over, 280 for 7. 3 minutes to go, we think, until tea, which it's changed so many times with all the stoppages. I think the latest ruling was that it would be at 3:45. Oh, maybe wrong. Yeah, 3:45. Yeah. Okay, we've just communicating via sign language with the scorer.
Well, mainly because it's been set in stone 3 times and changed.
Yeah.
So
the stonemasons had to re-chisel it on 3 occasions.
280 for 7. Mohammed Abbas from the City end bowling to Matthew Wade, who guides the ball into the offside. And there's no run. And as Frank has been saying, we will have a 44 over final session, which is a good 3 hours. And we won't get them all, I wouldn't have thought. We have lost overs today. We started with 96, as you would expect. We added 5. Then we took 4 away and another 4. Then we lost another 2. So we've got a net -5 for the day, which is 91, I think, as Abbas bowls, and that one is pushed on the side of the stumps at the front.
You know the boundary bar. Is it just a bar now?
I believe so. I've never been in.
Because I'm hungry. I thought I might go for a walk round at tea. Because there aren't many outlets on the ground, are there, at the moment?
No.
There'll be more as the season goes on, I guess.
I should see Tom or Henry will be able to guide you to the nearest food emporium on the ground. I couldn't tell you where it was. Abbas bowls pushed out into the offside by Waite again. 3 balls to go till tea. Unless he bowls 3 balls really quickly or in quick succession. but I can't imagine that the clock won't go beyond 3:45, as it is already 3:44. The three slips, like the three amigos, they rarely change. Aitchison, Jewell and Anderson. The Bass is in, and Waite turns that into the leg side. They're almost like the three monkeys, though, and they see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. That one put his hands up, one put his hands on his head, one covered his face. Ball went to backward square leg for a single. 282 for 7. Taylor on to 4. Waite has 6. Got the wrong batter. It was Taylor who got the single. And the Bass bowls to Waite, who goes on the back foot and punches it up towards tumbling Lewis Rees at mid-on, who stops the ball. There won't be a fifth maiden for Mohammed Abbas. But this will be the final ball before tea, because the clock now says 15:46. Last ball of the session then. Here comes Mohammed Abbas from the city end, bowling to Matthew Waite, who turns it into the leg side where it's comfortably fielded. And the bails are removed, and that is tea after a very good session, really, for Derbyshire in the end. Worcestershire began the session on 155 for 3. Adam Hose dismissed for 42. Brooke Guest taking the catch off Lewis Rees. Gareth Roderick leg before wicket to Ben Aitchison for 1. Brett D'Oliveira caught by Ben Aitchison off the bowling of Shoaib Bashir for exactly 50. And Ethan Brooks following soon after. LBW to Martin Anderson, who's having quite the game. The not-out batsman at tea. Matthew Waite has 6, Tom Taylor has 4. And Worcestershire are 282 for 7 at the interval, still trailing by 343 runs. We will return in around 20 minutes.
Parade duty resumes shortly. Could spectators please leave the outfield? Please welcome back the officials and players for the final session of the day. The returning batters are Tom Taylor and Matthew Wade.
Oh, look who's back. We're at the Central Co-op County Ground. It's day 3. I forgot which day it was. Day 3 of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Worcestershire. The evening session with a mere 44 overs remaining in the day due to rain this morning, in which we had just 10 overs. We're going to be here forever. Derbyshire have Worcestershire 282 for 7 in their first innings, replying to that 625 for 8 declared. Worcestershire still 343 runs behind. A long way from the follow-on target and much work to do. And the ball that is currently in the hands of Ben Aitchison is just 3 overs old. There are 3 slips in place as he bowls to Tom Taylor, who's on 4. Well, he's on 5 now, because he guides that down to third man. And there is a third man. Matthew Waite is on 6. Worcestershire now on 283 for 7. And here, after a very fine tea in which he's filled, filled his face,
sated his appetite,
is Frank Watts.
Yeah. have. I went round to the only food outlet on the ground, and I was about to purchase something until I found out the price.
As Aitchison is in, bowls to Wait and beats him.
That's a good one.
Lifted as well, didn't it? Shiny new hard ball, that always helps. The scoreboard, which we've been praising to the hilt, remains to be a big advertising board. Away to our right. At the moment, it's advertising that alcoholic drink which plays the nonsense song from the 1960s, 70s. There we go. It's a scoreboard. As Aitchison bowls and the rather clunky sound off Waite's bat tells us that he mistimed that one. The ball goes back to the bowler, and there's no run. Having watched it rain and hail earlier on, soon we're not going to be able to see the pitch because the sun is so low, which isn't a complaint, merely an observation. But it has gone in momentarily as Aitchison bowls and White goes on the back foot, plays it straight back to the Derbyshire bowler, and there's no run. They've called it off for the day at Durham. So no play at all today after the damage caused by Storm Dave. Even Trigger's broom couldn't sweep things up. As Aitchison's in again, there's an attempt to drive that one. He didn't really move his feet that much. The ball is picked up by the Derbyshire skipper Harry Kame. So Durham will resume tomorrow, assuming they do resume tomorrow, leading by 221. It'll be interesting to see what they do. They have a little dart for an hour and then put Kent back in, or what? Lancashire now 8 down. Remarkable, leading by 239 at Northampton. Next deliveries. Got a straight one, turned into the leg side by Waite, and the first over after tea comes to an end. 283 for 7. Worcestershire 5 to Taylor, 6 to Waite. 342 the deficit. And the other game, Gloucestershire, is still 1 down and trailed by 172 following on against Middlesex at Lords.
So 43 overs left. We probably won't get 43 overs because we'll lose some when they follow on.
Well, we'll lose 2. Well,
Because I reckon they will follow on. I don't think.
You think?
Yeah, I do. You wouldn't not enforce the follow on.
Oh, no,
when you're
but I
still
think
this
then-
far ahead, would you?
But we'll lose 2 if they don't follow on as well.
Yeah.
But
But you know what I mean.
yeah, I think they'll.
I don't think they'll bat the rest of this
I think
session.
it's,
That's
I think
what
it's the only way that Derbyshire can really win this game. They don't want to go in and waste time batting,
No point. It's too far ahead anyway.
and they can always bat again tomorrow
And
evening.
it's another reason why having all these bowlers is so advantageous, isn't it? Here's Mohammed Abbas from the City end, bowling to Taylor, who's forward to this, pushes up to mid-off. We're talking about the depth of the bowling resources for Derbyshire, and one of the main reasons that follow-ons don't get enforced is when they feel that they've spent so long getting them out the first time that all the bowlers are tired and they need an hour or 2 break, but that's not going to be the case really when you've got this many bowlers. 7 used, and fairly evenly spread workload, certainly amongst the seamers. Abbas bowls short, Taylor on the back foot drives, doesn't really time it, good diving stop by Shoaib Bashir in the covers. Lovely evening now actually, very pleasant. I went for a walk round at tea, as I was saying. It's still chilly, still is uncomfortably cold, I would say, if you're sitting still, or fielding for that matter, especially in the slips. But it's bright and it's pleasant enough. Mohammed Abbas is in. Bowl short to Taylor, who cuts, but straight to manage Dahl at backward point.
We have a 45 over evening session at Sophia Gardens. Nick Webb sounds like he's looking forward to it.
Yes. I wondered how you knew.
Well,
I didn't think you'd gone through all the scorecards and worked out.
Oh, goodness me, no.
A message from Webby.
No, he's written on the BBC website.
Mohammed Abbas bowls and edged by Taylor. Didn't know a lot about that. Hands on head from the bowler. Looped away wide of third slip. And pick up a couple off the shoulder of the bat.
It's been a very frustrating first innings bowling for Mohammed Abbas, hasn't it? Had a catch dropped off his bowling relatively early on. That one would have been snapped up by fourth slip had there been one. There isn't one though.
I think there should be.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, comes Abbas again and bowls, and Taylor's forward to this one. Take on the pad. Might have been a bit of bat on it. Dropped down by his feet, strangled appeal. Yeah, I mean 340 ahead. I can't think why there isn't a fourth slip and a short leg maybe.
Worcestershire have been set 481 to beat Sussex at Grace Road. Good luck with that.
There's Abbas again to complete the over. Bowls, and Taylor is pushing this one up to mid-on and then holds his hands up like a traffic policeman and says no to Matthew Waite. End of the over, 285 for 7. Worcestershire trailing by 340, 42 overs left in the day.
I've just read something that you hope isn't true, but I think it is. The headline is name drop of the day on commentary. It's at the game between Warwickshire and Surrey, where Dermot Reeve has apparently said he played with Eric Clapton and he was better than him.
At cricket?
Yes, it was with cricket. You'd want him to be better, wouldn't you, really? As Aitchison begins a new over, that one is guided out into the offside, a tumbling save from Anuj Dal. Yeah, not talking about having a jam with a guitar. It was a Bunbury game. Bowled first ball, but they put the bails back on and let him have another go. It is quite a good name drop, I suppose. Aitchison running away from us from the racecourse end. Bowls to Waite, who defends it. Up towards a very straight mid-off. Where it's fielded by Derbyshire skipper Harry Kame. So just 3 slips here for Ben Aitchison, as well as Mohammed Abbas, who is fielding down at long leg. Zach Crawley looks cold at mid-wicket. Lewis Rees at mid-on. Aitchison is in, and that one is guided to Anuj Dal, who's fielding at point. Harry Kame at mid-off, and Shoaib Bashir down at a wide-ish third man with those 3 slips in place, who therefore must be Montgomery, Jewell and Anderson. I think it's Montgomery at first slip, but I won't swear to it. As Aitchison goes in and bowls, and that one is down the leg side. He tries to flick it away, Wait, but can't make contact. It's taken by Brooke Guest. It looks like Jewell at second. That's where he generally fields at second slip. Well, Wayne Madsen often fields at second slip as well when he comes into the side. It's definitely Anderson at third, so it must be Montgomery. Who crouches down now as Aitchison is in and bowls. That one is driven very nicely, and it's beyond the reach of Harry Kame. It's going to go all the way to the boundary, I fancy. The outfield remains remarkably quick, considering the rain and the fact that it's not as even as it might be. And it is all the way for 4, and Waite moves into double figures now. 289 for 7. 336 of the deficit. Taylor on 7. Aitchison, final ball of his 20th over of the innings. He's had more work than anybody else. 1 for 53, his figures. And he's in now on bowls, and that's defended by Waite. Straight back to Aitchison, who bends down and picks it up. And the over comes to an end at 289 for 7.
Which sounds like a pretty good score, doesn't it? But given the pitch and the circumstances, it actually represents a pretty good effort by Derbyshire, I think. That they've stuck at it. missed a couple of chances, but they've stuck at it, and psychologically they've got that massive score on the board, which always means that the side batting second is sort of just a little bit daunted. And although Latigan played well and one or two other people, Derbyshire right on top as Mohamed Abbas bowls to Tom Taylor, who leaves that alone outside the off stump. And like I say, sounds good. 289 for 7 all. That's not too bad. A couple of people have got runs, yeah, but a long, long way behind. Mainly because of that brilliant partnership between Lewis Rees and Anderson on day one. Here comes Mohamed Abbas again. Bowls outside the off stump. Left alone by Taylor. Hands on heads all around, because after it had passed the stumps, it veered back sharply, and Brookguest had to move away. Took it probably outside the leg stump by the time it reached his gloves, but most of that movement after it had passed the stumps. If the bowler could find a way of making it move like that a little bit earlier,
Be handy, wouldn't it?
in business.
Mm.
Comes again now. Balls short, and Taylor drives off the back foot. Bashir again, as he did in the last over, dives to his left at cover, makes the save, gets a little low five from Anaj. Could have just shouted good stop, Bash, but the physical connection between the two, obviously very important. You see a lot of it, don't you?
Constant.
There's Mohamed Abbas again. Bowl short. Taylor cuts. This time he will get 4. Sliced it, really. He didn't get a lot of bat on it, but enough to get it away behind square. It just trickles over the rope as Dole jogs after it. So a boundary for Taylor. Takes him into double figures. He's 11. Weight is 10. 293 for 7. Mohamed Abbas has conceded 62 runs so far. He's wicketless in his 19th over. Probably not at his happiest in the climate conditions, must be said. He's beaten the bat quite a few times. Changing the field now, moving the 3rd slip to 4th. Crucial. Getting the batsman's head. Comes in again now. Bowls. Taylor works it away on the onside for a single. Mohamed Abbas. I'm sure, as he walks back, thinking, you know, it's only a matter of time before I pick up my first wicket, but I wish it was a bit warmer. Comes in now. Wide on the crease, bowls, and Taylor gets inside that, works it away on the onside. Nicely played. That's going to be the second boundary of the innings. Just in front of square on the leg side. Abbas takes his sweater and snood from the umpire. 297 for 7. Taylor goes to 15. And the trail, Worcestershire by 328. Still got 40 overs left in the day. 87 gone in the innings. So far, so good for these two since tea.
My concentration is obviously waning. I called Zach Chappell Zach Crawley.
I thought you might be confusing listeners, but I didn't think it really mattered. I think everybody must have known who you meant anyway.
It's very kindly been pointed out to me by a member of the media team whose every post I shall be watching very, very closely from now on. You know who you are. Tom Taylor's just doing up his bootlace, his left boot. He pretend not to be scared, but he should be. I've been concentrating for 2.5 days. Having not concentrated at all for much of the winter, because you don't have to in football. You sort of go, yeah, we scored.
Nobody knows, do they?
No.
Cross from the left.
Aitchison bowls and it beats the edge of Waite's bat. As it goes through to Guest. Starts the over for Ben Aitchison.
It's true, isn't it? You worry, don't you? You're doing a report, you worry about who made the cross from the left or whatever. It doesn't matter, does it? You say cross from the left, header at the far post. Crowd's gone mad. Doesn't really matter. It's not quite the same in cricket.
Although, as in goes Ben Aitchison, balls to Wait.
That was a beauty.
That was a really good delivery. Two good deliveries to start the over from Ben Aitchison. The crucial goal scored last season that kept Burton Albion up. The name of the goal scorer as he fired the ball in from an acute angle just completely went out of my head. I had not a chance of recalling it. It's Dylan Williams. Aitchison bowls, and this time he gets bat on ball. Does Matthew Waite, but can only push it off the back foot up to Lewis Rees at mid-on. It says 9 degrees on my phone outside. My phone isn't outside, it's 9 degrees outside on my phone. I'm not sure it's that warm. It's about 46 degrees inside here as the next delivery is an inside edge into his boot by Waite. He's been troubled by this over from Ben Aitchison.
He's not himself, Matthew Waite, out there. He's not really timed many, has he?
No. Finch and Hannon Dolby to come. As Aitchison sets off again, runs away from us, bowls to Waite, who goes back and pushes the ball up to Rees at mid-on. Plenty of encouragement out there. Where is Shoaib Bashir? There he is. Applauding at every opportunity. That cover. Three slips, but they're quite spread out now. The third slip is some distance from the second as Waite bowls again. Inside edge into pad, out into the offside. Good over from Ben Aitchison. 21 overs, 3 maidens. Now, that was a maiden. 1 for 53. Nicely done.
Yeah, he's bowled really well, I think. Mohamed Abbas going to carry on from the City end. No wicket for 66 so far from his 19 overs. Comes in now to bowl to Taylor. And he lets that go outside the off stop. So 2 slips and a 4th slip rather than gully. Carefully placed by Abbas, and then backward point. Extra cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg the field. Taylor on 15. Waits now as Abbas bowls and drives loosely, to be honest, and gets a thick inside edge and a fortuitous couple of runs behind square on the leg side. Played with his bat a long way away from his front pad and lost his shape a bit. It's a bit of a swish, really, but he got enough bat on it to get away with it. Sort of thing that if somebody did it against him, he'd have been standing at the end of his run-up, at the end of his follow-through, glaring at the batter. Abbas in again, bowls. Taylor just in behind this one, a bit more watchful this time, pushes out on the offside. Bashir Fields, beautiful evening now in many ways, apart from the cold. Clear.
The length of it.
Blue skies. Weather's set fair, don't we get any interruptions? Probably will get all these overs in actually, it might be a bit late, unless it goes very dark. Plenty of cricket left. Abbas in once more bowls, and Taylor is taken on the pad. The ball flies to the right of Brookguest Bay behind the stumps. He dives away to his right and takes it. They appeal like mad. Now, either they're appealing for a catch or he's not out LBW because he hit it. But he's obviously not hit it because the catch hasn't been given. And the umpire, Chris Watts, feels that it was a bit high, if anything, I thought, for an LB. But anyway, a lot of hands on heads and arms in the air and whatever. But at the end of it all, a dot in the scorebook. What did you reckon?
Yeah, well,
Bit high, I thought.
possibly. They were convinced, weren't they? Mohammed Abbas, that was the biggest appeal we've seen from him. That might be born out of frustration as much as anything as well. But
Tom Taylor was unmoved. As Abbas is in again now and bowls, and he lets that one go outside the off stump, quite a bit wider, that one.
well, you expected him to do the decent thing and walk.
Nobody does, do they, anymore? I wonder if anybody actually walks anymore. I don't think they do they?
Well, the umpires get paid plenty. Give them something to do.
I wonder if anybody walks at all now.
Doubtful.
Might be one or two, I suppose.
They don't even walk when they know they've hit it and it's in a match with
Second slip.
replays.
There's Abbas in. Bowls again to Taylor. Take on the pad. Might have been inside edge on this one. Runs out on the offside. Another really good over, but fruitless. 2.99 for 7.
Yeah, still ball there is Mohammed Abbas. 20 overs now, 4 maidens, 0 for 68. The 0 will be troubling him. Sure. Van Aitchison is going to continue, having bowled a maiden over the previous over. 17 runs added since tea. 2.99 for 7, Worcestershire. Waite settles over his bat. Aitchison bowls to him and he drives handsomely beyond Harry Kane. The ball's going to race to the boundary. And the 300 comes up for Worcestershire. Waite moves on to 14. 303 for 7, a third bonus point for the visitors in the 90th over. The overall run rate has dropped to 3.3. A huge drop from the 3.5 it was earlier today. Just shows that there's a bit more of a grip from Derbyshire as Aitchison's next delivery is played into the offside by Waite and fielded by Bashir. Forecast for tomorrow, glorious. Not only glorious, but potentially 14, a whole 14 degrees. And if we were only playing cricket on Wednesday when it's due to be 21, that would be nice, wouldn't it? But we're not.
You can still have a nice day, though. Go to the beach or something.
I'm in the office. In comes Aitchison, that's a leading edge that squirts down to Anuj Dal at backward point when he was aiming for the leg side. Matthew Waite. My one day in the office. And I could have been doing my washing. Halfway through his 22nd over is Ben Aitchison. Having a word with Harry Kane about something. His skipper. A gust of wind prevents him from starting his run up now he does. And he's in and bowls. This one's defended again by Waite. Out into the offside. Shoaib Bashir does the fielding. Lancashire remain 8 down against Northamptonshire. Now lead by 257. Gloucestershire still 1 down, following on, still 161 behind. No play, remember, at Chester Street today. As Aitchison goes in and bowls to Waite, who pushes it out into the offside square. Anuj Dal does the fielding. There's going to be a clash of the two coaching staffs in a minute, because 3 members of the Worcestershire team are out at mid-wicket, whereas the 4 members of the Derbyshire team are down at long leg, talking to Mohammed Abbas. They carry on walking, they'll meet in the middle. Oh, it strikes the pad. It's a half-hearted appeal from Ben Aitchison. There was more of an appeal from behind the stumps, but the bowler not necessarily joining in full-throatedly, and the over comes to an end. 303 for 7. Waite has 14, Taylor has 17. Worcestershire trail by 322 runs.
Yeah, I think it's not just coaches, players. Brett D'Oliveira is walking around now amongst them. Brett D'Oliveira, Kadir Ali. The other person is snooded and hooded and goodness knows what. I think it might be Adam Howes. Could be Richard Jones, the bowling coach, not sure. Anyway, 303 for 7. And here is Mohammed Abbas still going from the city end. He bowls and Taylor pushes this up to mid-on. There's no run. He's 21st over then, Abbas. And when he started last night and he had that catch put down early on, I don't think we thought that he wouldn't have got a wicket when he started his 21st over, especially if 7 had gone down. But that's the way. 1 run out. Latigan, unfortunate to be run out. We thought it might have been, it was very close. But a wicket for Rees, a wicket for Aitchison, a wicket for Derbyshire, 2 for Zach Chappell and 1 for Martin Anderson. As Taylor picks up another couple here, just steering this one down off the edge, down through the gully, and Ajdal does the fielding. Taylor goes to 19. Worcestershire crawling along now. 305 for 7. Still trailing by 320. Not even halfway to overhauling Derbyshire's 625 for 8. 476 the follow-on target. Mohammed Abbas in once more bowls. Short and wide, didn't bounce much. Taylor entitled to play the cut shot, but he went underneath his bat. Brooke Guest took it about knee height. Yeah, it's unfair, isn't it? 3 against 6. And the confrontation on the boundary.
It's the Jets and the other ones.
Yeah, Sharks. Yeah. Here's Mohammed Abbas again in. He bowls and Taylor is working this one to mid-wicket. And again, there's no run. Harry came clapping his hands at mid-off, encouraging his troops. Hands in pockets all the way around. A few claps and shouts from fielders encouraging. Just important, having got the initiative just before tea, Derbyshire. Abbas in again, bowls, and Taylor plays defensively. Important to that you don't let that energy drop a little bit, because they've had, half an hour since tea and they haven't picked up another wicket. Just got to make sure that energy stays up. That's why I think Harry Kane has gone vocal, should we say, in the last couple of minutes. Just sensing perhaps that there's a drop-off in energy from his troops. Nothing that a wicket wouldn't change. Derbyshire absolutely on top. Mohammed Abbas in now, bowls, and Taylor gets a run. No, he doesn't. It's a leg by. It's gone down to fine leg. It's one thing that singly keeps the strike, end of the over. One thing that the umpires have, it's made our lives easier up here, is this recent idea that they always hold their arm out when they're going to signal leg by almost straight away, don't they? And it helps the scorers and it helps us too, because just when you think it might be a run, you realise it isn't. Zach Chappell's coming into the attack.
It's the pre-signal signal.
306 for 7.
Well, you wouldn't be surprised if umpire Watts decided to hold his arm out so far for the pre-signal that it was fooling people into thinking he'd called a no ball.
Fooling me. Fooling old codgers. 306 for 36 overs left. That's probably the most important thing, apart from the score. 36 overs left in the day.
Zach Chappell, who has bowled largely from the City end. 13 overs, 2 for 52. Took his 2 wickets from the City end yesterday. And bowled a few bouncers today. Is in from the racecourse end. Taylor waits and goes up on his toes, pushes it out into the offside. They go through for a quick single. If that hits, there's real problems. Montgomery misses. He'd given up at Waite. The ball misses the stumps. And Waite survives. There was never a single there, really.
Strange. Don't understand why you would do that.
But
I mean, you want to keep the score
he'd
going.
given up, hadn't
keep
he?
rotating.
He'd
Yeah,
given up.
absolutely. Taylor knew. Taylor stopped and looked because he just knew that it was a foregone conclusion. And then when it missed, he just kind of swiveled round in relief, really.
Just the one stump for Montgomery to aim at. He couldn't find the target. As Chappell is in again, balls to Wade. Yeah, single there. The ball goes straight to Lewis Rees.
If you 2 run-outs in an innings like this would be an absolute disaster, wouldn't it? You think, well, you just no need. No need. Oh, it's all about batting time. It's not about chasing the score. It's very, very... I mean, Latigan's still be annoyed with himself even now.
So he's disappeared for the time being. As Chappell is in to bowl to Waite, who clips this nicely down towards backward square leg. Mohamed Abbas goes around, picks up, they come back for a second. 309 for 7, 316 the deficit almost, as Frank mentioned earlier, at halfway now. 16 to 8, 20 to Taylor. Partnership up to 33. And Chappell's ready to bowl the 4th ball of his 14th over. In he goes, and Waite pushes this once again up to Lewis Rees. And Harry Kane shows his approval as Anuj Dal warms up. Out backward point, goes through his bowling action, bowled nicely before 13 overs for 22. He's bowled 5 maidens, more than anybody else. 13 in total. Harry Kane wants a helmet for somebody. I assume it's the keeper, as this one strikes the inside edge and then the pad of Matthew Waite. And is eventually picked up by Martin Anderson, just in front of Lewis Rees. Over 8's gone to +1. Work that out if you can. Some very complicated calculations have been made, and they've guessed that it's probably +1, so we'll put that up. That's not the score, it's all down to the umpires, of course. As Chappell bowls and Waite turns this into the leg side, they are going to go through for a single here, as the left-handed Rees has to run around the ball to pick it up, which he does, but the single is taken. Waite moves on to 18 and pinches he moves on to 17 and pinches the strike. 310 for 7 at the end of the over. Taylor has 20. And the helmet has been brought out for Brooke Guest, but he's not going to use it immediately because I wouldn't be surprised to see him use it at some point. Anuj Dal is going to bowl from the City end.
Yeah, you might stand up if the batters start to use their feet a little bit, I guess. So Mohamed Abbas still wicketless after another spell. 21 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 70. 3.3 an over he's gone for. And Dahl, the economical Dahl, the most economical bowler by a long way, comes into the attack for the first time, I think, from, even though the floodlights are on. And this partnership so far worth 34.
Well, if they turn the floodlights off, they have to wait half an hour before they can turn them back on
right?
again, because they're old-fashioned. Well, they are. They're due to be replaced. But yeah, that's what I was told this morning, last night, one or the other.
Anyway, they're not needed at the moment, let's put it that way, but they are on. It probably costs as much in them warming up as it does keeping them on as well.
And there's almost certainly a regulation that we haven't been told that says you've got to keep them on once they've been switched on. But
here's Dahl. Bowls to Wait and pushes up to mid-off.
we'll have to sneak an odd regulation or two past everybody at the start of the season. The substitutes one came late.
Just so many, aren't there? That was another thing we asked Steve O'Shaughnessy about. How do you keep track of it all? He said it is difficult.
Yeah.
And the Dahl again. Bowls. Wait drives into the ground firmly, and Dahl fields nicely off his own bowling.
It's blowing into his hands now because that would have stung a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the indication of how cold it is. I noticed Zach Chaplin the last over. He was putting his hands in his pockets when he was walking back.
I don't think he's enjoying himself.
He was last night when he got those first 2 wickets. Dahl in, bowl, short. Oh, Waits out, dragged it on, gone for the big pull shot. Bottom edge, I think, onto the middle stump. Middle stump is uprooted. Not the best ball Dahl's bowled, but who cares? A wicket for Derbyshire. Middle stump out of the ground. Matthew Waite out for 17 of 58 balls. First really extravagant shot he's tried to play for ages. And he's got a bottom edge down onto the stumps. And Worcestershire are 310 for 8. And Anuj Dahl gets reward for his persistence earlier on, you could say. And Adam Finch will be on his way out to join Tom Taylor.
You know, sometimes I think that the batters take Anuj Dahl a bit lightly because he doesn't race, when he runs quickly. We know he can run even quicker. Here's a replay. You're absolutely right. The ball was 2-3 stumps outside off stump, crashing into middle off the bottom edge of his bat, dropped to his knee and put his head in his hands. Matthew Waite. He sort of I don't want to be offensive to him, but he sort of trundles in. His arms, he's got quick arm action. And they perhaps think, well, this might be a good opportunity to score a run or two, and
yeah, I think
you can pay the price.
Yeah, he misread the length a bit, didn't he? I think he thought it was a bit shorter than it was. And he's the sort. I mean, like I said earlier, Matthew Waite, he likes to play shots. Been pegged back, waited for the bad ball. There haven't been many, to be fair, have there? Because Mohamed Abbas hardly bowled a bad one, and therefore maybe you get one that it was short of length, but maybe just not quite as short as he thought, and therefore he just went at it a bit hard, really, I think. But anyway,
Derbyshire spot nudge with 4 J's for the wicket. Pointless.
Here comes Dahl to Finch, the new man, who gets a full delivery that he pushes up to mid-off. I wouldn't think, you can't call Finch an all-rounder, but he's not a bunny. He's got a first-class 50, and he's featured in some good partnerships late on. There's one occasion where he and Ben Gibbon batted together for a long time at the end of an innings, and they had to follow on, consequently. But because they'd been out for a long time, they went out to open the second time after when they followed on. Long way from that today as Dahl bowls and Finch is forward, with Brooke Guest standing up to the stumps.
The old damp pitches when they reversed the batting order.
No, they batted for it. It was a similar situation to this, and batted for about an hour and a half. They still had to follow on. They said, well, you might as well go back out, you two. You've got your eye in, etc. And they did. And they did okay, I think, second time. I'm not sure the exact scores. Anuj Dahl in again, bowls, and Finch is out, caught at slip. So excellent work from Anuj Dahl. That was a good one, just in the right place. Finch new to the crease, pushed forward, outside edge, and Ben Aitchison at first slip pouched the catch. Very, very good cricket from Derbyshire, and Worcestershire now absolutely on the brink of being asked to follow on.
3-ball duck for Adam Finch. Nice catch for Ben Aitchison. Lowish down. Took it well. It might even have just brushed Brooke Guest on the way through, possibly. I'd have to see a replay. It just seemed to go in two different directions. There's Dell with a double wicket over. And indeed a double wicket made. That's not going to help us at all, that replay. But a double wicket maiden for, there we go. No, perhaps not. Double wicket maiden in any case.
Well bowled.
Oliver Hannon Dolby comes out to bat. Well. It
So Worcestershire were 213 for 3,
well,
310 for 9.
what they were was 142 for 2 with the run out, and that's where it didn't quite start. Then they put on another 60 or so for the fourth wicket, but you just got the feeling that Derbyshire just needed something, didn't it, to get them going, and then once they've got Adam Hose out, then it's
fallen away a bit.
It has fallen away a touch.
You wouldn't have thought they'd be 9 down without Mohammed Abbas having taken one, would you?
No. Well,
Which is not good news when you think about a second time around, is it? But there you go. Oliver Hannon Dolby is the new man, tall left-hander, non-striker. Will he face a delivery?
Zach Chappell in to bowl to Taylor, who defends this one out into the offside. These two will not have batted together. Fielded there by the hero of the moment, Anuj Dal, with his 2 wickets in that wicket maiden. 2 for 22 off 14 overs. Excellent from Anuj Dal. 2 wickets as well for Zach Chappell. Reese, Aitchison, Bashir and Anderson all picking up wickets too. As Chappell is in and bowls, and Taylor defends it. Zach Chappell's in comical mode as he holds his arms aloft and races across to stop the ball with the outside of his left foot. Tosses himself a catch and then another. He walks back to his mark. Here at the racecourse end at Derby. And he sets off now. 2 slips. Chappell bowls to Taylor, who gets a shortish delivery, pulls it around the corner out towards Martin Anderson, who's on the square leg boundary, perhaps the mid-wicket boundary, and now the left-handed Hannon Dolby. They will move in. The whole field will move, and I hope they don't go into give Taylor a single mode. I detest that kind of cricket. Just bowl properly, bowl normally. 3 slips for Hannon Dolby. Montgomery just asking if he wants to be at mid-wicket or square leg. So he sort of splits the 2. He's at mid-wicket. There's a man down on the long leg boundary. There is a 3rd man in place as well. Point. Corey Kame's extra cover and Lewis Rees is at mid-on as Hannon Dolby waits to face his first ball as a Worcestershire batter and flicks it away nicely. Down to long leg. Bashir does the fielding and he's off the mark. Naught. Is that the naught? Yeah, it is the naught that prevents all 11 from scoring double figures, I think.
Roderick only got 1.
Kashif only got 5. I'm talking absolute nonsense. Not for the first time in this match. Thank you for asking. You'd be absolutely right to point that out. I quite often say things and then regret them afterwards. Here goes Chappell. Bowls to Taylor, who defends it back to him on the drive. He'll be see why I cunningly took this side of the commentary box, though, can't you? With that sun, it's absolutely ridiculous.
I've got a cap next door. I could go and get that later.
If the balcony
It gets
above,
lower, isn't it?
yeah, but it's just very low at this time of year anyway, and the shadows are quite lengthy at the moment. But it's good that there are shadows. There's Chappell. Derbyshire seeking the final Worcestershire wicket of the first innings. Doesn't deliver the ball, and we'll go back. That's always baffled me. They don't need to signal dead ball.
No.
Just let them get on with it.
I don't. Yeah, it's
Because
odd,
it's
isn't
not. It's not really a dead ball. It's just because it hasn't even been bowled. It's a dead ball now. 312 for 9. In goes Chappell. 2 slips in the gully now, and that one is turned into the leg side by Taylor, who can't get the single he was probably looking for to get Hannon Dolby off strike. So the number 11 will have to face the first delivery of the Anuj Dal over. And Anuj Dal with his tail up.
The message came out then from
Yes.
the 12th man, Rayana Devalath.
Don't get out.
No, seriously, some sort of communication about the way they want Taylor to play, I think. It would have been try and play a few shots, see if you can get another 20 or 30, I don't know. I got the impression he didn't bring, I don't think he brought a glove or...
He had a bottle, he had a drink bottle, but that was it. There was nothing else. I don't think Taylor had called for it.
No. Anyway, Dahl will bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Hannon Dolby. And comes in now to bowl to him. And he's bowled him. So that's the end of that. And Worcestershire will be following on, one would imagine, pretty soon. They are dismissed for 312. Hannon Dolby bowled neck and crop, whatever that means.
Yes.
By Anuj Dal, who picked up the last 3 wickets, leaving Tom Taylor unbeaten on 21, and Worcestershire all out for 312.
He picked up the last 3 wickets without conceding a run, 3 for none in 7 deliveries. Excellent effort from Anuj Dal to mop up the tail without having to use their opening bats. Just a light roller being brought out by the ground staff. So the deficit, as ever, the follow-on has been enforced. It's a bit of inside information from Jane there. Where she got that, I have no idea. But she's got it, so that's good news. 313 behind, having made 312. Worcestershire, I'd run through the bowling figures, but I can't really be bothered. Mohamed Abbas, 0 for 70 from 21. Lewis Rees, 1 for 37 from 8. Ben Aitchison, 1 for 57 from 22, bowled nicely. Anuj Dal ends with 3 for 22 from 14 overs and 1 ball. Bashir, 1 for 27 from 7. Zach Chappell, 2 for 58 from 15. And Martin Anderson, 1 for 22 from 7. As soon as we've only got a 10-minute break, and this is the longest session of all time. In fact, we now have, do we have 32 overs remaining in the day? Has that been adjusted?
Yeah.
32 overs remain in the day. That's 1 session's worth of bowling, which is going to start just after 5 o'clock, and we'll be back now.
well from the umpires Chris Watts and Tom Lovely. And Derbyshire led by Captain Harry Kane. The opening batters for Worcestershire are Dan Latigan and Jake Living.
Welcome back to the Central Co-op County Ground in Derby. There are 30 overs remaining in the day's play, and Worcestershire are following on, having been bowled out for 312, still trailing by 313, and taking the new ball from the racecourse end is Zach Chappell. What I have to do is remember that Alasdair's on a hat-trick, and perhaps even more importantly, if he does, when he bowls, because we've got umpire Chris Watts at our end now at the racecourse end. The umpires swap over after the first innings have been completed. Is that Alasdair, if he takes the wicket with the first ball that he bowls in this second innings of Worcestershire's, he will have got a hat-trick over 3 separate overs. There is somebody in this press box who's very excited by that. Chappell on his way into bowl to Dan Latigan, who kept a bit low possibly, and is forced out into the offside. Shoaib Bashir throws it to Brooke Guest, who has to dive forward and tumble to keep it off the grass. These spinners don't care about the new ball, do they?
Don't care about the wicketkeeper's elbows.
It was ridiculous. Ridiculous.
It's hard work keeping when you've got to follow on, you know. He's going to do it for 2 days.
Chappell in again. Latigan pushes it out into the offside, opening with Jake Libby. Latigan batted really well first time round. Really well. He made a career best 89 before he was run out. I'll leave it to the Worcestershire folk to debate whether he ran himself out or not, but he didn't. But there was a hesitation from Latigan, which ultimately did for him. Very, very tight run out as well. There's Chappell around the wicket, comes in and bowls to him, and there's an appeal from Zach Chappell. Got very excited for a moment there as the ball dribbles out backwards square on the leg side. The leg by is signalled, so Worcestershire underway. And now they just need the number of runs they scored in the first innings to make Derbyshire bat again, because they're 1 without loss. They got just about halfway.
Well, they batted for 94 overs, and basically, if they're going to save it, they've got to bat for 120, haven't they? More or less 120 odd.
Yeah.
Very similar to what happened last year in the first game.
Chappell in, bowls to Libby. Libby turns this one into the leg side. A chase on here for Shoaib Bashir, who gets the ball now, and they decide against the second run. I'm sure that Latigan will be very wary of second runs in this second innings. So close, within touching distance of 3 figures as well. It will be a double disappointment for him. Wasn't quite what started their demise, but it certainly didn't help. Libby waits. This one is flashed away. That's Latigan. Flashed away for 4 runs. Really nicely played it, but didn't sound
No, it didn't, did it?
particularly pleasant off the bat, but it had enough power behind it to get all the way to the point boundary for 4. 6 without loss. 1 ball to go in the first over of Worcestershire's second innings. Good to see Derbyshire enforce the following. It really is the only way that they're going to win this game.
Yeah.
Don't want to waste time.
Well, they're so far ahead. It would have been daft, wouldn't
Yeah,
it?
what do you do? Go
What's
in
the
and
point in
go
getting
in and
500 ahead?
Go
Yeah.
in and get a couple of hundred runs quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Chappell, final ball of the over, in and bowls, defended by Latigan up towards Harry Kame. And there is no run, and it is going to be Anuj Dal,
Yeah.
who removes his sweater, having picked up the last 3 wickets to fall, including 2 in 2. Now has the opportunity.
I would if I were him. I mean, well,
Yeah,
if I were the captain, it just makes sense, doesn't it?
Just quickly, Lancashire 153 for 8. They're leading by 279 runs at Wantage Road against Northamptonshire, and Gloucestershire are 2 down, following on, trailing Middlesex by 149 still. Durham's game against Kent, of course. No play today due to the effects of Storm Dave. Whoever named that needs to have a word with themselves.
We're going for shortened storm names now. It's mad, isn't it? Anyway, here's Anuj Dal on a hat-trick, and as Dave said, it'll be a hat-trick spread over 3 overs if he gets a wicket with this ball, and he doesn't. And Libby plays it away on the onside, so we can forget all that nonsense, concentrate on what's happening out there now. No, it would have been interesting, but he's done really well, and to be fair, going back to that first innings, we both felt that he hadn't perhaps been rewarded for his accuracy. He'd been very, very tight. Getting those 3 wickets gave him the super figures of 14.1 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 22, which might just flatter him a tiny bit, but this one's pushed out on the offside by Libby, but that's what you get for picking up wickets at the end of an innings, and he picked up 3 in very quick succession. Waite for 17, was bowled. Not the best ball Dawes bowled, it was a bit of a loosener really, and Matthew Waite went for the big shot, bottom edged it, and it removed the middle stump, and then 2 good ones, Finch nicking to slip, and Olivia Hannandorby bowled. 312 all out. Worcestershire, Dahl bowls. Libby drives on the onside, thinks about 1, but decides against it. And yeah, it was a quick conclusion to the Worcestershire innings after they batted pretty well, really. I mean, as a side, they got 300. You can't say that's too bad, but nobody got 100. Several people got in. Nobody really went on. And when you compare that to Derbyshire's first innings with 100 and a double 100, therein lies the difference between the two sides. Anuj Dal bowls. Libby drives up to mid-on again. And again, there is no run as Lewis Rees does the fielding. 6 without loss then, Worcestershire. 28 overs left in the day. It's been a long day, one way and another.
Because if Derbyshire had batted at 4 and over instead of nearly 5 and over, you're back in the game, aren't you, as Worcestershire?
Dahl bowls. Libby defends out on the offside, and there's no run. Yeah. All sorts of thoughts go through your mind. I mean, Worcestershire will, whatever happens in the rest of the game, they'll look back on it and they look for things they can improve. Plenty of those, obviously, especially with the ball. They look for some positives, a few of those, certainly in terms of that first batting effort. Dahl bowls. Libby clips through mid-wicket for 4. Half volley on the leg stump, one of his favourite shots, and just eased through the gap. So a boundary for Libby takes him to 5, takes Worcestershire to 10 without loss, still trailing by 303.
Yeah, Derbyshire batting at 4.4 runs and over in their innings of 625 for 8, and keeping Worcestershire down to 3.3 and over in their innings of 312. So an extra run every over is an extra 100 runs, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's obviously.
No, I know. I can see where you're coming from. Yeah. It explains the gulf.
It's how Durham got.
How it's come about.
Yeah, and it's how Durham got promoted 2 or 3 years ago by batting first and scoring big.
Yeah.
Zach Chappell to Latigan, forced out into the offside. The cheer from the fielders is for show Bashir's fielding at cover. And Anasdal comes across and gives him a low 5. And then
As you do. Do you
after
think we should start doing it?
well, when he came over and gave him a low 5, they slapped hands together, and bless him, Bashir immediately looked at his hand and said, well, don't injure his hand by doing that. But here's Chappell again. Bowls Latigan, drives this time to Harry Kane. I'll let you to a little secret, listener. The sun's going to go in again now, and you're going to take your cap off, aren't you? But the cap's going on and off.
Yeah.
To my left, because the sun is low, and it's beating through the commentary box window.
The worst is Canterbury, isn't it?
I can't really remember. I was there the last game of last season.
Canterbury
it's warm in there.
Canterbury on a sunny, really sunny day.
Chappell bowls a full delivery, and it's a very extravagant drive attempted by Latigan. It goes almost under his bat and through to Brooke Guest.
There's no blinds at all. The sun blazes through. There's absolutely no hiding place. And, there's nothing you can do about it. Sunglasses and a hat, but even then, it's like a greenhouse. Absolutely is. I mean, it sounds like, you're ungrateful it's been so cold here, but it makes it really difficult to concentrate and to see what's going on.
It's torture, listener. It goes Chappell. Bowls to Latigan, who turns this one into the leg side, fielded by Chappell on his follow through. Who is somebody must be not on the field, because there's somebody, unless there's waiting for somebody to come on. There's a player sitting at the bottom of the steps in his whites. It's Mohammed Abbas. So that means there's a sub-fielder on, and it's down there at long leg, and it's Yusuf bin Naeem. In comes Chappell again and bowls, and this one is defended again by Latigan up towards offside, and there's no run. Yeah, so it obviously took a little bit longer to do whatever he needed to do in between innings. Mohammed Abbas. What you said, it was funny because it was repeated to me when I was out there. You wouldn't have thought that Worcestershire would be following on 300 behind, and Mohammed Abbas hasn't taken a wicket. Somebody else said it to me out of the back, and it's
probably get 5 for in this innings.
Absolutely true. Here's Chappell bowling again. Latigan defends once more, and having conceded 5 runs off his first over, Chappell's second over is a maiden.
There is another fact. When you get a player like Mohammed Abbas, maybe just his presence gives the other bowlers a bit of a lift, or maybe it gives the other bowlers a bit of a sort of, well, he's not going to get dropped.
Yes.
And Wayne Madson's got to come back in, so all the rest of us better actually pull our fingers out. And they all have, really, apart perhaps from Lewis Rees, whose place isn't indexed. He got 100, so it would explain why Aitchison and Dahl and Anderson's not going to lose his place either. Here is Dahl anyway, who bowls to Libby, and he turns him on the leg side for 2 as Bashir runs back from mid-wicket to do the fielding.
No, that would be particularly harsh if Martin Anderson was left out.
I think it would. But I mean, I do think sometimes a big signing can lift everybody else, even if he doesn't, in a particular game, particularly perform himself. Everybody just takes the field with that little bit more confidence because of who they've got in their lineup. Anaj in, bowls to Libby, forward, pushes out on the offside. There's no run. 12 without loss. Worcestershire following on. Still trailing by 301.
I know they don't want to lose any wickets, but what would they be happy with? 2?
No.
Is that too many?
Yeah, 1 maybe.
Right.
Probably none, but 1. Yeah. No, I think 2 would be too many, really.
Derbyshire should be happy with a couple, wouldn't they? And potentially 3 with a full day's play in prospect tomorrow.
Anaj in. Bowls. Libby leaves outside off some. Well, I'll tell you what, we've got a good way of gauging it, what they'd be happy with. If they lost 2, they'd be where they were last night, and they lost 8 more today, so they'd be going in thinking, if we do what we did yesterday, we'll lose. So I think probably they won't want to lose any. If you come into the last day with 10, probably thinking, Yeah, well, no reason why we can't apply ourselves here.
Yeah, because they'd look for 3 a session, wouldn't they? Really, the bowling,
Yeah.
any bowling attack.
Yeah. Including this session, I think. Anuj Darlene bowls. Libby drives up to mid-on. I think Worcestershire's biggest disappointment about what's happened today will be, run-outs can happen, but it'll be Hose got 40, D'Oliveira got 50, Brooks got 30. None of them went on to anything bigger.
Yeah.
And it looks a bit dismal, the second half of the scorecard, after such a good start, really. Dahl bowls, Libby drives. Dahl does his own fielding down to his right. And that's what I mean, there'll be some positives. They're always, unless you have a real disaster, you talk to the coach at the end of the game and you say, well, what could you do better and what positives are there? And they'll say, well, Latigan played really well and Waite bowled well and Hose back from injury did okay, but collectively fell short in that first innings. Dahl bowls, Libby plays out on the onside, Bashir fields. And there's no run. End of the over, 12 without loss. A maiden from Anuj Dahl, I think. And Worcestershire survive another over, let's put it that way, as they seek to get to the end of the day unscathed. 26 overs left.
2 off the first.
It's a big ask, isn't it?
2 off the first ball.
Sorry, 2 off the
for
first
Libby,
ball. Yeah. So 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 6 for Anuj Dahl. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 5 for Zach Chappell. 1 extra, a leg by.
Chappell is at the top of his mark, ready to steam in from the racecourse end. It goes in now, and Latigan leaves this one alone. Just marks his guard twice with his right boot, and then goes for a little walk towards square leg.
And now he'll come back in and run on the spot, I reckon. As he usually does. Is he going to do that?
Oh, he's got plenty of time. He's gone back towards square leg again. Now he's coming back towards the stumps. There we go. A little dance.
Yeah.
Making sure.
I bet he doesn't even know he does it.
No,
He'll
he
just
won't,
do
will
it.
he? Just making sure his feet move correctly. 12 without loss. Chappell in and bowls, and Latigan turns this nicely into the leg side. Picks up a single out to Montgomery. He moves on to 5, 13 without loss. If you Sundays are really strange. No updates for either of us the entirety of the day, and then tomorrow it'll be carnage.
Chaos.
From 2 o'clock onwards, it will be absolute carnage.
Actually, it won't be for me. I won't have that much tomorrow, I don't think, because it's just an ordinary.
Is there no sport for
I
your
don't
place
think
tomorrow?
it's a sport. Oh, no, I don't think it is.
Hereford
No.
are definitely playing. This next delivery from Chappell is short and wide and guided away to the boundary by Libby for 4. I think it is. I think you.
No, I don't think. I haven't been instructed actually that it's a sports day, and I did ask, so maybe.
I'm going to double check for you here on BBC Sounds. The ideal place to check that kind of thing. Remember the name of your radio station? There we go.
No sports programme.
How remarkable. In goes Chappell. Bowls, and that's left alone by Libby to go through to Brook Guests. Alfred and Town have just tweeted about into the home straight, so I'm assuming that they're playing in the National North tomorrow. There's a full
Championship
programme. Hereford are at home to Merthyr Town. Kidderminster are away to Telford United. You'd think there'd be a programme, wouldn't you?
You would.
Come on, Hereford and Worcester, what are you doing? In goes Chappell. Bowls, and that one is driven out by Libby. Goes past the edge of his bat through to the keeper. Quite wide, the delivery. Confident that it was there to be driven, but didn't really get that close to it in the end. 2 till 6 sports scene tomorrow on Radio Derby, featuring Derby County's home game with Stoke City, which kicks off at 3. And Burton Albion's trip to Mansfield Town, also a 3 o'clock kickoff. Freddie Cardy on his Burton debut as Chappell is in and bowls. That strikes the pad. There's a big appeal. Umpire Watts hasn't given a leg before, has he?
No.
No, he's not given.
Oh, yes, he has. He gave Kashif out, didn't
Did he?
he? Yeah. Last night off Zach Chappell.
Oh, yes, he did, because he was at that end. Fair enough. He didn't give that one, though. And the over comes to an end. 3 overs for 10. Now Zach Chappell, 17 without loss. Latigan 5, Libby 11. Worcestershire trail by 296. So 297 to make Derbyshire bat again. The spectators don't look any warmer now than they did earlier on today, despite an afternoon of sunshine on the...
Bit grey again over to the right-hand side.
There's a dark cloud up above at the moment. I don't think it's as dark as it got
No,
last
no,
night when they took them off the
it's-
bad line.
And actually beyond that grey, there's quite a bit
Yeah.
of bright sky. I think we'll have our full 25, but it'll probably be close to 7 o'clock by the time we finish, I would think.
Glorious 7 o'clock finish early in the season.
Yeah. Anuj Dahl is in round the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Dan Latigan, who lets that go outside the off stump. Brooke Guest takes. Just got to play one ball at a time, these two. Focus. Not even think about getting to the end of the day, to getting tomorrow, just think about the next ball. That's what it's all about. This is where you earn your money, isn't it, as an opening batter, times like this. Dahl bowls, and that's hit nicely by Latigan, but there's a man out sweeping on the offside. And they take a single. I can understand why they've got a sweeper out there, because he plays a good shot and he only gets 1 for it. But at the same time, you're 300 ahead nearly. You should be encouraging people to play shots, shouldn't you?
Yeah, yeah.
I wouldn't have a man out there. I'd have another slip, I think.
No sweeper for Libby, though.
No. As Dahl is in, bowls to Libby, who works this to mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Bonus points finished 8-3 to Derbyshire, so maximum bowling bonus points for Derbyshire. That doesn't always happen. Derbyshire, you'd think, we're now assured of 16 points from this game. Looking for 24. Should be a
Anuj Dahl
very gratifying start to the season.
again into Libby. Bowls and Libby is forward. He's back up the pitch to him. Yeah, good start. I mean, that's what you want, a good start. I mean, everybody wants a good start, obviously, but if you look back, I mean, I haven't got any stats at all to back this up, but if you look back at the teams that do finish in the top 2 or 3, I bet they generally pick up a win fairly early on to get things moving.
Yeah, Leicestershire last season were never headed, I don't think, were they?
Dahl again bowls, and Libby on the back foot plays up to mid-on.
I get that feeling, anyway. I'm probably completely wrong.
But it probably isn't long before they've got the ball rolling. I
Yeah.
think you don't often get a team that goes half a season without winning and then wins everything.
No.
It just doesn't work like that, does it?
Lancashire sort of made a challenge towards the end, didn't they? But they were awful at the start.
Durham fell away, having started reasonably well, but it generally, I think you want to get a win on the board early on, don't you?
Durham should never have been relegated last season. That was bordering on embarrassing, really, wasn't it?
Anuj Dahl over the wicket to Libby. In bowls. Libby is very watchfully forward again. Pushes out on the offside. And there's no run. I think Trevor Owens must be listening because he's sent an email about tomorrow.
Sorry, Trevor, I didn't mean
Here we
to
go.
bolt you.
Here is the plan for
I
tomorrow.
didn't mean to bolt you into action, Trev.
So, yeah.
Got a few.
Telford United versus Kidderminster is on, as is Hereford against Merthyr, as is Worcester against Redditch United, but it won't be a... updates at 2:03, 2:30, 2:55, half-time, full-time, etc. So you're right. There you are. You've stirred BBC from Worcester into action.
Apologies. Probably,
Yes.
probably cost,
Dave
there goes the
Fletcher,
budget for
Sports
the
Editor.
season.
BBC Radio Derby influencing what happens.
Zach Chappell from the racecourse end, bowling to Dan Latigan, who pushes out into the offside, fielded by Shoaib Bashir. Gary, who earlier told us about the heavy rain in Loscow, he says his prediction is, and you're more than welcome if you want to send predictions, Derbyshire to win by an innings and 36. So he's going for the Derbyshire win. And Derby to beat Stoke 2-0. He says, cheers. I don't think you'd be far wrong
With either.
certainly with the one at Pride Park. Derby County need to win tomorrow. Much like Burton, really, as Chappell is in, and that's left alone by Latigan. That looked like a pretty good leave.
They've done well, Derby, haven't they? As a Norwich City supporter, somebody who watches Championship quite closely, and I don't think it's the best Championship in the world, but Derby with a side that didn't really expect to challenge. John Eustace has done a great job, hasn't he?
First 10 games were difficult as players came back from injury, but yeah, I think since game 10, there's something like third in a league table, if such a thing would exist. As Chappell is in bowls, and Latigan goes up on his toes, turns it into the leg side. Chappell fields.
I mean, the team I follow, Norwich, I think they were in the bottom two on the 21st of December, and they're now something like 10th, and since then they would have been top if it had been. But unfortunately for them and for Derby, it's not done.
If you could just, if you could lose a section of 10 games somewhere, they'd both be.
Everybody would win the league.
Well, yes, there is that. Southampton, similarly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they were in desperate trouble.
Yeah.
Under Will Still. Chappell, bowls driven, and Chappell slips and holds his right knee as he gets gingerly back to his feet. They run through for a single. Latigan moves on to 7, 19 without loss as Harry Kane does the fielding. He's okay. He's slamming his right foot into the ground, but he'll be all right, I think. Zach Chappell. He's bowled 4 overs of his 4th over. We're looking at the league table in League 1 with Burton Albion, just hovering slightly dangerously.
Sorry.
And every single side below them had changed their manager, which is often the way. Chappell bowls and Libby defends. And somebody construed that as me suggesting that Burton perhaps should change their manager. I don't advocate that at all. I think Gary Bowyer has done a remarkable job in the circumstances. Freddie better look after them tomorrow at Nigel Clough's Mansfield Town. In goes Chappell. Bowls to Libby, who gets the very bottom of his bat on that one as it goes out into the leg side. Fielded by Bashir. The over comes to an end. 4 overs for 11 now. Zach Chappell, 19 without loss. Worcestershire following on, still 294 behind.
I'm guessing Nigel Clough's a little bit older than Gary Bowyer, but I was just wondering, I wonder if the two of them ever found themselves at the City Ground when Dad was playing or Dad was manager and they were...
I would say almost certainly. I think Gary Bowyer...
Similar ages? It'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
I think Gary's suggesting 3-1 Mansfield over Burton, so he's blocked. I don't think there's much in it. I'm going to have to check now. I have no idea. Gary Bowyer's in his...
There are some pictures of Nigel sitting with Dad when he was manager. Certainly at Brighton, I've seen pictures of him in that, that short spell he had at Brighton, and a very small Nigel alongside him. But Gary
He's
Bowyer,
still quite small now.
round the wicket, Anaj Dahl balls to Dan Latigan, who was on the back foot playing defensively back to the bowler. 2 slips and a gully. Man out on the sweep, as I said, which surprises me, out on the offside.
Which one do you think had the tougher paper round? You say that...
Yeah, go on, Gary. I bet Gary's older, isn't he?
No, Gary Bowyer's 54 and Nigel Clough is 60.
Oh, yeah, I thought that was probably about right.
They know each other. They've known each other a long time.
Yeah. Anaj Dahl round the wicket, let go by Latigan, outside the off stump. Good leave. 19 without loss it remains. A bit gloomy now. The sun's gone behind a big cloud. There's bright sky beyond that. The lights are on. It's not gloomy enough to stop, but it's pretty gloomy. Brooke Guest is going to stand up. Anaj Dahl.
Might be time for a bit of bash.
And Latigan remarks his guard a bit further back behind the popping crease. Dahl round the wicket. Ball goes and he lets that go outside the off stump, and Guest takes it and takes the bails off. But not much point because he was on the back foot, Latigan. And he saves Tom Longley. Chris Watts the job of coming in from square leg and puts the bails back on himself. Always keeps the umpire happy if you do that. Looks brighter on the screen than it actually is, as is usually the case. Dahl again round the wicket, bowls, and Latigan stands tall and works this one away on the onside to mid-on. No run again, 19 without loss. It's just about crease occupation. The problem with that, of course, as you will have heard many, many times, is that if you just concentrate only on crease occupation and not scoring runs, you're liable to miss out on the odd bad ball and just get a bit stuck at one end, and not the ideal recipe for a partnership. Dahl bowls, and that is beautifully driven. As probably, in fairness, as good a shot as we've seen in the entire game. It's a full half volley. Latigan just leaned into it and stroked it through extra cover. Sometimes he's not a gower. He's not the most graceful left-hander you've ever seen, but sometimes when a left-hander plays a shot like that, it just looks particularly good, and that was a very nice one. It's gone into the car park, and 4 runs till Latigan takes him into double figures. Lovely shot.
I need to apologise to Derek Allen. He sent me a message yesterday that I've only just seen. Had us on for an hour. He's a Durham supporter.
Yes, he is.
Up in
Yes,
Morpeth.
he is. Yeah, he often messages. Yeah.
Charity Walker and that
His
kind of thing.
daughter plays the game.
His daughter was in Australia all winter. He says 501 runs and 27 wickets. Good effort.
23 without loss.
Might be listed now with Durham off.
Bowls, and that's cut by Latigan, and man out on the sweep does the fielding. They take a single, which means he'll keep the strikes. The end of the over. Latigan has 12, Libby has 11. A dash of rain hits the window. Just one, just there, just swerving wide. 24 without loss. Off at 8 overs.
A couple of straws as well that
yes,
are being
for me
clutched
to
out.
Absolutely. Any interruptions welcome.
So what? 22 to go. Over 8 remains +1. No idea how. Zach Chappell to continue bowling his 5th over of this second innings. 4 overs for 11 runs up to this point. Lancashire just taking a grip at Northampton. In comes Chappell and bowls to Latigan, who lets that one go outside the off stump. They're now 169 for 8. They've been 8 down for a while. They lead by 295, but a very important partnership between Tom Bailey and their signing from Gloucestershire, Ajit Singh Dale, who's on 35. Bailey has 20. Between them occupied 191 deliveries as well. So it's slow going, but it's very valuable from the 2 lower order batters. At Wantage Road, as Chappell is in again and bowls. That one's pushed out to the offside by Latigan, and there's no run. Gloucestershire now 3 down, following on against Middlesex at Lords. They trail by 132. They're 97 for 3. Division 1, let's have a look. Glamorgan lead by 118. They're 42 for 1 in their second innings against Yorkshire at Sophia Gardens. Surrey already 1 down in their second innings, 87 for 1, trailing Warwickshire by 129. Hampshire still way behind Essex, as in comes Chappell again and bowls. Latigan drives out towards the point boundary and gets a single, moves to 13-25 without loss. Hampshire 121 for 4, trailing by 184. Leicestershire are hurtling towards defeat at Grace Road on their return to the First Division. They're 58 for 4 in their second innings. They need another 423 to win. They're not going to get those, you wouldn't have thought. And in the only other game I haven't mentioned, Somerset are 126 for 1 in their second innings, leading Notts by 135. at Taunton. If they do get those, Leicestershire, I'll give you the money myself. And goes Chappell, bowls, and that's defended by Libby. Straight back to the bowler.
I've just seen a discussion online. It says about Worcestershire. It says we built a homegrown team, then didn't find ways to hold on to them.
It's difficult to hold on to them, though, isn't it?
Me. Well, I mean, I could probably find 8 or 10 players that they didn't hold on to, but it's
Very
not just
difficult.
difficult; it's impossible. I keep doing that. Sorry, it's impossible, isn't it? It really is.
Chappell in bowls, but at least you built a homegrown team, as that one is defended out into the offside by Libby.
It's sad and it's disappointing and it's frustrating when they come back against you and you see them playing for England, etc. But it's not as easy as that, is it? Oh, we should have held on to them, for goodness' sake. You just can't do it. I support Norwich City. The same thing's happened for the last 35 years when I've followed them.
2 divisions has a lot to answer for.
Yeah.
With this, the perception that Division 2 is inferior and therefore you've got to play top flight. Chappell in and bowls, that's left alone by Libby. I think that's the end of Zach Chappell. 5 overs for 12 runs. When you consider that the England captain now plays for a second division side after their relegation. James Anderson's Lancashire in the second division. I know he's retired now, but
Yeah.
there are players who, if you're good, you're good, and you can see that they're good. But there's this idea that you've got to be playing in the first division to play for England. It's a load of old nonsense. They should have kept one division you play. Everybody wants one season, home or away, and you swap them around the next. It seemed to be a perfectly fine arrangement, but they do like to fiddle about, the ECB, with the one. And you said it, I think it might have been you, possibly Clive, on day one. This is the one winter when they haven't fiddled about a lot with the schedule, whereas a lot of people were expecting them to. There was talk of 12 in the top flight, and the rest can go hang.
Yeah,
in Div
it was
2.
Clive. Yeah, but I was here. I heard him say it, yeah. Mohammed Abbas is into the attack. City end. My cap's going back on because the sun's shining into the box again. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed Dan Latigan. And he's got the same field, actually, as Anuj Dole had. I'll describe that after this delivery, which turns Latigan round and he pushes it out on the offside. 2 slips and a gully. The sweeper's still out, which gives the bowler cover if Latigan plays that square drive or cut that he plays either off back or front foot. And then extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. The field, 25 without loss, 9.1 overs into the Worcestershire follow-on. First over in this innings for Mohammed Abbas. Bowls, Latigan is forward, pushing out on the offside. Again, there's no run. Bright sunshine again. Shadows from one of the floodlight pylons stretching more than halfway across the ground.
Rain in the air.
Yeah, I think we're going to be okay. 20 overs left after this. Mohammed Abbas, round the wicket, bowls. Latigan on the back foot, plays defensively on the offside. Lovely evening. If you were out there somewhere away from the wind, wrapped up nicely,
Possibly in southern Spain.
yeah, but you could probably find a vantage point on this ground that was reasonably cosy. 25 for no wicket. Worcestershire following on. Abbas in again, bowls. Latigan moves across his stumps and plays defensively up to mid-on. If you're just joining us, quick recap of the day. Worcestershire began the day on their overnight score of 113 for 2. We had a bit of a stop-start morning for various reasons. Latigan, the only man out in the morning session, run out for 89 after a very good partnership for the third wicket with Hose. Break offers the Bass bowls again to Latigan, who again defends out on the offside. At lunch, Worcestershire were 155 for 3, and they were going along really nicely. 213 for 3 at one point in the 61st over, when Hose was out for 42, falling to Lewis Rees. Thereafter, Roderick went for 1, D'Oliveira for 50, and Brooks for 35. At tea, they were 282 for 7. Progressed quite nicely after tea to 310, and then Anna Jadal picked up 3 wickets in no time as Mohammed Abbas bowls, and that's a good leave by Latigan taken by Brooke Guest. Dahl finishing it off, dismissing Waite for 17, Finch for 0, and Han Dolby for 1, and Worcestershire all out for 312. A deficit of 313, so they were asked to follow on, and they're 25 without loss with 20 overs remaining in the day.
Remarkably. We're going to see Ben Aitchison for the first time in the second innings, bowled nicely, didn't quite get the rewards he deserved. 1 for 57 from his 22 overs in the first innings. Thoroughly deserved to take the wicket of Gareth Roderick. Perhaps deserved a couple more. Derbyshire, he won't mind if Derbyshire get them in, or he gets them in the second innings, and Derbyshire certainly won't mind either.
I thought he bowled probably as well as anybody
Yeah,
in the first innings.
I thought so. A smiling face on the big screen as he runs in to bowl to Jake Libby, who goes up on his toes and pushes it out into the onside. Anuj Dal doesn't field cleanly, but gets down to the ball to stop it from going anywhere. It's picked up by Lewis Rees. 25 without loss. A lot of time, as Frank was saying, left today. As long as the light holds. Aitchison is in and he's cracked away down towards the backward point boundary. It's fielded by Bashir. Single is taken. Libby moves on to 12, 26 for no wicket. If anybody, I'm sure there is nobody out there panicking. Don't forget that these two put on 81 for the first wicket in the first innings. Libby and Latigan. And all Derbyshire have to do is bowl out Worcestershire for the same total or less than they got in the first innings, and they will win this game. Oh, there's a ball that's really hurt Latigan, I think. It surprised him. He nipped back in a bit, was he not? I don't know quite what he was trying to turn it into the leg side. It's hit him rather unpleasantly. He's okay, it would seem. A couple of extra twiddles of his bat and no dancing feet. Ooh. Aitchison is in and he drives it back to the bowler. He twiddles his bat constantly. I've just noticed, I should have noticed in the first innings, but even as he played that shot while he was still in the pose, he twiddled it.
Yeah.
He can't stop twiddling. I'm going to look round to see if Shoaib Bashir is actually on the field. He wasn't, but he is fielding down at long leg. And the man on the square leg has gone out to the boundary as Chappell bowls one that goes straight through him. Does he take the edge? No, says umpire Watts. The unlucky Aitchison is standing there with his hands on his hips. You've got to be careful, Ben. You can't do that for too long. He is massively, massively frustrated, Ben Aitchison. And now he's saying to the umpire, did you not hear the edge? And he's covering his face. Just be careful. Otherwise you'll get some demerit points. I think they still exist, I'm not sure. Certainly get
Penalty runs, isn't it? Or is it? I can't remember.
Well, I think they can.
Penalty runs if you chuck the ball at the batter, isn't it?
Yes, you can't do that anymore. In goes Aitchison, and this one is defended by Latigan. Good start by Aitchison. 1 run off his over. How's he going to take his cap? Well, it's his sweater that he takes, and I think the umpire's just making sure he's continuing to chunter. Is Ben Aitchison. He's not a happy man. Whether it hit or not, you've just got to be careful. You've got to be careful.
I think one of the problems, I think, at every level, and I mean league cricket and everything else, even below that, is that you don't want to get the umpire against you.
No.
Because it doesn't tend to work. More likely to give the next one not out as well. Here's Mohammed Abbas, bowling to Libby, who's on the back foot driving into the covers. Bashir Fields. It was an inside, was it? It looked to me like it was an inside. If it was an edge, it was an inside edge, I thought. But I don't know. They didn't show a replay, so I couldn't be sure. But he obviously, he really celebrated Aitchison. Didn't even look back.
No.
Clearly annoys.
I'm clearly annoyed.
Abbas bowls, Libby forward. Bashir Fields again in the covers. 26 without loss, 18.4 overs left in the day.
We're going back a bit here. Debbie Griffin's obviously just finding stats now, but when Brooke Guest caught Adam Hose earlier on today, it was his 250th all-format dismissal as a wicket-keeper for Derbyshire. He's got 6 catches as an outfielder, as well as 179th in first-class cricket. So well done to Brooke Guest.
Mohammed Abbas in, bowls, and Libby is beaten outside the off stump. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Wicket keepers, goalkeepers, people who have those sort of positions where there's only really one space. If Harvey Hussain had not got injured, chances are that Brooke Guest would never have had a career with Derbyshire.
No, that's fair.
You know, the age that Hussain was. And then you could say if Tom Poynter hadn't got injured, Harvey Hussain might not have had a career. So just a strange one, isn't it? In comes Mohammed Abbas again, bowls, and Libby is forward. Again, Bashir called into action. The constant repetition of the Abbas delivery, the Libby defensive and the Bashir fielding suggests the consistency of the bowling in the last few minutes. From
what he's renowned for, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
That's been very much his MO over his career.
Yeah, absolutely. Turns again now. Straightish approach of about 25-30 yards. Nice easy run up. Easy action. Runs through the crease and take a lot out of himself. And guess what? Libby plays defensively out to Bashir at extra cover. This time off the back foot, it must be said. 1 ball left in Abbas's second over. First one was a maiden. I wouldn't mind betting this one will be too. Latigan 13, Libby 12, Worcestershire 26 without loss. Still trailing by 287. And here is Abbas to complete the over. And he lets it go outside the off stump. It is a maiden. Consecutive maidens then for Mohammed Abbas. And Worcestershire still intact in their second innings.
But Aitchison hands his cap and sweater to umpire Chris Watts without remark. He was very angry after the appeal for caught behind, met with a negative reaction. Put that behind him now and begin his second over. From the racecourse end then, bowling to Dan Latigan. In goes Aitchison, and that one is driven down the ground. There's a chase on here for Lewis Rees. I think he'll reach it, he will, before it gets to the boundary. Slides and saves a couple of runs. Throws the ball back to Aitchison. 2 more to Latigan. He moves on to 15-28 without loss. As the wind starts to get up again, you can hear it in the effects microphone. 2 slips in a gully, a man on the point boundary, cover mid-off, mid-on, Mid-wicket on the boundary and a long leg as Aitchison is in, and that's turned down towards the long leg. All the way in the distance. And they go through for a single. Mohamed Abbas down there in the far distance, I declare. 29 for no wicket. Latigan moves on to 16, brings the right-handed Libby on to strike. Just feels a bit stormy now out there. As Aitchison is in, pushed out into the offside by Libby, fielded by the substitute fielder Yusuf bin Naeem. Which leads me to think that it's no Matthew Montgomery being at slip. Who's gone off? Zach Chappell isn't out there, is he? I don't think. In comes Aitchison, and that one is turned fine, down to fine leg. There's a race on here. One of them chasing the ball is Montgomery. The other is Shoaib Bashir, who actually gets there. Excellent work from him. Got all the way down and just flicked it back. Montgomery throws it in. And Libby picks up a couple more. 31 without loss. Who's going to be Derbyshire's bowling hero? It'll almost certainly be more than one person, you would have thought. Aitchison is in, that's wide and driven very nicely indeed. Bin Naeem chases it towards the extra cover boundary. They've run two, they'll come back for a third. As Bin Naeem returns the ball to the bowler's end. 3 runs are taken. Libby moves to 17. They ran 3, didn't they?
Yeah, 40, but it's already on, I think, isn't it?
Really?
3 extras, 16, 14. Yeah, don't know. Yeah, very quick.
I'm not.
No?
I'm not. I don't think they've put enough on. I have to wait and see. Aitchison is in again. That's short. And it's pulled into the leg side.
You're right, because he's still highlighted. There you go. Oh no, it was on.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because if he was facing for the previous ball, surely they ran 3 and not 2.
They definitely ran 3.
Yeah.
Anyway, end of the over. 33 without loss according to the board.
No, it'll be corrected now. Jane has just acknowledged
Yeah,
that
right,
he ran
okay.
3. They had 2 leg buys and then they ran
34.
3. Yeah, 34. Libby moves on to
15.
15. Excellent work by everybody concerned.
So 3 minutes to 6, 2 minutes to 6, 13 overs left. 17 overs left, 13 overs gone. It's going to be a late one, isn't it? It's got to be at least another hour.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. 7, I reckon, if we stay out there.
Mohamed Abbas from the city end bowls. Libby drives airily off the back foot, misses that, a bit annoyed with himself.
Yeah, it's a poor shot, isn't it? Really poor.
And players out there clapping, encouraging, seeking this breakthrough. Get 1, get 2. Still be hoping they can get 2 or 3 tonight, Derbyshire. Worcestershire ticking off the overs. Libby on strike. 3 slips still there. As Mohamed Abbas is in and bowls. That one's a little bit wide outside off. Something left alone by the Worcestershire opener. Jake Libby. Cornishman. I think his brother still plays for Cornwall, or did. And I think he used to be the only Cornishman playing county cricket, but I think there might be 1 or 2 others now.
The lad who went to Warwickshire from Gloucestershire was Cornish, who ended up retiring, I think.
Oh, Norwell.
Yeah.
In comes Abbas again and bowls. Libby is forward and pushes up to mid-off. And it's Lewis Gregory Cornish. He's Devonian, isn't he? Like the Overtons, I think. I think I'm right in saying. But anyway, there might be another Cornishman somewhere around. There probably is. Somebody will tell us, I'm sure. Started with knots, of course, Libby. talk about Worcestershire losing players, and there have been many. Abbas in again, bowls, and Libby's beaten outside the off stump. May have just dropped his hands out of the way. But you talk about them losing players, he is one they've gained from Notts, who has been a magnificent acquisition. He really has. He's been tremendously consistent since he joined the pairs. So it does work both ways. It's just that it works mainly one way. That's the worry. But we talked about Matthew Waite yesterday and how well he's done as well. Tom Taylor's another one. Key players. Abbas bowls, Libby forward, pushes out on the onside. And there's no run. Mohammed Abbas absolutely on the money this time. Hasn't conceded a run yet. He's bowled 17 deliveries. Gone past the bat about 4 times. But yet to take a wicket for Derbyshire. Turns again
Caleb
now.
Jewellers off the field. He's just come down the steps.
They're taking it in turns. Comes in now again to complete his 3rd over. Bowls and ooh, he's nearly got a wicket now because Libby drove at that one just past the outside edge. Head thrown skywards by the bowler. 3 overs, 3 maidens. 0 for 0. 16 overs left in the day. 14 gone in the innings, Worcestershire. Following on, 34 without loss.
Caleb Jewell back on the field and back into the slip cordon. Ben Aitchison to continue from the racecourse end with just 16 overs left in the day's play. Bowls to Latigan, who defends the first ball into the onside. Zach Chappell. Bends down to pick it up. We were told, sort of told a couple of times as well by various people, at his best, Mohammed Abbas goes at 2.8 and over. At his worst, rather, he goes at 2.8 and over. At his best, he goes at 2 and over and takes 3 wickets an innings or a spell. He's gone at none and over so far. 3 overs, 3 maidens. Aitchison's in again. That one is turned into the leg side. Somebody who should know better goes up the Sir Frank Whittle Road. Look at me, look at me. No run.
Yeah, somebody with an inferiority complex.
Yeah, making up for something, possibly. As Aitchison, I nearly said it as well. In he goes and bowls, and this one is past the edge of the bat again. It keeps a bit low. It's taken low down by Brooke Guest, and he immediately turns around and admonishes himself, Latigan. I'm sure he could have done much more with that, really. 9 down now, Lancashire. They've finally got the 9th wicket, Northamptonshire, but Lancashire's lead is now up to 318 runs. That might just be too far. Calvin Harrison got all his records. 3 for 54. In goes Aitchison, and that one is pushed by Latigan up to Harry Kame. It's that time of the day. Ajit Singh Dale still there. He's out there with Jimmy Anderson now. He's on 42 not out on debut.
It's a good effort there, isn't it?
From 117 balls with just 3 fours. It's been a long time coming for a man who averages in first-class cricket, and this is his 41st game, 11.
Crikey.
That is a very fine effort from Singh Dale. Aitchison bowls, that's defended by Latigan. I mean, Anderson, bless him, averages 9.3 in first-class cricket, but we know that he can bat a bit. He can certainly hang around, which is will be annoying for Northamptonshire. Gloucestershire still 3 down, trailing by 122 at Lords. I did have a sneaky look at the bonus points that everybody who looks like they're going to could win games have got. I don't like bonus points, as you all know. Aitchison bowls wide of the off stump and left alone to go through to the keeper. 3 overs for 7 by Aitchison now. And should Derbyshire win this game, and I'm taking nothing for granted, they will go into the second round of matches at least 2 points clear at the top of the table. So I think we should.
So you love bonus points now.
No, I don't. But I think on for and against, they'd probably top. You see. But what I would say is, all the Derbyshire supporters should take screenshots of the league table come this time tomorrow night, or not, if they don't win.
Mohammed Abbas to carry on from the City end. Bowling to Jake Libby. Still yet to concede a run in this spell. And Libby defends this one into the covers. Stephen Mann's been in touch. He says, good to have you back for another season. From what you've seen so far, do you think it'll be a tough one for Worcestershire or just a couple of less than ideal days? There's a bit to unpick there. I can't reply, first of all, because my phone won't let me. So apologies for that. But yeah, I don't think it'll be easy. I do think it's been a couple of less than ideal days at the office, but there's a bit more to it than that, isn't there? There's Abbas balls, and Libby is out, caught behind. Well, there you go. He's been threatening and threatening and threatening that outside edge, and this time he finds it. His first wicket in Derbyshire colours. Libby pushing forward, outside edge, low, smart catch by Brooke Guest, and Mohammed Abbas has got his man, and Jake Libby is on his way. It's unusual for Jake Libby to fail twice in a game, but 24 in the first innings, 16 in the second. I suppose you'd have to say that is failure for a player of his capabilities, and Worcestershire lose their first wicket, second time around, with the score on 34. So yeah, couple of less than ideal days at the office. Obviously, the buyers Swanepoel business didn't help Worcestershire coming into this game, and as far as I'm aware, still hasn't been resolved. Ben Allison's injury hasn't helped. They won the toss, didn't bowl well, and that's where the bad days at the office begin. So yeah, but I don't think it's going to be an easy season. I don't think Worcestershire have any right to think, oh, you know, we've got relegated and we're going to go straight back up again. As they've seen today, there's some good sides in Division 2, probably not many better than Derbyshire, who only just narrowly missed out on promotion last season. It's a good delivery. Didn't move his feet much, Libby, to be honest. And I think probably, you know, they'll have to play well. I'm not saying they can't get back up, but they'll have to play well. They'll be hoping they can get things resolved soon. With regard to an overseas player and get Ben Allison back. But Latigan looks like a ray of sunshine, and there's a long way to go. I don't think they should get too down about what's happened here, whatever happens in the rest of the game, nor indeed will Derbyshire, I'm sure, get too up. It's a long
Is it a marathon
season.
rather than a sprint?
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought
Absolutely.
it might be.
That was a really, really good bit of bowling. One for none. Mohammed Abbas comes in now to bowl to Kashif Ali, who got just 5 in the first innings, and he's forward to his first delivery and plays it back up the pitch to the bowler.
Important wicket that for
Libby is a player who can bat and bat and bat.
An important wicket. This is his first one. He's seen Shoaib Bashir get his first one in the first innings. He didn't look at his best 0 for 70 from 21. That was a bit more expensive than we've been expecting, but this has been terrific stuff from him second time around.
In again now, bowls, and Kashif beaten outside the off stump, nearly 2 in this over with that one, past the outside edge.
And if he's the man who takes the wickets that win the game in the second innings, then
He's done it, yeah,
he's
absolutely.
done his job as the marquee overseas, hasn't he?
Absolutely. Yeah. Indeed, he has, and as I said earlier, I just wonder if, you know, we'll never know,
Just
and you can't even ask them. But yeah,
well,
whether the others,
I'll be asking.
the others have
We can ask that.
responded.
We can ask that if we speak to them.
He comes in again and bowls, and Kashif is forward, and there's no run. But yeah, but even if you ask them and they say, well, yes, what I mean is you don't really know whether a bloke like Aitchison bowls a bit better because he's got Mohammed Abbas in the side or not. It's just one of those things that you kind of suspect happen. I just think, you know, if you're playing even in a club team, you suddenly get somebody who's got a lot of experience and they've been around and
Move clubs
Yeah, but and you respect them as a player, and
Yeah,
therefore,
yeah.
I've played in a few sides with a few top pros, and you just feel you've got more chance if they're playing. That's a really good delivery. What a good over from Mohammed Abbas. 4 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for none.
It's the old adage, isn't it? They all trot it out. All coaches, all managers. The competition for places, and that is supposed to raise standards. Well, if Mohammed Abbas is going to bowl like that for the rest of the season, I'd rather he had a disappointing first innings in this game and they win it than go to Old Trafford and have a disappointment, because they're really going to need him up at Old Trafford next week, you would expect.
Yeah.
Ben Aitchison from the racecourse end bowls to Libby, who drives. Nice stop by Harry Kame, who has done exceptionally well. I said it earlier, in the field he's been terrific. He's marshalling his troops really well as the stand-in captain. He's a figure who he doesn't seek the spotlight, Harry Kame, never really has. And I'm sure he'll be proud as punch if we get to speak to him leading this side, as Aitchison is in, and that one is just guided backward of square on the offside by Latigan. The man who made the top score in Worcestershire's first innings. And they're looking towards him again here I was going to say in the closing stages of day 3. We're nowhere near the closing stages of day 3. Halfway through day 3 at 6:10. Derbyshire won't want to leave the field, though, at any point, as Aitchison is in. That's left alone by Latigan, taken on the tumble by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. The next man in, is that Adam Hose, who's at the top of the stairs away to our left? He's just been doing he's got his pads on. I assume it is Adam Hose. He's next man in. He's just going up the steps now.
I can't see him anymore. Probably will be.
Chance.
I don't know when we get into night watchman territory, if we do.
He was jumping up and down and doing some real warm-ups out there. The crowd has thinned considerably. If only the same could be said for this commentator. As Aitchison is in, and that one is left alone outside the off stump. I've lost a little bit over the winter. I do it on purpose. I did it on purpose. Well, I didn't do it on purpose. I just started eating slightly healthier, which is against everything I believe in. Fruit, yogurt, all sorts of things. And quiche for tea tonight, for instance. I mean, what's going on?
Making me hungry again.
Yes.
That's a good shot.
Really nice shot from Latigan. Driven, clubbed, more than driven, really, down the ground for 4. He stuck out a right-handed Ben Aitchison, but couldn't get anywhere near it. I've got 3 in the cool box there. I could have sold you one.
Well, I went round, as I said.
For the price of a Twix, you could have had
for the price of a Twix, could have had a 3-course meal. I went round to the food outlet here, and I put my Twix back when they told me it was going to cost me £2.
Yeah, so if there's a Twix with some indentations in it that you bought, he was gripping it that hard. He didn't want to let it go. He didn't want to let it go, but he had to put it back in.
Even the man behind the till was surprised when he told me the price. I think that's true. Anyway,
Lancashire all out for 194. They 321 to win Northampton. So that'll be a stiff target, you would have thought, as Aitchison is into Latigan, who just pushes this out gently into the offside, where it's fielded by Anejdel. There is no run off the final ball of the over. 4 overs for 11 for Ben Aitchison, who's been without luck, really. Worcestershire 38 for 1, and the Mohammed Abbas dot ball clinic.
Yeah, continues.
To continue from the city.
I think Derbyshire have played really well in this game. I'm not just saying it. I think they're obviously batted really well, particularly that brilliant partnership. They capitalised on Worcestershire's lax bowling on day 1. Mohammed Abbas is in and bowls, and Kashif plays defensively back to the bowler. But with the ball, they've done what Worcestershire didn't. They've been pretty accurate, nagging. Nobody's really been expensive. They dropped a couple of catches, but it's been cold. But they've kept at it, haven't they? They've been pretty consistent.
Yeah.
They've set pretty good fields. There have been times where I thought they may have been a bit more attacking, but generally I think Mickey Arthur will have been watching from the side. He'd be pretty happy with what he's seen. Mohamed Abbas bowls and I beg your pardon, Kashif is forward again and plays defensively. And Harry Kane has done a pretty good job, I think. They've looked a good unit. They've been purposeful. And yeah, I'd be pretty happy if I was a Derbyshire supporter. And I think they will be. There'll be things they want to improve on, but generally speaking, 2 new players have settled in quite well. Bass in bowls, Kashif forward, plays that down into the ground. He's being really tested here, Kashif. Didn't have a great season last season, to be fair, Kashif. Began the season before, 24 season, with back-to-back hundreds in the first championship game against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. And, you know, massive amounts of expectation. Clearly a hugely talented player, but didn't have the best of seasons last season. 1 or 2 injuries. And he's under a bit of pressure here. Needs to get through this. Abbas bowls. He's forward, pushes out on the offside. Bashir comes in, dancing in from short extra cover to field. 12 overs left after this. Mohamed Abbas. He's bowled 28 deliveries in this spell, and he hasn't conceded a run yet. He's gone past the bat about 8 times. Taken Libby's wicket. And asking a question with every single delivery at the moment. Kashif Ali waits, bat raised. Abbas bowls. Kashif works him to mid-wicket. No run. Got to stay focused here, Kashif. Not worry about the scoreboard. Doesn't matter about the scoreboard. Tick the balls off. Doesn't matter if he bowls 10 maidens tonight, if he only gets 1 wicket, as far as Worcestershire are concerned. Latigan probably showing maturity beyond his years by staying at the other end.
Absolutely. Yeah. How do you face Mohamed Abbas? The non-strikers.
Yeah, the boycott theory. In comes Abbas. Bowls and Kashif forward again. Another maiden for Mohamed Abbas. 5 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for none.
That's pretty special, isn't it? 5 overs, 5 maidens. You don't see that every day.
There's a player called Roger Edmonds who played for Warwickshire. Played in the first county game I ever saw, which is a very, 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 very long time ago, against Sussex at Hastings when I was on holiday as a young lad. And he came to play for my club later when I was a scorer, so I was still only about 12 years old, I think. And we played a game, this is Alton in West Midlands, we played a game at Blossomfield, and he bowled 12 maidens at the start of the innings. 12 consecutive maidens.
Aitchison is in. That's left alone by Latigan to go through to the keeper. And 5 of those were against WG, weren't they?
Seriously, no, it's amazing, isn't it? 12,
it is.
12
that
maidens.
is very impressive.
And he was a county bowler playing club cricket, to be fair, but even so, it was incredible, really, that nobody nicked one or,
It's a special effort.
WG actually retired the year before.
38 for 1. Aitchison in, bowls to Latigan, who pushes this out into the offside. It's very early to be shutting up shop with 11 overs to go.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's what I was saying about 20 minutes ago. The danger. I mean, it's all right, play out the maidens, but the danger of just getting kind of into a defensive mindset, and you miss out, don't
grind
you?
to a halt.
Which is why I was pleased when Latigan bashed that one down the ground in the previous over. But he still wants to stay at that end.
Latigan waits as Aitchison bowls to him and he pulls into the leg side. A bit of a chase around the boundary here for Zach Chappell. They've run 1. They'll come back for the second. Chappell fumbles slightly, loses his sun specs. He's got... they run 2. Latigan moves to 22, 40 for 1. So he's got his sun specs perched on top of his cap and a snood pulled up so high you can't see his face. He couldn't get his sunglasses on.
He would look like the Invisible Man, wouldn't
Yes, yeah. Remarkable.
he? Maybe the Invisible Man was just cold. Always. And we thought he was
It just
invisible.
involves a leg side bouncer that goes through to Brooke Guest. That's rather a wasted effort from Ben Etchison. He's done that too many times. He's going to come around the wicket now to Dan Latigan.
He's annoyed still because he thinks he got him out, doesn't he?
Well, he's not a happy bunny. He's on his way in once more. Two slips in the gully, I beg your pardon, as that one is defended by Latigan.
We're going to his hometown soon. He's from Southport, isn't he?
Well,
he was born there.
Formby,
Yeah,
which is slightly more upmarket,
yeah.
even than Southport. Yeah, that's.
A posh scouser.
I'm saying nothing. I know his mum and dad listen. Big Liverpool fan. He's on his way in to bowl to Latigan, who drives handsomely, and it's gone past Harry Kame, who can't get down quickly enough, and races away for 4. Aitchison, 5 overs for 17, which is still pretty decent. Maybe disappointed by that last delivery, racing to the boundary. 44 for 1 Worcestershire with 11 overs to go today. Latigan on 26, and Kashif Ali is about to be worked over by Mohammed Abbas again. No singles taken by Latigan. Got a 2 and a 4. That's the way to do it. Pick up your 6 and lean on your bat.
He's faced 59 balls, Latigan. He faced a fair bit of. Well, I don't know. He faced Abbas in his first over. I don't think he's faced more than about half a dozen from Abbas, who is in now to bowl to Kashif. And he lets that go outside the off stump with a sigh of relief, no doubt.
Martin Anderson warming up.
Yeah. About to replace Aitchison, maybe.
Yeah, Aitchison spelled 5 overs for 13 at the start of. Start-ish of this second innings. He was first change.
Yeah, Anderson definitely going to come on, isn't he?
Yeah.
Mohammed Abbas bowls now, and Kashif gets a run. Finally, he has to hurry. Might have been struggling if that throw had hit. He wanted to get up to the other end, went for the run, and the throw coming in from
I think
Montgomery.
I think it's
picked
Montgomery.
it up right-handed and threw. I think he might just have been in, but it would have been tight. It would have been close.
He's had 2 shies at the stumps.
Enough
Montgomery,
for hands to be on heads anyway. But he got in. So he gets up to the other end, and Dan Latigan takes guard again from the umpire. Maybe he hasn't faced Abbas at all.
31 dot balls to start his spell.
Anyway, the single is taken. And the field is changing around. 2 slips and a gully. And the sweeper is out there. Yeah, he has faced him, because I remember saying that he's got the same field as Anuj Dahl had when he first bowled to Latigan. But it wasn't for many deliveries. He's worked this one away on the onside, and it's fielded at mid-wicket by Matthew Montgomery. 26 to Latigan. Kashif, just that one off 12 deliveries. 63 deliveries left in the day. I wonder if they'll be thinking like that. Probably.
That was the first ball he's faced. No, he faced the first maiden over.
Yeah. Abbas bowls and he's in behind that, pushes out on the offside.
Apologies.
Yeah, he did, because I remember saying they've kept the sweeper out when he was facing Abbas, because I was quite surprised. But they recognised that he scored quite heavily in that area in the first innings, didn't he? So They're just thinking, well, every time he hits it there, we'll have one rather than four. But if Abbas bowls straight, which he is doing, bullet straight, really, he's not going to have much opportunity to get it out to that man. Abbas bowls dead straight and just pushes out on the offside. Great stuff, this from Abbas. Just what captain and coach want. One end is absolutely nailed down, isn't it?
A lot of discussion last night about how his first name, how he spells Mohammed.
Because it's got the U, isn't it?
Well, he on his passport and on his social media, it's MU, so we decided that was the way we were going to go. So Derbyshire have just tweeted it with an O.
He comes in now and bowls, and forward comes Latigan and plays into the covers. End of the over, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1 for Mohammed Abbas. And Worcestershire, 45 for 1. 10 overs left in the day.
It's not helped by the fact I've got the Cricket Info scorecard up and it's with an O, and I've got the NV Play scorecard up and it's with a U on Cricket Archive. I mean, it's difficult. But Martin Anderson is going to come on to bowl from the racecourse end, as you heard in the background, or even in the foreground there from Jane. 45 for 1. Abbas taking that wicket means that all 7 of Derbyshire's bowlers in this match now have a wicket. He was the only one of the 7 bowlers who bowled in the first innings not to take one. I don't know what the bookies would have made of that. Now has his first Derbyshire wicket. 1 for 1 from 6 overs. Madness. Northamptonshire's target of 3-2-1 looks even further away at 8 for 1. So Lancashire look like they're heading for a good start to the County Championship season, as Anderson is in and bowls to Kashif, who just plays it straight into the ground, and there's no run, no surprises that it's Jimmy Anderson who's got the first wicket, dismissing Ricardo Vasconcelos for 4. A lot of wickets this season, James Anderson.
Yeah.
Didn't play at the start of last season. Didn't play consistently at the start of last season, at least. That one just leaps a little bit on Kashif Ali from Martin Anderson, who Kashif just leans back in danger of hanging his bat outside the off stump, but managed to get it down in time. Stumps at Lords, Gloucestershire 120 for 3 following on, still 109 runs behind. So just the 2 second division games going on now, here and at Wantage Road. As Anderson is in, Kashif plays it out into the offside. It's fielded by Rory Hayden, who's on the field. And they go through for a single. Kashif moves to 2. 46 for 1. Still playing everywhere else, though, certainly in all 5 games in the first division. Morgan lead Yorkshire by 153. They're 77 for 3 in their second innings. Leicestershire 5 down now, 108 for 5, and they need another 373 runs to beat Sussex. In goes Anderson, and he's whacked away out to the point boundary by Latigan for 4. That probably deserved such treatment. Poor old who's gone to retrieve that?
Mohammed Abbas.
Abbas, yeah. So to save him from having to chuck it in from distance, Anuj Dal goes halfway to help him. Surrey are still 86 behind, 2 down in their second innings at Edgbaston. Hampshire following on, still 154 runs from making Essex bat again, and they're 6 down at Southampton. Next delivery from Anderson, it's clipped into the leg side, up towards mid-on, where Lewis Rees does the fielding. And Somerset, 182 for 1, that's a lead of 191. That game is It's difficult to see a result there unless Somerset get their foot down in the morning and declare, which is quite dangerous this early in the season, I always think. They're disinclined to do such things as Anderson bowls to Latigan, dabs it down. Backward a square on the offside. The over comes to an end, 5 runs from it. Worcestershire 50 for 1 with Latigan 30. Kashif has 2 and they still trail by 263.
So Leeds were 2-0 up against West Ham going into stoppage time. 2-2 now.
Really?
After 99 minutes. Yeah.
In the devalued cup.
Yeah.
Jake will be pleased on the media team here. Big West Ham supporter from Belgium.
Here's a change.
He's not bowled yet.
No.
Matthew Montgomery.
Matthew Montgomery having a bowl. And, you know, I just again think it's good cricket from Harry Kane. Whether it's his idea, whether a message has been sent out by the coach, but why not? Give it a little go. Montgomery, who hides the ball behind his back, comes in and bowls. First ball he bowls is short, and it's pulled away by Kashif. And he gets a single out to the man at deep backward square. But yeah, he holds his hand behind his back, doesn't he, when he comes in to hide his grip.
Watts almost lost his head there.
Yeah. Now he bowls to the left-handed Latigan for the first time. Comes in and bowls, and it's wide, and Latigan cuts at it to bottom edge. Goes away behind square, down to wide third man. They'll come back for 3. Wasn't a great delivery, wasn't a great shot, wasn't a great bit of fielding. But 3 runs the result. Takes Latigan on 233. Top scorer in the first innings with 89. Montgomery back over the wicket to Kashif. He's in, bowls, and Kashif turns this on the leg side. Turned a bit, that one, I think. Played it with the spin. Single to Kashif, takes him on to 4. This one from Latigan just pushed back up the pitch. Does he mix it up, his off breaks and leg breaks?
I've never seen him bowl.
Comes in again now and bowls. That was an off break. Pushed up to mid off by Latigan.
He didn't bowl in pre-season. Did he bowl much?
I don't know why I've got that in my head that he might bowl a bit of both. That would be why he hides the ball. He's in again now and bowls. That was an off spinner, and it's cut away by Latigan out to deep cover, deep backward point for a single. End of the over, and Latigan keeps the strike. He's 34. It's 56 for 1 at the end of the over, and there are 8 overs left in the day. I'm all in favour of giving him a bowl and mixing it up, but at the same time, 48 deliveries in the day. Harry Kane will be keen that every single one of them is a threat. I think.
It's not being used, so Martin Anderson can change ends because he's going to continue from the racecourse end. First over cost him 5, 56 for 1. Harry came in conversation with Lewis Rees. Looks up at the scoreboard. We'll know that there are, as Frank just said, 8 overs left. Here goes Anderson in and bowls to Latigan, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. So they'll need 9 wickets tomorrow. Worcestershire will need thick end of 250 runs to make Derbyshire bat for a second time. The fact that they're currently going along at 2.5 runs and over will be difficult to make them bat again. Latigan waits as Anderson bowls to him, and he just dabs it down into the offside, fielded by Anuj Dal on this occasion. Chappell 5 overs for 12, Dal 4 overs for 12, Aitchison 5 overs for 17, Montgomery 1 over so far, went for 6. Anderson's bowled 8 deliveries for his 5 runs. Mohammed Abbas 6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 1.
Yeah, mainly off spin apparently, Montgomery. I mean, it certainly was in that over. I just wonder why he hides the ball.
It's a short delivery from Anderson. It's up in the air. It's not. It's going to land safe.
It's on him a bit quicker than he thought, wasn't it? He's annoyed with himself.
It was Zach Chappell running in from the boundary. He's looking directly into the sun out there. It's very difficult fielding out there at this time of the day, at this time of the year. Because his shadow, and Zach Chappell's an enormous human being, his shadow must be 18 feet long out there. The new scoreboard is almost, the shadow of the new scoreboard's almost stretching halfway to the pitch. Man down at third man is coming up. As Anderson prepares to bowl the fourth ball of his over. He's got a couple of slips. He bowls, and that's defended by Kashif up towards Lewis Rees. Bends down and picks up the ball. Starts polishing it. Looking over his shoulder, Harry came towards the pavilion, standing at the top of the steps is Shoaib Bashir. Now we need a new bat for Kashif Ali. His bat is broken, so a slight hiatus, which is exactly what we need at 25 to 7 on a Sunday evening. Clearly you can't continue with a broken bat, but
needs to get a proper one, doesn't he?
There's precious little movement on the balcony there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly 5 members of staff sitting on the balcony. I've seen him signal that he needs a new bat. Why hasn't anybody in the changing room seen him signal that he needs a new bat? Here we go. They'll bring a couple out for him, possibly 3, with no great urgency. Derbyshire's overrated +1 won't be affected by this. They might even move to +2 as a result. See which he'll select one. They've got to bring a drink out as well. That's the law. I think that's part of the regulations. He's not going to take a drink, to his credit. It stumps at Wantage Road, Northamptonshire 9 for 1, need a further 312 to win. In that game with Lancashire, they ain't going to do it.
They might.
They won't. They might. With some effort if they did. Anderson in there, bowls to Kashif. His new bat has got a good edge on it because he's just leading edge that out into the offside where it's fielded by Rory Hayden. As he tried to turn it into the leg side. As Dahl is sent out to the square leg boundary by rather dismissively by Martin Anderson. And away trots Dahl into the shadows as Anderson is in, and he turns it in exactly where Dahl had been. As Kashif Ali goes through for a single. 57 for 1. Perhaps they wanted to give him a single, who knows. He has 5. Latigan has 35. Worcestershire 58 for 1 with 7 overs remaining, still trailing by 255. Shoaib Bashir has returned, and Lewis Rees departs, which means that Yusuf bin Naeem, for it is he, stays on, and Rory Hayden's on as well, which means 2 have gone off. I can't see. I know that's Zach Chappell who's out there in the distance. So perhaps Shoaib Bashir hasn't come back on yet.
So Matt Montgomery to continue from the city end with his off breaks, hiding the ball behind his back as he comes into bowl.
I've had an idea for the match referee.
Comes in now and bowls, and Kashif tickles this one round the corner, but doesn't get any runs because it's good diving stop by Martin Anderson at short fine leg. Go on, what's your idea?
Well, I'm not sure that they actually do anything. So they could just go and stand by the bottom of the steps and hold up a board every time they make a substitution. Earn the money. We asked one for an
Slight change in
explanation
the
last
field.
year.
Got a steepish mid-wicket here as he bowls, and Kashif works it to that man. And there is no run. 58 for 1. 6 overs left after this. Going to get the over rate back down if he bowls his overs quickly, which he will do. And bowls again Montgomery, and Kashif just pushes it back up the pitch to him.
Don't need bringing down, they're already ahead.
Oh yeah, sorry, they are. It's +1, not minus
Yeah,
one.
+1.
Yeah.
No idea how.
Why is that?
I have no idea.
Bowls again, Montgomery, and it's defended. I suppose all the maidens help from.
You could ask the match referee.
Yeah. All the maidens help from
Yeah, it's
Abbas.
yeah.
6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 1. Montgomery bowls, Kashif drives, he'll get a run up to deep mid-on. 1 ball left in the over. Latigan, excuse me, on strike. On slip in place, round the wicket. Montgomery bowls to Latigan on the back foot, plays defensively, no run. End of the over, 6 left in the day, 59 for 1.
So the 2 subs are on the field, and it's definitely, I say definitely, I don't like being definite, but it's showing Bashir and Lewis Rees who are off at the moment. I don't think it's anything necessarily to worry about at this stage. Martin Anderson to continue, it'll be his 3rd over. So again, just using bowlers sensibly, making sure that nobody gets overworked today because they've got a big day tomorrow. Good forecast as well. As Anderson is in, that one's defended out into the offside by Kashif Ali, and there is no run. I think that's Rory Hayden who does the fielding. I've seen an awful lot of Hayden in red ball cricket. Did particularly well in the One Day Cup when given the opportunity last season, and then was signed on a 3-year contract. As Anderson goes in again, and that one's left alone by Kashif outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. So it's this game here and all the games in the First Division that continue deep into the night. Just glad Mock the Week's finished, otherwise we'd miss it. And that starts at 9, or did do before its most recent run came to an end. Anderson in, and that one is driven very nicely out towards Chapel on the cover boundary. She moves to 760 for 1 now. 253 more runs to play with Derbyshire here. It appears plenty, but they need 9 wickets for a first round win. Left-handed Latigan on strike now as Anderson bowls. He just dabs it into the ground. I reckon that if you offered Worcestershire 62 for 1 and just don't have these 5 overs, they'd take it. If you offered Derbyshire 60 for 2 and don't have these 5 overs, they'd take it. Just a feeling. And if you offered the spectators a warm drink, they would snap your hand off. Anderson bowls, tries to Cut that away into the offside. It lands at his feet, Latigan.
Worcestershire would definitely take what you suggested. No question about that. I think I don't know, Derbyshire. They might still reckon could get
We're going
a
to see,
couple.
We're going to see Lewis Rees bowl, I fancy. He's been off for his bowling boots. Just signs an autograph for a youngster. It's probably Ethan. As this one is turned down towards fine leg by Latigan for a single. He moves on to 36. That was the last ball of Anderson's third over. 61 for 1 at the end of it, then 5 to go. Latigan has 36, as I say, Kashif Ali has 7. And Worcestershire are 61 for 1, 252 behind. Will Montgomery get one more, or will we see Lewis Rees come back onto the pitch and bowl? And that's exactly what we are going to see. Lewis Rees from the City end. 2 overs for 7. Montgomery. This idea that you can't bowl until you've been back on the pitch for the number of
Got to
minutes
be off for 15 minutes first, I think, before it takes effect. I think, anyway. It used to be the case.
It's abused, isn't it? Really, let's face it, by everybody. I'm not accusing anybody in this game of abusing anything. Just for clarity.
No,
Jane looks
I don't think anybody would, even the toing and froing that we've had today, when it's this cold, I don't think anybody's really going to be too bothered, are they? It's not like it used to be where your top bowler would bowl his spell and then go off for the rest of the innings or for the rest of the day or whatever.
Or even fly to England from
indeed.
South
Don't
Africa.
say it. Lewis Rees bowls to Latigan and he drives his first ball straight down the ground. And it's probably going to go all the way for 4, I think. It has, Lovely shot, but probably should have been cut off at mid-on
Mohamed Abbas,
by Mohamed Abbas.
diving over the top of it.
Yeah, a bit too old to make saves like that, really, especially when he's just bowled a brilliant spell. So 4 to Latigan, goes to 40. He's played well again, the youngster. Give him a lot of credit. Lewis Rees in again, bowls to him, and he's pushing forward to this and plays it out into the offside. It's fielded by Caleb Jewell, I think. Yeah, it must be, because Rees is bowling and Jewell's the only other left-arm thrower, you said. So
I believe that to be the case.
Yeah, 65 for 1 then, Worcestershire. 4 overs left after this. It's been a long old day, one way and another. Not in terms necessarily of the number of overs, but time lost, toing and froing. There is Lewis Rees, left arm over the wicket from the City end, bowls, and Latigan is forward, pushing out on the offside. Certainly done his fair share of batting in this game, Dan Latigan. In the first innings he faced 153 balls, and in this innings he's faced a further 78. So he's taken responsibility at the top of the order. Rees into him again, bowls, and he drives again, and he'll get 1 straight to Mohamed Abbas at mid-on, but they ran as soon as he hit it and got home comfortably. Two balls left then in this 26th over of the Worcestershire second innings after they followed on 313 runs in arrears. Field just changing round for the right-handed Kashif. A few hardy souls have stayed, but actually most of the spectators, I think, have gone home, haven't they? As Rees comes round the wicket to Kashif and bowls, and he plays that down into the ground, and it hits his foot and runs out on the offside. Even the Worcestershire supporters, most of whom I think are staying in the local, in the hotel on the ground, seem to have disappeared. The cold's got to them. Maybe they're watching from the hotel window.
They found out one member of their party who's got a view of the ground and said, well, we'll go back to your room then.
Yeah, maybe.
the way forward, I think.
Reese comes in again round the wicket. Balls to Kashif, who's playing that out defensively on the offside end of the over. 4 left in the day. Latigan 41, Kashif 7, the one man out in this second Worcestershire innings. Jake Libby caught behind by Brooke Guest off Mohammed Abbas for 16. Worcestershire 66 for 1, trailing by 247.
Matthew Montgomery leaves the field and is replaced by Rory Hayden. I've only ever had once, when I've stayed in the hotel on the ground at Worcester, only once had a room with a view of the ground. And that was the season the game was moved to Kidderminster. But we stayed in Worcester because it's such a nice place to stay. And yeah, I had one of the nights out to end all nights out.
Oh, did you?
On that trip,
Where did you go?
absolutely. Well,
Can you remember?
yeah, that one is pulled into the leg side. It's half stopped by Lewis Rees as Martin Anderson begins a new over. They run one, they come back for the second. We spent a lot of it in the King Charles, from memory. 68 for 1. The memory got hazier as the night went on. One of our party, and I've no idea. Well, 2 amusing things for me happened in that one of our party tried to get into his room using a Mars bar instead of his hotel key. As Anderson is in, bowls, and you know who you are. And another one had left his glasses in the kebab shop. No run on that delivery, 68 for 1. And in the middle of the night, somehow managed to not only ring the kebab shop to discover that they were still there, but managed to find the kebab shop,
Wow.
which was a magnificent effort. So, yes, one of those
The
nights.
benefits of staying so close to the city centre.
It's one of those nights that will never be forgotten. Certainly the bits we can remember. That one is turned into the leg side by Latigan and fielded by Lewis Rees. 68 for 1 with 21 deliveries left in the day. We're going to have completed 91 overs today, which is a good effort considering we lost most of the morning session. 10 overs in the morning, 10 and a half. Thereabouts. Due to rain and hail. This one is left alone by Latigan to go through to Brooke Guest. Lengthy-ish afternoon session, exceptionally long evening session. But it may well be all worth it for Derbyshire if they can get 9 more wickets. A combination of, 3 overs and 2 balls today and 96 tomorrow. Come prepared for a long day. As Anderson is in, left alone by Latigan again to go through to Brooke Guest. The crowd will certainly be hit by Derby County playing at home at 3 o'clock. That's a certainty. And the fact that due to the ridiculous deal with Sky, every game is now shown live, except at 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon, as Anderson is in and bowls, and that one almost gets the edge of Latigan's bat. He was jolted by a quicker delivery, I think, there from Martin Anderson. It flew through to Brooke Guest. Nice way to finish the over for Anderson, who's bowled 4 now for 11. But Latigan survives 68 for 1 as Matthew Montgomery returns.
3 overs left in the day.
Only 3. I could go more. I'm not sure I can, but now both umpires are at the
I
same
don't
end.
think I could. It's light again, isn't it? They're looking at the light.
No,
Come on, take him off.
they're going off.
They're going off, and they won't be coming back. I
No,
don't
they
think.
won't.
So there we are. It looks to me as though that will be the close of play, with Worcestershire 68 for 1 after 27 overs of their second innings, having followed on 313 behind. They still trail by 245 then. Latigan is 43, Kashif is 7, and the sun's gone behind a cloud. It's also quite low. The stumps are coming out, and I'm pretty certain that that is the end of the day's play, but we'll wait for confirmation.
I'm just checking, waiting confirmation from the scorer, who's got a thumb up but isn't looking at me. So we'll just wait to tell you. That's it for the day. You were right, Frank. That is it for the day. So Derbyshire will come back tomorrow requiring 9 wickets. We're going to speak to Anuj Dal. You can hear his thoughts. Some of his thoughts, certainly. In breakfast tomorrow morning on BBC Radio Derby, and we'll be back at 11 o'clock, just before, in fact, in the morning, for the final day of this game between Derbyshire and Worcestershire, with the visitors 68 for 1, trailing by 245. If you've been with us the entire day,
You deserve a medal.
and you've got too much time on your hands, but we're very, very grateful, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Cleared.